Chapter 445. He is just lucky. How can someone from the great Qi nation obtain more than 50 consecutive victories? That's right. Why are you pretending to be noble and virtuous? He will eventually taste defeat. Everyone felt jealous. When they heard Yun Ping's words, they all agreed. When Xiao saw this, she felt very angry. She said, "Senior sister, how can they do this? To think they are the outstanding talents of the various places. They do not have any magnanimity at all." Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "You will understand when you see more of them in the future." Xianxia had been out adventuring since the age of 14. She had seen too much of the dark side of the world. The things that Xiao saw were just a drop in the bucket. They could no longer cause any ripples in Xiaoxian's heart. Xiao looked at Xiaoqin, who was immersed in cultivation. She asked, "Senior sister, do you think that fellow will be able to obtain consecutive victories today?" Xiaoxian shook her head slightly, indicating that she did not understand. It was hard to say. Xiaoxian had a draw yesterday, so her winning streak had ended. The people who fought yesterday were all peak martial kings. Furthermore, they did not lack combat experience. Xiaoxian had experienced it herself. She did not believe that Xiaoqin's victories could be explained by luck. Xiaoqin was strong. However, when Xiaoxian saw how difficult it was for him to win every match, she could not see through Xiaoqin. It seemed like if he could continue winning, he would lose the next match. She could not understand him at all. Ding Fengqiu and Jiang Zimo looked at Xiaoqin with unfathomable gazes. Their hearts were filled with doubts. However, Pei Xiaoxian ignored Xiaoqin. He did not care about him at all. He walked over to Jiang Zimo and smiled. "Brother Jiang, with our strength, we should be able to continue winning today." Jiang Zimo shook his head and said, "It is hard to say. 48 consecutive victories is a threshold. The experts hired by the wrestling ring should be coming out soon. If we continue winning like this, the spirit stones we win are small. However, the spirit stones from the people outside will be enough to bankrupt Gao Yangyu." Pei Xiaoxian did not care and said, "Let's wait and see. Unless a half-step martial monarch comes out, I do not believe that anyone can defeat me." Jiang Zimo smiled gently and did not say anything. Jiang Zimo had seen many peak experts below half-step martial monarch. There were many such people in the myriad fiend palace alone. With Pei Xiaoshuan's attitude, he would definitely lose today. The spectator stands in the Colosseum were filled with people. There were even situations where 2 or 3 people were sitting on the same seat. With Gao Yangyu's promotion, the news that this wrestling ring was the first round of selections for the ancient desolate tower quickly spread. As a result, many cultivators on Longyang Island received the news and rushed over in large numbers. Today's ticket prices had increased by several times, and they were all sold out. The supply could not meet the demand. Moreover, the 4th day of the Colosseum was the true climax of the event. The participants who obtained consecutive victories had already accumulated more than 100,000 medial-grade spirit stones. To be able to afford such a challenge fee, one's own strength was a kind of proof. It could be imagined that the fights would be incomparably intense. The combination of the two resulted in the situation of 2 or 3 people sitting together in the audience seats. 5 participants obtaining 46 consecutive victories at the same time. This is the first time something like this has happened in Wrestling City on Longyang Island. Wrestling City has been around for close to 1,000 years, but the highest winning streak was only 60. Furthermore, that was 100 years ago. This is the first time I've seen so many people obtain 46 consecutive victories. That is normal. Think about who is qualified to participate in the ancient desolate tower selections. How could any of them be mediocre? Let's see who will obtain 60 consecutive victories in the end. I bet half of my wealth on Ding Fengqiu. I bet on Pei Xiaoxian. That fellow can order around spirit beasts. Few people of the same cultivation realm would be a match for him. Ha! I bet on Pei Xiaoxian as well. The spirit beasts are undefeatable. With more than 10 spirit beasts surrounding him, it would be hard to break through. Before the wrestling ring started, the discussions about the wrestling ring never stopped. Aside from the ancient desolate tower, Most of the discussions focused on who would obtain 60 consecutive victories. Most of the topics were focused on who would be able to obtain 60 consecutive victories. After all, they had bet real money on these people. The victories of these people were closely related to their interests. As the war drums rang out, the wrestling ring officially started. As the first participant, Yun Ping went up first. I am the great Chu Nation's Yun Ping. Everyone, please give me some pointers. After Yun Ping landed, he performed a cupped fist salute in all directions. However, even after a few minutes, no one was willing to go up. This made him feel somewhat embarrassed. As of now, Yun Ping had only accumulated 5 consecutive victories. Defeating him would not give him many spirit stones, so no one was interested in him. After 10 odd minutes, someone came down to challenge him. This person did not even look at Yun Ping and immediately started fighting. Bang! 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 After 100 moves, this person's sword left a 2-centimeter-long wound on Yun Ping's chest. The wound was so deep that his bones and internal organs could be seen. Yun Ping used his trump card and turned the tables at the last moment. However, due to the severe wound on his chest, Yun Ping lost again and again in the next 10-odd matches. Eventually, he lost 17 consecutive matches. Boos came from the entire wrestling ring, making Yun Ping feel ashamed. The following matches were rather boring. There was nothing to see. Only when Pei Xiaoxian went up did thunderous cheers resound in the wrestling ring. Pei Xiaoxian smiled faintly. He enjoyed this feeling. He raised his head and said, I am Pei Xiaoxian of the Beast Taming Abode. Everyone, please give me some pointers. Shio. Right after Pei Xiaoxian spoke, a stout man wearing black soft armor with a black wolf tattoo on his neck and a mace on his back quickly descended from the spectator stands. This was a stark contrast to Yun Ping, who had not appeared for 10-odd minutes. I am Tuoba Luyun. I am here to experience your great moves. Pei Xiaoxian looked at the mace on Tuoba Luyun's back and the black wolf tattoo on his neck. Then he touched the ring on his hand and mocked, unexpectedly, you are a barbarian warrior. I have defeated quite a few people. It looks like there will be one more today. However, Tuoba Luyun ignored Pei Xiaoxian's belittling words. After he spoke, he took out the mace on his back. The black wolf tattoo on Tuoba Luyun's neck seemed to come to life as it quickly spread over his face. When Tuoba Luyun's entire face was covered by the wolf tattoo, he suddenly shouted and rushed at Pei Xiaoxian. Tuoba Luyun moved as fast as lightning and swung his mace. The huge mace tore the air in half. It was very mighty. Ignorant. Pei Xiaoxian smiled coldly and retreated gently. Then, he raised the ring in his hand and prepared to summon a spirit beast. He only needed 2 hand seals to summon a rank 7 spirit beast. After that, he could summon 2, 3, or 4 spirit beasts. If a rank 7 spirit beast was not enough, he could summon a rank 8 spirit beast. He could easily grind anyone to death. Shio. However, just at this moment, the wolf tattoo on Tuoba Luyun's body came out and formed the image of a black wolf, encasing Tuoba Luyun. The instant the image of the black wolf appeared, Tuoba Luyun's speed doubled again. Bang! The mace struck Pei Xiaoxian, who had not completed the last hand seal. Pei Xiaoxian was immediately flung into the air like a sandbag. Pain. Pei Xiaoxian vomited a mouthful of blood. He had an extremely pained expression on his face. This strike had broken several of his ribs. Damn it! Why is this fellow so fast? Pei Xiaoxian thought in horror. He did not give me any time to summon a spirit beast. Boom! 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 Tuoba Luyun did not give Pei Xiaoxian any time to react. His mace moved so fast that not even an afterimage could be seen. In the blink of an eye, Pei Xiaoxian was struck more than 10 times. Pei Xiaoxian was like a sandbag, easily toyed with by Tuoba Luyun. He could not react at all. Every time Pei Xiaoxian tried to form the final hand seal, he would be interrupted by the mace, preventing him from summoning any spirit beasts. It's over. Pei Xiaoxian is going to lose. This Tuoba Luyun is simply too fast. Damn it. I should have thought of it long ago. As long as this fellow cannot summon a spirit beast, he will lose half of his strength. To think I even bet 10,000 medial grade spirit stones on him. Me too. I am in an even worse state than you. I bet 20,000 medial grade spirit stones, and now, it's all gone. When the spectators saw the situation in the wrestling ring, they all started cursing. This was a serious loss. Up in the tall tower, Gao Yangyu revealed a faint smile. Tuoba Luyun indeed does not feel any pressure when dealing with Pei Shaoxian. Gao Yangyu turned his head back and said to the group of old men at the table, "It is time to reap the harvest. How much did you bet on Pei Shaoxian?" 2 million medial grade spirit stones. The smile on Gao Yangyu's face became even wider. If Pei Shaoxian lost, these 2 million medial grade spirit stones would all be his. Very good. I remember that the next contestant with consecutive victories is Ding Fengqiu, Gao Yangyu continued. The old man leading the group nodded and said, "Yes, it is indeed Ding Fengqiu. He bet a lot, a total of 6 million medial grade spirit stones." Gao Yangyu smiled faintly and said, "The Heavenly Gate defensive sword is indeed not easy to deal with. However, there is still a chance of a draw." Pei Shaoxian was covered in wounds. He weakly returned to the spectator stands. He was severely injured and could not continue fighting, so he could only give up. Pei Shaoxian had lost 18 matches in a row. His expression was very unsightly. The wrestling rings continued. The challengers today were all very strong. As a result, few of them had more than a 50% chance of victory. The crowd finally felt that 60 consecutive victories were not that easy to obtain, even if they were not consecutive victories. After 3 days, the spectators had already figured out their strength and moves. However, they did not know anything about their opponents. If they were like Yun Ping and were severely injured in the first match, they might end up with consecutive defeats every day. When the crowd saw Pei Shaoxian, who was injured and forced to give up for a day, the unease in their hearts intensified. If even Pei Shaoxian could not avoid such an outcome, then wouldn't it be even more dangerous for them? The crowd started to panic. The waters of this wrestling ring were much deeper than they thought. The crowd looked at Xiao Chen, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating calmly. They sighed and said, "This fellow is really damn calm." Chapter 446. Another person is losing consecutively. How many is this? Including Yun Ping and Pei Shaoxian, there are already 10. The people fighting today are too strong. Indeed, they have figured out all our moves. Damn it. If this goes on, it will be very difficult to win 60 matches. The matches continued. Aside from the cultivators who still had trump cards up their sleeves, the other outstanding talents ended up in a miserable state. They did not even manage to win 10 matches. Some even lost 18 matches in a row. The atmosphere of the arena became even more horrifying. The gray-robed old man said expressionlessly, "Number 56, Ding Fengqiu." Ding Fengqiu's figure floated up and landed on the wrestling ring. He cupped his hands and said, "Heavenly Sword Gates Ding Fengqiu seeks everyone's guidance. Ding Fengqiu is finally coming up. He better not lose. I bet 50 or 60,000 medial grade spirit stones on him." "Me too. Don't be like Pei Shaoxian. Otherwise, we won't even be able to cry." That should not be the case. The Heavenly Gate defensive sword technique is not clear. Furthermore, he has grasped the technique of using qi as a sword. When the spectators saw Ding Fengqiu enter the wrestling ring, they started discussing him. After all, the number of people who bet on him was much higher than Pei Shaoxian's. Bang! A middle-aged cultivator wearing battle armor landed firmly on the ground. He waved his hand and 3 palm-sized pagoda shields flew out and danced around him. "I, Mo Yen, am here to seek advice from you." When Ding Fengqiu saw the 3 small pagoda shields, he frowned slightly. Based on the aura of the shields, they seemed to be medial-grade defensive secret treasures. Using qi as a sword, Ding Fengqiu shouted and 18 qi swords appeared behind him. He pointed forward with 2 fingers. Ding dang! Ding dang! There was a series of clanging sounds as the 3 palm-sized shield flew up, down, left and right, blocking all the sword qi 1 meter away from Mo Yan's body. Ding Fengqiu's expression sank. He could not help but increase his speed. The angle at which he attacked also became more crafty. However, The shields seemed to be able to sense danger automatically. No matter where the chi sword came from above, left, right, or turning, it would be able to block the sharp chi sword at the last moment. Since I cannot find an opening, then I will make one. Using chi as a sword, merge. Ding Fengqiu could not help but become angry after attacking for a long time. A surging sword intent rushed into the sky from Ding Fengqiu's body. There seemed to be countless sword hums in the air, creating a strong wind as they danced around wildly. The 18 chi swords merged into one and pierced toward Mo Yen. Clang clang. With a thought from Mo Yen, one of the palm-sized shields instantly grew to over 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide, covering his entire body. The chi sword pierced the tower shield, causing clanging sounds. Sparks flew in all directions, and a surging sword intent surged. Mo Yen, who was 1 meter behind the tower shield, was forming hand seals with both hands. His expression did not look relaxed, and his feet were firmly planted on the ground. Hoochie hoochie. The sword intent was vast and mighty, like a gushing river. Ding Fengqiu controlled the chi sword over and over again, sending it crashing into the tower shield. Every time the tower shield crashed into the tower shield, it kicked up a strong wind. The sword hummed in the wind, giving off a woo sound. The strong sword intent seemed very solid. As the strong wind tried to merge with it, it seemed like it was trying to invade Mo Yan's body. However, they were all blocked by the other 2 palm-sized shields. Interesting. Still not breaking? State of massacre, merge. Ding Fengqiu snorted coldly, and the chi sword immediately turned scarlet. An aura of massacre quickly spread throughout the place. In an instant, the air seemed to solidify. Ding Fengqiu's aura rose to another level. Bang! The scarlet chi sword pierced the tower shield violently. There was a loud sound, and Mo Yen was knocked back 100 meters along with the tower shield. Boom! After Mo Yen landed, the force of the sword was transmitted to the ground, creating a huge pit. Although Mo Yen was pale, he did not suffer any major injuries. When Gao Yangyu saw all this, he smiled faintly and said, "It is useless. A regular medial-grade secret treasure would not be able to block your sword. However, when combined with the Mo clan's special secret technique, breaking it will be as difficult as ascending to heaven." When the spectators saw the fight enter a stalemate, they all started to feel anxious. Even the drumbeats, which normally sounded very passionate, sounded very irritating. Bang! 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 Ding Fengqiu executed all sorts of killing moves. Like a torrential storm, he forced Mo Yen to retreat continuously. A horrifying sword intent spread throughout the place. This increased the might of each sword strike by at least 20%. However, Mo Yen defended like a tortoise. The 3 shields moved up and down, changing sizes as they blocked Ding Fengqiu's killing moves. Kasi! Ding Fengqiu sheathed his sword and heaved a sigh of relief. He wiped away the sweat on his forehead and sighed, "Never mind, you can go down. This match is considered a draw." Ding Fengqiu had already attacked for 4 hours. However, his opponent's defense was simply too shocking. If this continued, he would exhaust too much essence. He would have to give up on the remaining 17 matches. Ding Fengqiu could only helplessly choose a draw. This person was here to deal with his defensive sword. He was indeed not easy to deal with. Ha ha ha. Up in the tall tower, Gao Yangyu laughed heartily. After Ding Fengqiu said this, he had earned another 6 million medial-grade spirit stones. Congratulations, City Lord. You have earned another 6 million medial-grade spirit stones. A few old men stood up and congratulated. Gao Yangyu could not hide the smile on his face. He said in high spirits, "The next person with consecutive victories seems to be Jiang Zimo. How much did he bet?" "It is less than Ding Fengqiu's. However, it is still 3 million. Gao Yangyu said sullenly, "The non-phase divine technique is indeed difficult to deal with. However, it should not be a problem if I spend some resources on him." Ding Fengqiu's consecutive victories came to an end. However, he won the remaining 17 matches. He had a total of 63 victories. Given this, regardless of the results of the matches tomorrow and the day after, Ding Fengqiu had obtained the qualifications to appear in the first round. The spectators all felt that it was a pity. If Ding Fengqiu had not ended in a draw in his first match, he might have broken the record of 60 consecutive victories. The sound of cursing in the crowd was even louder than when Pei Shaoxian lost. This was because there were simply too many people who bet on Ding Fengqiu. In the end, Ding Fengqiu did not even manage to obtain 50 consecutive victories. He fell on the 47th match. The people who bet on him had lost everything. When Ding Fengqiu passed by Jiang Zimo, he said, "The 60 consecutive victories will depend on you. The endurance of your non-phase divine technique is sufficient for you to continue smiling proudly." Jiang Zimo shook his head and smiled. "It will be difficult. My non-phase divine technique wins by endurance, but it also loses by endurance." After a few matches, Jiang Zimo entered the arena. His first opponent was a 100-year-old old man with extremely dense essence. When Jiang Zimo felt this person's aura, his heart sank slightly. The old man's greatest advantage was that every one of his palm strikes contained 100% of its might. However, he only exhausted 10% of his essence. Thus, if an ordinary person fought with him and went all out, he would exhaust his essence in no time. However, he would still have an abundance of essence. This was the strangeness of the non-phase divine technique. It was one of the 3 inferior-grade heaven-ranked cultivation techniques of the Myriad Fiend Palace. However, this old man who had lived for an unknown period of time was very problematic. The other party might be lacking in everything, but he definitely would not lack essence. Bang, bang, bang. After the two greeted each other, they immediately started fighting. They clashed head-on, exchanging blows with each other. Both of them used their full strength. Strong essence surged in the dueling ring. Every time the palm winds clashed, a huge pit would appear in the dueling ring. Intense explosions rang out incessantly, completely suppressing the sound of the towering war drums. The two fought tirelessly. The might of the palm winds that erupted from the two were about equal. The only thing that mattered was who could exhaust their essence first. After 1,000 moves, the shock waves of the two's battle riddled the vast arena with holes. There was not a single place that was unscathed. The old man's complexion slowly paled. His strength seemed to run out. As for Jiang Zimo, his face did not turn red, and he did not pant. There was no change in him at all. The air buzzed from the palm winds, but the might did not weaken at all. Bang! The two exchanged another palm strike. This time, they were not evenly matched. The old man was knocked back several dozen steps, but Jiang Zimo only took 3 steps back. "You can't hold on anymore?" Again. Jiang Zimo smiled faintly and flew forward. Then, he sent a palm strike at the old man's chest. The palm wind was still as sharp as before. Its might did not weaken at all. With one palm strike, the old man vomited blood and was defeated. The second match continued. In the end, another old man over 100 years old appeared. Jiang Zimo smiled bitterly. After exchanging 1,000 moves with him, the other party's essence was exhausted. He could no longer keep up with Jiang Zimo's might and was defeated in one move. The third match continued. The one who appeared was another old man over 100 years old. His aura was deep and drawn out. With one look, it was clear that he was a cultivator with rich essence. Jiang Zimo exchanged another 1,000 moves with him. His opponent's essence could no longer keep up, and Jiang Zimo defeated him again. The fourth match continued. The one who appeared was another old man over 100 years old. When Jiang Zimo saw the old man's relaxed expression, his lips twitched slightly. He felt extremely depressed in his heart. Although Jiang Zimo had expected that the other party would find many cultivators with rich essence to take turns fighting him, he had not expected Gao Yangyu to be so disgusting. However, Jiang Zimo did not expect Gao Yangyu to be so disgusting. He actually looked for old fellows who were over 100 years old. Every time they fought, it would take more than 1,000 moves. No matter how powerful the phaseless divine art was, he would tire himself to death if this went on. Jiang Zimo waved his hand helplessly and said, "You may go down. I admit defeat for this match." When the old man heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "Many thanks, little friend. I'm just a bag of old bones. It will be even harder for me to endure 1,000 moves than for you youths. After 49 consecutive victories, Jiang Zimo did not manage to reach 50 consecutive victories. Another mournful wail resounded in the crowd. As long as Jiang Zimo passed 50 consecutive victories, he would be able to obtain some money. It was just that the payout was small. Who knew that Jiang Zimo would not be able to make it past the final step despite being so close? After that, Xianxia appeared. The crowd rekindled their last hope. Xianxia was as famous as Jiang Zimo. Perhaps she would be able to obtain 50 or even 60 consecutive victories. Chapter 447. However, Xianxia did not want to use the energy that the Heavenly Wolf King left behind. That would leave her in a weakened state for a long time. In the end, Xianxia lost to Gao Yangyu's sneak attack, stopping at 48 consecutive victories. AI. When Xianxia was defeated, several thousand people in the large spectator stand sighed. No one managed to break through even after 50 consecutive victories, what more 60? This time, we have lost everything. Gao Yangyu's mood became exceptionally good after the final threat was eliminated. He smiled and said, "Tabulate the total amount of medial-grade spirit stones that we obtained in this wrestling ring." After a while, an old man took out a stack of information and said, "There is a total of 20 million medial-grade spirit stones bet on these 4 people. They all stopped at 50 consecutive victories. That is to say, the people who bet on them will not get a single cent. If the person who bet on obtained 50 consecutive victories, then the person who bet on them would obtain 50% of the payout. After that, for every 10 consecutive victories, the payout would double. The payout would be double for 60 consecutive victories, double for 70 consecutive victories, quadruple for 80 consecutive victories, and 16 times for 100 consecutive victories." The odds looked extremely tempting, but unfortunately, if they stopped at 50 consecutive wins, they wouldn't be able to get a single cent. They would lose everything they had. Furthermore, with Gao Yangyu's clever promotion, the wrestling ring this time was the ancient Desolate Tower's first round of selections. This caused the number of bets to soar. After this wrestling ring ended, who knew how many cultivators would be penniless and have to start all over again? Gao Yangyu paused for a while and thought of something. He said, "What is the amount of bets on that, Xiaoqin?" The few of them lowered their heads and flipped through the information on the table. Then they said, "Hey, why did it suddenly reach 2 million? Gao Yangyu's expression changed slightly. He said, "Didn't we freeze the bets on this brat? How could there be 2 million bets?" The few of them checked carefully and said, "I found it. Yesterday and the day before, there were only 1 million bets. That should be normal. After all, he is a contestant with consecutive victories. However, today, there is an increase of 1 million. Something is not right." Gao Yangyu sneered. "It looks like someone wants to gamble. Unfortunately, they chose the wrong person. It shouldn't be a problem to use Master Bai to deal with that kid, right? He's the only one with a winning streak now." Gao Yangyu said indifferently, "Old Bai is 150 years old. When he uses his full strength, even I find it hard to deal with him. Even if Old Bai fails, Tooba Luyun and Mo Yen still have one more chance. Do you think this brat has a chance?" In the spectator stands, when everyone's gazes were focused on Xianxia, another 2 acupoints on Xiao Chen's left arm exploded. 2 streams of blue dragon energy slowly wandered on his arms and slowly seeped into his skin. Xiao Chen opened his eyes slightly and revealed a faint expression of joy on his face. He said, "I am just short of great perfection of the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. After today's battle, it looks like I will definitely reach greater mastery. However, I wonder if Gao Yangyu will give me this opportunity. It would be his turn soon." Xiao Chen thought for a while and stopped cultivating. He got up and walked to the front of the spectator stands to watch the matches. The one fighting was Xianxia. She used 2 Mandarin duck sabers. The strength of the challengers in the wrestling ring increased by the day. Today, the strength of the challengers was comparable to the outstanding talents of the various regions. After all, they were all middle-aged cultivators. Although the outstanding talents of the various regions were outstanding, they had not fully matured yet. Furthermore, they had a good grasp of the strength of the challengers. Every match was exceptionally difficult. If they wanted to obtain victory, they had to go all out. Even someone as strong as Xianxia had a hard time winning. There were even a few draws. After the 18 matches ended, Xianxia walked off the wrestling ring, feeling somewhat fatigued. She received the 4,000-odd medial grade spirit stones from the gray-robed old man. Her winning streak had come to an end. She could not accumulate her previous winning streaks. Today she had only won 15 matches. That was all she could obtain. Xianxia nodded gently at Xiaochen and returned to Jiang Zimo's side. Pei Xiaoxian, who had already recovered from some of his injuries, smiled bitterly and said, "It was not easy to obtain 60 consecutive victories. Now, even the last hope is gone." Jiang Zimo smiled faintly and said, "There is still Xiaochen's winning streak. Perhaps he still has hope." Pei Xiaoxian mocked, "What ability does he have? He could not even win against Ding Fengqiu." The others all expressed that they did not think well of Xiaochen. Yun Ping's words were as mocking as ever. "He is beaten to death every day. How could he obtain consecutive victories today? What a joke. Jiang Zimo, your eyesight is too poor." Xiaochen turned his head and swept his gaze across the people who spoke harshly. Finally, his gaze landed on Yun Ping. Although Xiaochen had been immersed in cultivation, he had used his spiritual sense to observe his surroundings. This was to ensure that when someone interrupted his cultivation, he would be able to retaliate immediately. These people's numbers were all in front of Xiaochen's. For the past few days, they had been mocking him non-stop like flies. No matter how good a person's temper was, they would still feel impatient. Yun Ping had suffered 17 consecutive defeats today. Furthermore, he had sustained significant sword injuries. He might not be able to recover by tomorrow. Yun Ping was in an extremely bad mood. When he felt Xiaochen's gaze, he said angrily, "What are you looking at? What are you trying to do? Could it be that I can't even say a few words to you? Who do you think you are?" "How annoying." Xiaochen frowned slightly. He pushed off the ground and his figure flashed, arriving before Yun Ping. "Pa!" Before Yun Ping could react, Xiaochen slapped him across the face. The sound of the slap was melodious, stunning everyone. "How dare you hit me? You!" This slap caused Yun Ping's face to swell up. Blood leaked out from the corner of his lips. Most importantly, it was done in front of everyone. This slap caused Yun Ping to lose all face. There was a saying that one should not hit the face when hitting someone. However, Xiaochen did not seem to care that much. Yun Ping grasped his sword hilt with his right hand and revealed a murderous intent. He was about to draw his sword and chop at Xiaochen. But Xiaochen did not give Yun Ping any chance to draw his sword. He slapped Yun Ping's left cheek and sent him flying. The spectators' stands fell silent. Several people gaped in shock as they looked at Xiaochen in disbelief. It was like this was the first time they met this fellow. At this moment, Xiaochen was extremely cold. His killing chi was withdrawn. Although it was not released, everyone felt a chill. Compared to the usual calm and indifferent Xiaochen, he was like a completely different person. A miserable shriek rang out as Xiaochen kicked Yun Ping's chest. That spot happened to be the wound that Yun Ping suffered today. Yun Ping's internal organs had just recovered a little when Xiaochen kicked him. The intense pain was a small matter. If Yun Ping's injuries worsened, he would not be able to participate in the next 2 days of the competition. That was to say, Yun Ping was completely disqualified from the first round of selections. This guy's kick must have been intentional. Several people in the field thought in their hearts. His attack was really not ordinary ruthless. You can say whatever you want, but after you make a move, he will beat you up until you are disqualified from the selections. The people who normally mocked Xiaochen quickly hid in a corner, avoiding Xiaochen's gaze. Xiao Rou looked at Yun Ping, who was lying on the ground in pain and despair. She snorted coldly and said, "Serves him right. Let's see if this fellow still dares to speak so viciously." When Ding Fengqiu saw the situation, he was not surprised. He had never thought that Xiaochen was someone who acted normally, someone who would have any reservations. Otherwise, Xiaochen would not have attacked Jin Wuji so mercilessly that day after learning his identity. Just because Xiao Chen had withdrawn his sharpness did not mean that he did not have it. Just because he did not have a temper did not mean that he had a good temper. This was Xiao Chen. As a bladesman, Xiao Chen's sharpness could not be reduced. His pride could not be broken. He wanted to condense his qi into saber intent. How could he allow others to humiliate him? Ding Fengqiu withdrew his gaze and stopped thinking. He only raised Xiao Chen's position in his heart. Like Jiang Zimo, Xiao Chen was one of Ding Fengqiu's biggest competitors for the 20 spots. When Pei Xiaoxian saw the scene, he felt a chill run down his spine. He felt an inexplicable chill. When Pei Xiaoxian thought about how he had just recovered from his injuries, he summoned out a spirit beast. He felt that it was not safe, so he summoned out another spirit beast. Then, he walked to a corner and started to treat his injuries. After doing all this, Xiao Chen ignored Yun Ping, who was lying on the ground, groaning. Then, he turned his gaze back to the wrestling ring. This person was already crippled and could not enter the ancient desolate tower. He would never be a threat to Xiao Chen. As long as Xiao Chen continued to grow stronger, the sect behind Yun Ping would not offend Xiao Chen for the sake of a second-rank genius. Even if Yun Ping made a move against Xiao Chen, he still had 2 medallions to use. Xiao Chen did not have to worry about making a move against Yun Ping. After Xiao Chen caused such a commotion, the atmosphere turned strange. The originally lively discussion stopped. It was like everyone was afraid of Xiao Chen. After a while, the voice of the gray-robed old man rang out, "Number 125, prepare to go out quickly." Xiao Chen leaped up gently and landed in the wrestling ring. After he left, many of the people in the wrestling ring heaved a sigh of relief for some reason. It was like a heavy stone had been lifted from their hearts. "I am Xiao Chen of the Great Qin Nation. Everyone, please give me some pointers." The sky slowly turned dark. The setting sun cast a fiery red glow over the wrestling ring, coating Xiao Chen's body with a faint red glow. Xiao Chen maintained a calm expression, neither happy nor angry. Just like that, Xiao Chen appeared before the crowd once again. "Xiao Chen, this fellow is coming up again. Can he continue to win?" Every time Xiao Chen won, he paid a heavy price. He was like a small leaf in a storm. In the storm, Xiao Chen was beaten into a mess. He rose and fell, but he persisted until the end every time, obtaining a victory that belonged to him. Would he continue to win? No one would say that he could. However, if they gave the opposite answer, no one would say that Xiao Chen would definitely lose. At this moment, Xiao Chen and the crowd in the spectator stands were all unfathomable. They were filled with boundless mysteries. It was hard to say whether Xiao Chen would win or not. Chapter 448. Of the 7 people with consecutive victories, only this person is left. Unfortunately, no matter what, it has nothing to do with me. I only bet 500 medial grade spirit stones on him. I bet less than you, only 200. I bet all of my bets on Ding Fengqiu. Me too, I bet most of my bets on Jiang Zimo. I only bet 700 medial grade spirit stones on him. Let's wait and see. If he loses today, all his consecutive victories will come to an end. It would be like the wrestling ring ended early. When Xiao Chen entered the arena, with his familiar voice and expression, the many cultivators in the spectators' stands perked up again. Many of them already had the mentality of watching the last match. After today, there would be no more consecutive victories. The greatest charm of the wrestling ring would be gone. It did not matter whether they watched or not. A strong wind blew in the arena. The wind howled and kicked up a cloud of dust, filling the air. This was a strong wind created by pure aura. Even though this person was here, his aura was already so strong. This person was not simple. Xiao Chen squinted his eyes and looked at the old man slowly descending from the sky. The person landed firmly on the ground. His hair and eyebrows were white, and wrinkles appeared on his face. He looked old and his voice was somewhat hoarse. He said indifferently, "Bai Mufeng, here to seek advice." It is actually Bai Mufeng. This old fellow has not come out for decades. I thought he was dead. I seem to remember this fellow. 50 or 60 years ago, he would often end the winning streaks of cultivators. After that, there was no news of him. Unexpectedly, he reappeared today. 50 years ago, he was already a superior-grade martial king. How horrifying is his cultivation now? He should be strong enough to kill Xiaoqin. This time it's all over. His last winning streak is about to end. When the spectators in the spectator stands saw the white-haired old man announce his name, they all shook their heads in regret. Originally, they thought that Xiaoqin would be able to obtain a few more consecutive victories. Now, they no longer held any hope. The reason for this was that the difference in cultivation was too great. Boom. Bai Mufeng did not pay attention to the surrounding voices. After he finished speaking, a 1-meter-long sword appeared in his hand and he waved it. A thick sword chi that was over 20 meters long swept out with boundless momentum. As the sword chi surged, it seemed as if even the air was being split in half. Xiaoqin tapped the ground with his toes and quickly dodged to the side, temporarily avoiding the attack. Boom! As soon as his foot left the ground, the thick sword chi crashed into the ground. With a loud bang, the sword chi created a long ravine that was half a meter deep. What a guy! The treasured sword hasn't aged. Instead, it's surging even more. Seeing this scene, the audience on the stage cried out in surprise. Boom boom boom. A strong wind blew and Bai Mufeng's figure flickered. He brandished his sword 4 times in a row and the 4 strands of sword chi intertwined with each other, spinning continuously. Every sword chi was more than 20 meters long. Like a windmill, they descended from the sky and pressed down on Xiaoqin. Whirlwind sword chop, Bai Mufeng's famous consummate skill. The power of the sword descends from the sky. You can't dodge this move, you can only face it head-on. Unexpectedly, this old fellow is still so strong. I remember that he could only brandish his sword twice in the past. Now, he can brandish his sword 4 times. Seeing this whirlwind sword chop, a sword expert immediately started explaining. Xiaoqin looked up and saw that the 4 strands of sword chi were spinning rapidly. He could no longer see their outlines, he could only see blurry shadows. The power of the sword condensed in the sky, carrying a supreme might as it slowly pressed down. Xiaoqin felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. He had no way to dodge. Even a mountain is pressing down. Where can you hide? The whirlwind sword chop has reached such a level. What an exquisite sword move. Xiaoqin frowned slightly. He thought to himself, unexpectedly, I can't dodge it. Since I can't dodge, I will break it for you. Xiaoqin shouted and the acupoints on his palm burst open. Boom! A strand of dragon chi gathered in his right arm. In that instant, Xiaoqin felt like he was filled with boundless strength. He could even shatter a mountain. The dragon chi gathered in his 5 fingers and he clenched his left hand into a fist. Then, Xiaoqin soared into the sky at the center of the whirlwind sword chop. You overestimate yourself. So what if you can break it? Bai Mufeng snorted coldly. The essence in his body surged and his clothes fluttered continuously. Pooh, pooh. The air started to surge along with the fluttering of his clothes. It formed a strong wind that howled back and forth in the dueling ring, rising and falling like waves. Whirlwind sword chop, 5 swords. Whirlwind sword chop, 6 swords. Whirlwind sword chop, 7 swords. Bai Mufeng's aura rose continuously. A strong wind blew and the sky changed color as he brandished his sword continuously. Boom, boom, boom. The whirlwind sword chop grew larger and larger as it flew at Xiaoqin. As the sword chi spun, it stirred up a horrifying storm. The ground split open and huge chunks of soil flew into the sky, unable to withstand the horrifying force. Damn it! What is this Bai Mufeng trying to do? He is clearly trying to kill Xiaoqin. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. As the strong wind blew, several martial saint cultivators in the spectator stands could not stand stably and started to sway. However, Bai Mufeng did not stop. In the end, he sent out a whirlwind sword chop consisting of 10 strands of sword chi. Only then did he slow down. Boo! Pooh! Bai Mufeng panted continuously. After he sent out these 10 whirlwind sword chop, he seemed to have aged 10 years. His entire person also became extremely weak. He could no longer exert any strength. Layers upon layers of whirlwind sword slashes, each larger and stronger than the previous one, looked like a continuous mountain range that overlapped with each other. The expressions of the various outstanding talents in the spectators' stands changed. This was especially so for those cultivators who were not on good terms with Xiaoqin. They all had joyful expressions on their faces. They could tell that the might of these 7 whirlwind sword chop was boundless. An ordinary martial king would not be able to withstand it. It was very likely that Xiaoqin would die under these layers of whirlwind sword chop. How could they be happy? Jiang Zimo, Xia Xian, and the others all had worried expressions on their faces. They had not expected such an intense scene to occur in the wrestling ring. Xiaoqian's expression was calm. He ignored the strong wind and the rocks flying around him. He punched the center of the pinwheel sword chop, which was at the very front, where the sword chi intersected. Break! The whirlwind sword chop shattered and a huge force surged into Xiaoqian's body, causing his internal organs to churn. The shattered sword chi were like knives raining down on Xiaoqian's body, leaving behind bloody wounds. Boom! The second acupoint on Xiaoqian's left arm, below his palm, exploded. The 2 strands of dragon chi merged and shattered it with one punch. Then he followed up with the second whirlwind sword chop. The third acupoint exploded. Once again, Xiaoqian broke through an even more powerful pinwheel sword chop, slashing his way through. When the final 5 strands of dragon chi gathered, Xiaoqian had already broken through the whirlwind sword chop formed by the 9 strands of sword chi. Only the last strand of sword chi remained. It was also the strongest, the whirlwind sword chop with 10 strands of sword chi. Xiaoqian's clothes were already in tatters from the shattered sword chi. Wounds of various sizes covered his body. There was not a single part of him that was unscathed. If not for his strong physical body, just the shattered sword chi would have torn Xiaoqian to shreds countless times over. When Xiaoqian saw the final whirlwind sword chop, he shouted. The blue dragon tattoo on his right arm suddenly came to life. His right fist, which he had not used, finally exploded out. Bang! A dragon might spread out, completely suppressing that mountain-like aura. There was a loud sound, and the entire wrestling ring could not help but tremble a few times. Whoosh! The whirlwind sword chop formed by the 10 strands of sword chi shattered into countless strands of sword chi. They fell to the ground like rain. Amid the rain of sword chi, Xiaoqian descended from the sky and punched at Bai Mufeng. When Bai Mufeng saw Xiaoqian break the 10 whirlwind sword chop, his eyes filled with shock. He had not expected such an ending. Bai Mufeng wanted to resist, but he discovered that he had already exhausted all his essence on the whirlwind sword chop. He did not have any strength left. Bang! With a punch, Bai Mufeng's aged body floated into the sky like a kite with a broken string. Pu Si. Pu Si. The rapidly descending sword chi struck Bai Mufeng's body like rain. Soon, thousands of holes appeared on his body, leaving behind countless bloody holes. When Bai Mufeng landed, he was completely dead. A strong wind blew. The spectators could not accept this fact. Bai Mufeng was actually killed by the shattered sword chi that he sent out. Damn, he is still alive. Yun Ping endured the intense pain as he looked at Xiaoqian, who was still standing. His heart filled with hatred. Xia Xian and the others heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were astonished at Xiaoqian's strength. Up in the tall tower, Gao Yangyu's expression remained calm. He looked at the bleeding and injured Xiaoqian, who was panting. He said, "Tell Tuoba Luyun to prepare to fight. Don't give this fellow any time to vent. I do not want him to lose, I just want him to die." The strength that Xiaoqian displayed made Gao Yangyu not hold much hope of defeating Xiaoqian in one go. Bai Mufeng originally did not have much lifespan left. He was already very satisfied that he could reduce Xiaoqian to such a miserable state. When the other old men in the room saw Gao Yangyu's cold expression, they all felt a slight chill. Unexpectedly, Gao Yangyu did not lament the death of one of his subordinates. Such cold-bloodedness made everyone tremble in fear. Dida, Dida. Blood dripped from Xiaoqian's wounds onto the ground. Pain spread throughout his entire body. It was hard to imagine that a martial king could send out 10 layers of whirlwind sword chops. Even with Xiaoqian's essence, he would not be able to sustain the exhaustion of this move. Only an old monster like Bai Mufeng, who had lived for more than 150 years, could do this. Unfortunately, Bai Mufeng had not expected Xiaochen to have the blue dragon's qi. That was the power of a half-step martial monarch's full power strike. This was also a trump card that Xiaochen would not use unless he had no other choice. Once he used it, he would be able to break any killing move under half-step martial monarch. Even so, Xiaochen found the injuries somewhat unbearable. Although the external injuries looked horrifying, they were small matters. It was just some pain. After enduring it for a while, it would pass. With Xiaochen's mental state, it would not affect his combat. Chapter 449. The more serious ones were internal injuries. Every time he destroyed that round of sword slashes, the intense shockwave would shake his internal organs. After accumulating so many times, his 5 viscera and 6 bowels had suffered considerable damage. If he continued to fight, his injuries would worsen. Right at this moment, clumps of red light invisible to the naked eye floated out from Bai Muron's corpse. The amount of red light was actually about the same as the high-ranked blood demons that Xiaochen had killed in the past. Moreover, it was much less baleful and did not have as many negative emotions as the demon dwellers. In an instant, it made Xiaochen's entire body feel a lot more comfortable. Buzz buzz buzz. The scarlet throne in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness started to surge. Xiaochen felt the energy he expended recovering continuously. Inside the throne, the pool of blood was also growing in circles. Xiaochen cut off the pleasure and spat out a mouthful of black blood. He suddenly felt much more relaxed. Shio! A heavy sound rang out. It was the second challenger. Xiaochen's eyes had already recovered their clarity. When he looked up, he saw that it was Tuoba Luyan, who had defeated Pei Xiaoxian. Tuoba Luyan removed his mace, and the black wolf tattoo on his body slowly spread out. He said sullenly, "Sorry, I do not like to take advantage of others. However, this is a wrestling ring. To you, there is no such thing as fairness." Xiaochen said indifferently, "There is no need to say anything more. Ever since I entered the wrestling ring, I have never thought of true fairness." Xiaochen activated the blood flame shoes and moved as fast as lightning. Tiger and dragon roars came from his fists as he took the initiative to attack. The other party's black wolf tattoo was a little strange. Xiaochen did not want to give the other party too much time. He wanted to stop the black wolf tattoo from spreading. Bang! Tuoba Luyun calmly swung his spiked mace to receive Xiaochen's fist. The fist and the spiked mace clashed violently. With a loud bang, a ripple immediately spread in the air. Xiaochen used the rebound force from the mace and flipped in the air. The fist wind howled as it punched at Tuoba Luyun's head. Tuoba Luyun reacted very quickly. He took a step back and swung his mace at Xiaochen again. Bang bang bang. Using the rebound force from the mace, Xiaochen moved up and down. His fist winds were like lightning as he continuously attacked Tuoba Luyun with the Great Dragon Tiger Fist. Tuoba Luyun's black wolf tattoo was forced to stop spreading. He could only continue to face his enemies. He increased his strength a few times. Tuoba Luyun wanted to swing his staff at Xiaochen so that his black wolf tattoo would appear. However, Tuoba Luyun was blocked by Xiaochen. Why is this fellow so strong? Tuoba Luyun could not take down Xiaochen after attacking for a long time. Slowly, he started to feel frustrated. Tuoba Luyun was a barbarian warrior, and that black wolf was the totem of his tribe. If he could not summon it, his strength would be halved. Tuoba Luyun knew that Xiaochen was very strong. However, Tuoba Luyun did not care much about it. After all, he was a barbarian warrior famous for his strength. However, when he clashed with Xiaochen, he realized that his strength could not reach Xiaochen at all. If not for the special material of his mace, he might have been suppressed by Xiaochen. Boom, boom, boom. The Great Dragon Tiger Fist worked with the Blue Dragon Cloud soaring art. Xiaochen was like a soaring blue dragon. As Xiaochen moved up and down, he forced Tuoba Luyun to retreat continuously, forcing him to retreat continuously. This cannot continue. This fellow does not seem to be injured at all. I have to knock him back in one strike and summon out my totem. Wolf Fang break. Tuoba Luyun shouted and brandished his mace. A black wolf appeared, looking very solid. It carried a vicious aura as it swung at Xiaochen. The black wolf's strange eyes looked at Xiao Chen. It looked like a beast god, making one's heart tremble. This strange energy actually has a mental attack as well. Xiao Chen smiled faintly to himself. Unfortunately, it is useless against me. It is time to end this. Boom! Not intending to hide his strength, Xiao Chen merged his vital qi and essence. His strength immediately reached 400,000 kilograms of force. The surging energy in his fist wind could not help but explode. Bang! 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 The black wolf was instantly shattered by the explosive energy. It only managed to resist for a moment. Tuobalun laughed loudly and said, "I did not expect you to be hiding your strength. Unfortunately, I am too late." In the short time that the black wolf blocked, the tattoo on Tuobalun's body had already spread out. The image of a black wolf slowly appeared behind Tuobalun. Too late? I don't think so. Xiao Chen shattered the black wolf. The instant Tuobalun summoned his totem, Xiao Chen placed his right hand on Tuobalun's chest. Pu Si. The palm sword shot out and a bowl-sized hole immediately appeared in Tuobalun's chest. Blood leaked out of the corner of Tuobalun's mouth, and his eyes filled with shock. The image of the black wolf that was about to form behind Tuobalun slowly scattered. He had not expected that just as the situation was about to turn around, Xiao Chen would immediately end the battle. Bang! Xiao Chen sent out another palm strike. His vital qi and essence merged, and Tuobalun was knocked back by Xiao Chen. Tuobalun could no longer get up. The palm sword circled around and returned to Xiao Chen's palm once again. 48 wins in a row. Can he keep winning? When the many cultivators in the spectator stands saw Tuobalun lying on the ground, their emotions surged. This was Tuobalun, who had defeated even Pei Xiaoxian. Unexpectedly, Tuobalun lost to Xiao Chen. Furthermore, he did not even have the chance to use his totem. Pa! Gao Yangyu smacked the windowsill violently. His expression turned sullen again. After that, he calmed himself and said, "Don't be afraid. I still have Mo Yen. He is someone that even Ding Fengqiu could not defeat." Right now, the only people Gao Yangyu could use were Mo Yen and Shifeng. The experts he hired had all been used up on Jiang Zimo and the others. If Gao Yangyu had known that Xiao Chen would be so difficult to deal with, he might have reconsidered his arrangements. When will Shifeng return? Gao Yangyu asked, feeling somewhat frustrated. As the main character of the wrestling ring, Shifeng could come and go as she pleased. Even Gao Yangyu could not control her. Shifeng could come and go as she pleased. She did not care about the wrestling ring at all. City Lord, Shifeng left 2 days ago. The earliest she will return is tomorrow. Gao Yangyu said angrily, "Bastard! To think I gave her such a high reward. She did not even give me face at such a crucial moment. If I let Xiao Chen continue winning, I will lose at least 1 million medial-grade spirit stones." Back in the wrestling ring, Xiao Chen watched as Mo Yen summoned out the 3 shields and stopped moving. He smiled faintly and said, "Are you planning to use the tortoise tactic?" As the shield danced in the air, Mo Yen said indifferently, "Is it a good tactic to end your winning streak?" Xiao Chen withdrew his smile and stomped on the ground ferociously. Bang! A crack immediately appeared in the ground. A wave of chi blades flew rapidly towards Mo Yen as the crack extended. Mo Yen formed hand seals with both hands, and the 3 palm-sized shields quickly enlarged. Then he stomped on the ground as well. A formless energy spread out, and the crack stopped 3 meters in front of the shields. Dang! Ding! Ding! Seeing that this move did not work, Xiao Chen's figure flashed and he quickly punched at Mo Yen. When the fist wind struck the shield, it gave off a loud sound. Xiao Chen's fist turned numb. However, Mo Yen, who was inside the shield, only turned slightly red. He was not affected at all. This shield should be a medial-grade secret treasure. Furthermore, the other party should know some defensive techniques. Otherwise, he would not be so difficult to deal with. Xiao Chen used his pure vital qi to attack several hundred times. However, he could not take down Mo Yen for a long time, so he could only give up and continue using brute force. Mo Yen sneered from behind the shield. "Are you feeling pain in your hand? Come on, I won't fall before your own arm is crippled. Xiaochen could not help but feel angry. This fellow is too noisy. He is just like a tortoise. No, he is even harder to deal with than a tortoise. When Ding Fengqiu saw the scene, he shook his head slightly. He had personally experienced the might of this shield. That defensive power could only be described as monstrous. Ding Fengqiu even suspected that even a half-step martial monarch would not be able to do anything to this fellow. 49 consecutive victories. As long as he wins one more, he will reach 50 consecutive victories. Is he going to end like this? The cultivators in the spectator stands who had placed some spirit stones on Xiaochen thought in dissatisfaction as they looked at the clueless Xiaochen. 3 palm-sized shields floated quietly beside Mo Yen. Mo Yen had a relaxed expression as he looked at Xiaochen with some mockery. Why is he out of energy? Or is his hand really crippled? Xiaochen closed his eyes and ignored the other party's words. He started to think of a countermeasure. Ding Fengqiu has the art of controlling swords and an even stronger state of massacre. Even so, he could not break this person's shield. This meant that those under half-step martial monarch would not be able to break this person's shield with pure offensive power. I have to think of another way. It would also be hard to break through with speed. That shield had the ability to automatically capture the enemy's movements. Unless one's speed was Mach 4, it would be useless. If one could not break through with speed or strength, this shield would be a headache for those under half-step martial monarch. It felt like there was no way to break through it. No wonder even someone as strong as Ding Fengqiu could only end up in a draw. I got it. After a while, Xiaochen opened his eyes and his lips curled up in an arc. He finally thought of a countermeasure. If I cannot break it with speed or strength, can I block a physical attack? Can I block a mental attack? Right now, Xiaochen's mental energy was very strong. It was as strong as a martial monarch's. Although Xiaochen's attack methods were lacking and he needed a long time to prepare, it was not suitable to use in a proper battle. However, it was very suitable for someone like Mo Yen, who took the initiative to ask for peace. As long as the other party revealed an opening, Xiaochen would be able to break through immediately. Without the protection of the shield, this guy was just a piece of trash. Suddenly, the mental energy in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness started to surge. After a while, it formed a deity. Under Xiaochen's control, it left the sea of consciousness and flew towards Mo Yen. Xiaochen left the sea of consciousness and headed for Mo Yen, who was behind the shield. When the formless deity pierced through the shield, Xiaochen was surprised to discover that the deity's glow weakened significantly. This shield actually had the effect of weakening mental energy. Chapter 450. Fortunately, it was only weakening and not blocking. Xiaochen had achieved his goal. Mo Yen, who was inside the shield, looked at the helpless Xiaochen. He felt very pleased with himself and was about to say a few mocking words when he suddenly discovered that the scene before him had changed. However, he suddenly realized that the scene in front of him had suddenly changed. On the barren land, a deity with supreme majesty stood in midair. What's going on? Wasn't I in Wrestling City? How did I end up here? Mo Yen thought to himself as he looked around blankly. Oh no, this is an illusion. Mo Yen reacted quickly. He quickly bit the tip of his tongue and felt a wave of pain. Then, the illusion before him slowly disappeared. However, when Mo Yen recovered his senses, he discovered that Xiaochen had already entered the shield at some point in time. Now, Xiaochen was standing less than half a meter in front of him. How did you get in? Mo Yen exclaimed in horror. However, after Mo Yen finished speaking, he suddenly understood what was going on. Mo Yen must have lost control of the shield when he was distracted, allowing Xiaochen to take advantage of it. Bang! Bang! Xiaochen used his fist to answer Mo Yen's question. He sent out an unending stream of fist winds, causing Mo Yen to howl in pain. Who asked you to be so arrogant? Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because I have a turtle shield? Now, I am beating you. Mo Yen did not even have a chance to dodge in the narrow space. After he was beaten half to death, Xiaochen finally stopped. When the spectators saw this, they felt it was strange. They did not know how Xiaochen managed to find a loophole in the seemingly flawless shield a moment ago. However, after a while, the spectators realized that Xiao Chen had won. He had already obtained 49 consecutive victories. The spectators immediately erupted in thunderous cheers. After defeating 3 of the opponents that Gao Yangyu arranged, Xiao Chen's next opponents were more normal. They were no longer ridiculously strong. Xiao Chen continued to use his vital qi to fight. He felt that the firmament body tempering art was about to reach great perfection. As long as he did not encounter a situation that he could not handle, he would not merge his essence and vital qi. Xiao Chen would not merge his essence and vital qi. As he fought battle after battle, Xiao Chen's consecutive victories started to accumulate crazily. 50, 51, 52, 53. Dong. War drums resounded endlessly. Dragons roared and tigers roared in the wrestling ring. Xiao Chen's aura flourished. Although it was still difficult for him to win, he managed to persevere and win. When Xiao Chen achieved his 60th consecutive victory, the entire wrestling ring erupted with excitement. Several of the cultivators who had voted for Xiao Chen stood up excitedly. 60 consecutive victories. This fellow really obtained 60 consecutive victories. He finally recouped some of his capital. Who could have thought that he would break the record of 60 consecutive victories? Yun Ping's Xiao Chen's expression became extremely complicated. They clenched their fists and bit their lips. Was it envy, jealousy, or shame? There was no way to describe what they were feeling now. He felt like he was envy, or Xiao. Was Xiao. Chen was he and was Chen. And was Chen. Xiao Chen and he was. His entire body was filled with boundless energy. Every part of his body was a sharp weapon that could injure others. During the battle, Xiao Chen's understanding of vital qi reached a whole new level. He felt that he was already very close to great perfection of the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. In fact, as long as Gao Yangyu interfered with the crowd and sent out cultivators to deal with them, Gao Yangyu would not be able to defeat them. If Jiang Zimo and the others fought normally, it would not be a problem for them to obtain consecutive victories. These geniuses cultivated the best cultivation techniques and martial techniques in the same cultivation realm. Furthermore, they had strong comprehension ability and talent. Xiao Chen had reached the peak in every aspect. He would find few opponents under half-step martial monarch. From the fact that Ding Fengqiu and the others could continue winning after their consecutive victories, it was clear that they were not geniuses on the same level as Yun Ping and the others. As long as they could break through Gao Yangyu's sniping, they would be able to continue their winning streak. Unfortunately, due to various reasons, Jiang Zimo and the others' winning streaks ended. Ding Fengqiu looked at Xiao Chen, whose robes were stained with blood and his body riddled with wounds. He felt somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. This fellow is always so unremarkable. He is neither hot nor cold. However, when he explodes out in the end, he startles everyone. Xiao Chen won every match with great difficulty. There were no highlights at all. It gave the impression that he would not be able to last until the next day. When Ding Fengqiu, Jiang Zimo, Pei Shaoxian, and Mu Xinya's winning streaks all ended because of Gao Yangyu's sniping, only Xiao Chen persisted. Only he had persisted all the way. Just like in the past, he had won miserably and painstakingly, but he had truly won 60 matches in a row. He didn't use any flashy moves, nor did he use any threatening postures. He was just like that, ordinary and indifferent as he continued to win his way through the battles. Xiao Rou's final eruption exceeded everyone's expectations. Xiao Rou smiled happily and said, "Senior sister, Xiao Chen has obtained 60 consecutive victories. Let's see if those people still dare to say anything." Xiaxian looked at Xiao Chen and sighed softly. Unexpectedly, after everyone lost, he is the only one with the last laugh. Boom. Boom. When Xiao Chen fought his final opponent of the day, he opened another 3 acupoints on his left arm. 3 streams of azure-colored dragon qi filled his arms, and all the bones and joints in his body started to crackle loudly. All the muscles in his body pulsed, and his blood surged. The most primitive vital qi that came from his bones continuously filled Xiao Chen's entire body. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. He thought to himself, unexpectedly, I broke through in the middle of a fight. I have reached great perfection of the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. Xiaochen clenched his fists and felt all the energy in his body gather together. Not only did Xiaochen open 3 acupoints, but his strength also increased from 255,000 kilograms of force to 600,000 kilograms of force. When his opponent saw that Xiaochen was in a daze, he rejoiced in his heart. He sent out an unparalleled saber light at Xiaochen. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "Break for me." Xiaochen clenched his right fist and punched at the sky. There were 2 bang sounds. That dense saber light shattered, and the fist wind exploded. Xiaochen unleashed a total of 600,000 kilograms of force, forming a whirlwind in the air. He pulled his opponent into the air and spun him around. Defeat. Xiaochen pushed off the ground and punched with both fists. A tiger and a dragon appeared. The roars of the tiger and the dragon resounded throughout the entire arena. The energy of the tiger and dragon struck the bladesman, who was pulled into the air by Xiaochen's vital qi, and sent him flying back more than a kilometer. After obtaining the final victory, Xiaochen obtained his 64th consecutive victory. He was now the only gladiator with a winning streak. When Xiaochen felt the cheers of the entire arena and the gasps of the crowd, he remained calm. He did not have many fluctuations, just like before. When the gray-robed old man saw Xiaochen return victorious, he felt a pang in his heart. He took out boxes of spirit stones while trembling slightly. After 64 consecutive victories, Xiaochen would be able to obtain close to 200,000 medial-grade spirit stones. At this moment, the madness of his consecutive victories finally revealed itself. Even a regular half-step martial monarch would not have such a large sum of medial-grade spirit stones. When the gray-robed old man saw Xiaochen store the spirit stones into the medial-grade universe ring, he did not congratulate Xiaochen like he usually did. The gray-robed old man felt a myriad of emotions in his heart. He had not expected this youth to go so far. Close to 200,000 medial-grade spirit stones was just a small sum. The gray-robed old man was very clear on Xiaochen's 60 consecutive victories. Gao Yangyu, the banker of the betting area, had lost at least 2 million medial-grade spirit stones. Gao Yangyu probably felt like chopping Xiaochen into pieces. Congratulations! Jiang Zimo and the others said with a smile as they walked over to Xiaochen. Xiaochen smiled gently and politely cupped his hands in thanks to everyone. As for those envious gazes, he chose to ignore them. If Xiaochen had not mercilessly crippled Yunping, there might still be some discordant voices in the crowd. Unfortunately, these people already knew of Xiaochen. Under his indifferent appearance, there was a sharp aura. It was not that Xiaochen did not have a temper or strength. It was just that he could not be bothered with them normally. Furthermore, with Yunping's fate before them, who would dare to seek trouble for themselves? They only glanced at Xiaochen with envy before quickly withdrawing their gazes. Inside the tall tower, Gao Yangyu was not as berserk as everyone expected. Instead, his expression was so calm that it was scary. The atmosphere in the room was very stifling. When the subordinates at the 2 sides saw the expressionless Gao Yangyu sitting in the middle, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Everyone knew that in the wrestling ring that just ended, Gao Yangyu had lost 4 million medial-grade spirit stones. Originally, he had only bet 1 million medial-grade spirit stones on Xiaochen. However, someone suddenly increased it to 1 million, doubling Gao Yangyu's losses for no reason. If Xiaochen continued to win tomorrow and achieved his 70 consecutive victories, the payout would double again, reaching 4 times. Then his losses would reach 800 medial-grade spirit stones. Gao Yangyu had only earned 20 million medial-grade spirit stones. After deducting the various costs and bribing his subordinates, he had only earned a few million medial-grade spirit stones. He had only obtained a few million gold coins. If Xiaochen continued to win, he would really go bankrupt, and his reputation would be tarnished. After a while, Gao Yangyu tapped the table with his finger a few times. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Why are you all not saying anything? Are you just sitting there waiting for death?" The group of old men exchanged glances, not daring to say anything. Gao Yangyu snorted coldly. Then, he turned to the nearest old man on his left and asked, Are you sure Feng will return tomorrow? The old man broke out in a cold sweat. He said in a trembling voice, "It is hard to say. She said that she would return tomorrow. However, if she really does not return, there is nothing we can do about her." When Gao Yangyu heard this, his face sank slightly. A strange light flickered in his eyes as though he was making a decision. If Feng arrived tomorrow, all she had to do was end Xiao Chen's winning streak at 70 consecutive victories. Although she would suffer heavy losses, she would still be able to earn a few 100,000 medial-grade spirit stones. However, if she came late and Xiao Chen reached 80 consecutive victories, she would suffer a great loss. She would have to cough up all the money she had earned over the past few years. This was the first time Gao Yangyu encountered such a situation since he took control of Wrestling City. The Rank A wrestling ring was held only once every 3 years. In the past wrestling rings, there had never been so many geniuses. At most, there would only be 2 or 3 people competing. Even so, everything was still within Gao Yangyu's control. He had successfully defeated all the other popular characters. Chapter 451. However, they did not expect that an inferior-grade martial king, whom they did not pay much attention to, would slip through their net. They had failed to assassinate him multiple times. No, I cannot afford to lose. There is no chance of that happening. It was not easy for me to reach my current position. I have worked hard for most of my life. If I lose the vast resources of Wrestling City, I will never be able to advance to Martial Monarch. Gao Yangyu finally made up his mind. He said, "Tomorrow, put up a notice to activate the 100 victory rule. If we are going to play, let's play it big." The moment Gao Yangyu said this, the expressions of all the old men changed. They were clearly astonished. Once the 100 victory rule was activated, if Xiao Chen obtained 100 victories, then the people who bet on him would receive 32 times their bets. This was double the original 16 times. However, the requirements were stricter as well. If Xiao Chen did not obtain 100 victories, the people who bet on him would not receive a single cent. City Lord, isn't this a little too big? An old man asked, trembling with fear. Gao Yangyu said indifferently, "I am free to think about it. Most people cannot afford to play with the 100 victory rule. Once the 100 victory rule is activated, at least half of the people will stop playing early." Gao Yangyu was right. 60 consecutive victories had already allowed the people who bet on him to double their bets. The risk of a 100 victory rule was too great. Since the establishment of the wrestling ring, no one had heard of anyone obtaining 100 victories. Even in the Rank A wrestling ring, no one had ever obtained 100 victories. The highest record was 80 consecutive victories in the core island of the Northern Archipelago. After the 100 victory rule was activated, most people would calmly choose to stop while they were ahead. An old man said worriedly, "However, that extra 1 million medial-grade spirit stones, it is clear that someone wants to make a wild gamble. He might not stop." Gao Yangyu smiled coldly and said, "It is best if he stops. If he does not, I will make him lose everything. Those who go against me will not have a good ending." The crowd thought about it carefully and felt that this was a good idea. As long as they could end the 100 victory rule, they would only lose 4 million medial-grade spirit stones. However, if Gao Yangyu failed, the payout of 32 times was terrifying. Not only would Gao Yangyu be finished, but they would also be finished as well. Gao Yangyu's expression eased up as he said, "Don't overthink. Go out and do your things. Give Feng 2 days. How could she not return in time? You still don't believe in her strength." When everyone thought of Feng's horrifying strength, they calmed down, feeling that she would not fail. "Then we'll start to prepare for the publicity. I promise that before tomorrow's game starts, everyone will know about the winner's token. I'll leave first." After the old man finished speaking, he slowly left. Soon, only Gao Yangyu was left in the room. Seeing the final person disappear from his sight, Gao Yangyu's expression immediately turned grave. Killing intent filled his eyes. Under that terrifying aura, all the decorations in the room started to shake uncontrollably. Xiao Chen had spent most of his life in the ancient desolate land. Unexpectedly, an insignificant inferior-grade martial king forced him to take out the all-conquering medallion. When Gao Yangyu thought about Xiao Chen's mocking smile at him in the wrestling ring, he could not suppress his rage. If not for the Heavenly Extermination Union, Gao Yangyu would have broken the wrestling ring's rules and personally killed Xiao Chen. How hateful! Bang, bang, bang. Gao Yangyu felt depressed as he smashed his palm on the table. The flower pots, water bottles, and wind curtains in the room all exploded. Early the next morning, Xiao Chen entered the spectators' stands punctually. As usual, he went to his corner and started cultivating again. When fighting with vital qi, Xiao Chen's physical body cultivation improved rapidly. In a mere 4 days, he already reached great perfection in the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. Now that he was at the pinnacle of perfection, he would be done with the cultivation of the 4th level, and he would be able to start on the 5th level. After this opportunity, it would be very difficult to encounter such a high-intensity battle in the future. Xiao Chen intended to use the remaining 2 days to make one final push to peak consummation of the 4th layer. Now that they saw Xiao Chen's actions, no one dared to say that Xiao Chen was making a last-minute effort. If they said that, it would be like slapping their own faces. Those who said that in the past all felt their faces turn red. As time ticked by, the duels in the dueling ring continued in full swing, accompanied by the rumbling drums. However, the spectators did not pay much attention to the wrestling ring. Occasionally, they would look at the spectator stands where the contestants were. Clearly, the matches in the wrestling ring no longer attracted the crowd's attention. Unexpectedly, Gao Yangyu took out the all-conquering medallion. This is the first time in the history of Wrestling City, right? However, achieving 100 victories is too difficult. In the entire ancient desolate land, I have never heard of anyone in the other wrestling cities in the surrounding islands obtaining 100 victories. Indeed, I have already withdrawn all my bets. I have already earned 5,000 medial grade spirit stones. I don't want to lose out on something small. Me too. Otherwise, if I fail to achieve 100 victories, I will lose everything. However, I still want to see how many consecutive victories this Xiao Chen can obtain. Perhaps, it is not impossible for him to obtain 100 victories. The focus of everyone's discussion was on the all-conquering medallion that Gao Yangyu took out. Their gazes were on the spectator stands, waiting for Xiao Chen to make his next appearance. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen was the last to make his appearance. They had been waiting for a long time. When the sun set again, a cultivator with sharp eyes shouted, "Xiao Chen is coming out." Everyone immediately looked over and raised their heads in anticipation. The great Qi nation's Xiao Chen seeks everyone's guidance. A familiar voice resounded throughout the wrestling ring once again. Then, a war drum resounded, and the entire wrestling city erupted into an uproar. Using vital qi to fight his enemies, Xiao Chen used his vital qi to execute the Great Dragon Tiger Fist. After 3 days of practice, he had become more familiar with it. Furthermore, he discovered that when he used his vital qi to execute the fist technique, he could perfectly materialize the mysterious phenomenon of a dragon and tiger. Its might was much stronger than when he used his essence. The dragon and tiger roared as Xiao Chen tested out his many ideas in front of his opponents. After the consecutive battles, Xiao Chen's understanding of vital qi rose to new heights. This allowed Xiao Chen to benefit a lot. Xiao Chen did not view consecutive victories as important. To him, the most important thing in these 100 battles was cultivation. The rewards of consecutive victories were very tempting. However, he could not fight for the rewards. Instead, he fought for cultivation. Xiao Chen continuously improved himself through the battles. He had never forgotten that this was only the first round of selection for the ancient desolate tower. The second round of selection would be the truly intense battles. At that time, he would have to face peak experts like Ding Fengqiu and Jiang Zimo. There were 5 or 6 people in his group. Xiao Chen did not dare say that he could defeat them all. If the other groups worked together, the situation would be even more dangerous. After all, there were only 20 slots for the ancient desolate tower. If Xiao Chen could not enter the next floor, it would be very difficult for him to obtain those 20 slots. Boom, boom, boom. Dragon and tiger roars accompanied the rumbling of the war drums. Xiao Chen brought out his 300,000 kilograms of vital qi to the limits. His figure flickered, and when he landed on the ground, cracks would appear on the ground beneath his feet. The circulation of vital qi was much faster than that of essence. Furthermore, Xiao Chen attacked very quickly. This resulted in Xiao Chen's attacks being very sharp. After he could use his vital qi to execute the Great Dragon Tiger Fist, Xiao Chen's fighting style was different from before. Xiao Chen's aura soared, suppressing his opponent. His strong physique gave him the capital to clash head-on. He won another 6 matches. Xiao Chen already has 70 consecutive victories. This fellow's strength seems to have improved significantly compared to the past 3 days. Did you all notice? He seems to be using this wrestling ring as a place to test something. A cultivator with good observation skills asked when he saw that Xiao Chen was no longer in a sorry state. Now that you mentioned it, I noticed it as well. I remember that the Great Qin Nation's Xiao Chen is a bladesman. He even has the title white-robed bladesman. Today, there is a white robe. However, I do not see a saber. I noticed that he has been using his fists and legs. I thought I heard wrong. Could it be that he was in such a sorry state a few days ago just to test the results of his cultivation of his fists and legs? Then he succeeded after 3 days? After the first cultivator spoke, the discussion about Xiao Chen's sudden turnaround suddenly increased. If this was really the case, everyone found it inconceivable. These people had clearly seen the injuries that Xiao Chen suffered in the past few days. It was hard to imagine that Xiao Chen had to endure such inhumane pain just to test out a certain aspect of his cultivation, and he had to hide his identity as a bladesman. In the end, an old man sighed softly. This youth is talented and has perseverance. He can endure torture. What's more, he has a calm state of mind. There have never been too many fluctuations because of the rewards for consecutive victories or difficult battles. In this budding age of geniuses, he will definitely be one of the most important characters on the stage. Xiao Chen's performance today had indeed surpassed many people's expectations. He had been in a sorry state for the past 4 days. It was rare for Xiao Chen to suppress his opponent and force him to retreat, holding the advantage from start to end. Ding Fengqiu, Jiang Zimo, and the others exchanged glances. They all felt somewhat astonished in their hearts. At the top of the tall pagoda in the distance, a graceful girl wearing black leather armor had appeared beside a drummer at some point in time. She carried 2 short swords crossed on her back, and she wore a half-black mask, revealing only her face above the bridge of her nose. She looked very mysterious. The skin that was exposed outside the leather armor was very delicate. It was as white as snow and looked very delicate. The figure under the black leather armor was exquisite and very alluring. The black-armored girl looked at the 2 people fighting intensely in the distant wrestling ring. She looked at the white-robed youth with interest. Her deep eyes revealed a pensive expression. She muttered softly, "He is so strong just by relying on his vital qi." No wonder Gao Yangyu felt such a headache. Chapter 452. After Shi Feng spoke, she gently floated down. Then, she somersaulted nimbly through a window and arrived at the place where Gao Yangyu and the old man were discussing. "Everyone's sorry I am late." When the old man in the room saw the girl who suddenly appeared, his face immediately lit up in joy. He said, "Shi Feng, you finally made it back." Gao Yangyu looked at the girl, and his expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He said coldly, "Do you know how much I lost when you left on your own?" Shi Feng smiled faintly under the mask. "I know. A few million medial-grade spirit stones." Gao Yangyu snorted coldly and said, "Don't forget what your adoptive father promised me. He still has not returned the favor he owes me." When Shi Feng heard this, her expression sank. She said, "What my adoptive father promised you was that he would do his best to help you once in the rank A wrestling ring. However, he did not say when." Gao Yangyu raged in his heart. However, due to this girl's identity, he calmed himself down and said, "Very well, it's up to you. Just help me end him before he obtains 100 consecutive victories. After that, I will be even with your adoptive father." Back in the wrestling ring, after Xiao Chen dealt with his opponent with his final strike, the 5th day of the wrestling rings came to an end. Today's wrestling rings surprised everyone. Xiao Chen held the upper hand throughout the match. In the end, he obtained 18 consecutive victories. Xiao Chen's winning streak also reached a shocking 82 consecutive victories. The strength that Xiao Chen suddenly displayed caused several people to regret not persisting. If Xiao Chen really obtained 100 consecutive victories, after the victory token was activated, the payout would be 32 times. 10,000 medial grade spirit stones would become 320,000 medial grade spirit stones. When the gray-robed old man took out the spirit stones, his expression was no longer one of conflict. Instead, it was one of utter pain. He said with a smile that was uglier than crying, "Congratulations on obtaining 82 consecutive victories." 82 consecutive victories meant more than 200,000 medial grade spirit stones. Xiao Chen was already numb to this number. Originally, Xiao Chen only had slightly more than 100,000 medial grade spirit stones. Now, he had accumulated more than 500,000 medial grade spirit stones. When Ding Fengqiu, Jiang Zimo, and the others saw Xiao Chen slowly walk into the spectator stands, they were not surprised at Xiao Chen's consecutive victories. Without Gao Yangyu's sniping, both of them had obtained consecutive victories. It was completely reasonable for Xiao Chen to continue his winning streak. However, Xiao Chen sighed. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen came to the wrestling ring to test his strength. Furthermore, he succeeded. The second round of selection would probably be even more difficult to deal with in the arena point battle. As for the others, they were not so lucky. Many of them found it difficult to even obtain a single victory today. In order to obtain 60 consecutive victories, they used all their skills. It was a starry night. As usual, Xiao Chen deliberated over the battle during the day. Over the past 4 days, he would drag his injured body back to the small courtyard. Today, Xiao Chen finally gained something. He could already use his vital qi to execute martial techniques, achieving the same effect as essence. If he had a fist technique that was on par with the Wuxia saber technique, Xiao Chen was confident that he could achieve the same might as the Wuxia saber technique with just his vital qi. Of course, this was assuming that the Wuxia saber technique did not have a state. Xiao Chen discovered that when he used his vital qi, he could not merge his state with his fist technique. As far as Xiao Chen knew, Bai Lishi did not have a state either. It would be very difficult for a physical body cultivator to use a state. This was also the next problem that Xiao Chen had to overcome. However, that was a problem for the future. The thing at hand was to cultivate the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer and strive to reach peak consummation the next day. On the last day of the Rank A wrestling ring, thousands of cultivators gathered outside the wrestling ring before it even started. Even though Gao Yangyu had doubled the price of the tickets, they were still sold out immediately. It was extremely popular. If Gao Yangyu could defeat Xiao Chen in this 100 victories, he would be able to earn a lot from the ticket sales alone. However, if he lost, no matter how many tickets he sold, it would not be enough to cover the losses. Unless he spent all his savings, someone else would take over the wrestling ring. Gao Yangyu looked at Shi Feng, who was in the room, and said, "If you win, I will give you the appearance fee of 500,000 medial grade spirit stones, not a single cent less." Shi Feng said indifferently, "There is no need. Since I promised to make a move, I will definitely do my best." When Gao Yangyu heard this, he felt slightly more at ease. If Shi Feng used her full power, even he would feel some fear. The doors of the wrestling ring opened, and the crowd that had been waiting for a long time immediately swarmed in, snatching their seats. Dong, dong, dong. The war drums rang out, and the first-ranked Yun Ping went up first. His complexion was extremely weak, and his chest ached. Xiao Chen had used at least half of his strength in that kick, further injuring Yun Ping. Without miraculous medicine, it would be difficult for Yun Ping to recover in a short period of time. If nothing unexpected happened, Yun Ping would lose 18 matches in a row. He would be eliminated in the first round of selections. Indeed, in just 3 matches, Yun Ping had used his essence carelessly, aggravating his injuries and forcing him to give up. However, the spectators did not pay any attention to Yun Ping's matches. They could not even be bothered to boo him. They just quietly left the wrestling ring. Some of the following contestants won, and some lost. There were many interesting matches. The matches of Jiang Zimo, Ding Fengqiu, and the others were as intense and extraordinary as before. They were very exciting and worth watching. However, they did not receive much attention. They were not much better than the matches of Yunping and the others. When Jiang Zimo returned to the spectator stands, he looked at Xiao Chen, who was still immersed in his cultivation. Then he sighed to himself. Today, even Jiang Zimo and Ding Fengqiu had become side characters. Now, Xiao Chen was the only main character in this wrestling ring. Everyone was waiting for Xiao Chen to appear. They wanted to see if he could break the record, create history, and leave behind the legend of 100 victories. Time passed without stopping. The sun rose, and the sun rose high in the sky, blazing hot. Then, the sun set in the west, and dusk approached. Several people started to get impatient from waiting. They started to feel anxious in their hearts. Some of them even cursed the gray-robed cultivator. Why did he move Xiao Chen from number 15 to 125 for no reason? Why did he make everyone wait for so long? No matter how much time passed, what would come would come. When dusk fell, the gray-robed old man finally said, "Number 125, quickly enter the wrestling ring." Xiao Chen stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. He got up and floated gently. His figure flickered, and he landed in the wrestling ring. The great Qi nation's Xiao Chen, please give me your guidance. A familiar voice, familiar white robes, and familiar expression. Xiao Chen appeared in the wrestling ring once again. The crowd, which had been silent for a long time, immediately erupted with Xiao Chen's appearance, suppressing the continuous drumming. Jiang Zimo, Ding Fengqiu, and the others did not care about fame. However, when they saw the enthusiastic atmosphere around Xiao Chen's appearance, they felt some envy in their hearts. When they thought about how silent they were when they first appeared, they still felt some envy in their hearts. After all, the two of them did not think that Xiao Chen was stronger than them. Indeed, Xiao Chen had improved very quickly in the past 6 days. They had not stagnated either. However, their comprehension of combat was not as obvious as Xiao Chen's. Up in the tall tower, Gao Yangyu looked at Xiao Chen. His eyes looked like they were about to spew fire. He said coldly, "Heavenly tone drums." Right after Gao Yangyu spoke, someone immediately passed on Gao Yangyu's words. The war drums on the 4 towers immediately changed to the heavenly tone drums, which were high-ranked war drums made from flood dragon skin and dragon tendons. Boom, boom, boom. The drumming stopped for a moment, and when it started again, everyone in the field could clearly feel the difference. Not only was the sound louder and more imposing, but it also contained a mental fluctuation that made everyone's qi and blood surge and filled their fighting spirit. Although the golden cauldron drum also had such an effect, it was clearly inferior to the current drum sound. When the drums in the 4 towers merged together, the crowd in the spectator stands actually felt an urge to enter the arena and fight. Their hearts unconsciously pounded along with the drum sound. This is the heavenly tone drum, the war drum that is only used in the Rank S wrestling ring once every 10 years. Unexpectedly, Gao Yangyu used it on Xiao Chen. Gao Yangyu is really generous. The heavenly tone drum can make people want to fight involuntarily. During the fight, they will unconsciously bring out their full strength. It looks like Gao Yangyu put in a lot of effort to obtain 100 victories. 100 victories, 100 victories. I hope that Xiao Chen can create a miracle. The hearts of the crowd in the spectator stands surged along with the drum sound. As they looked at Xiao Chen, they treated him like he was their own incarnation. After 5 minutes, no one in the spectator stands had challenged Xiao Chen yet. Now, challenging Xiao Chen would require more than 100,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Without a certain level of confidence and wealth, it would be very difficult for anyone to make up their minds. Not everyone could afford to lose such a large sum of spirit stones. After another 5 minutes, Xiao Chen's first opponent finally appeared. It was a middle-aged man over 40 years old. He held a sword in his hand and his footsteps were very steady. His eyes were like swords, and his sword intent seemed solid as it shot toward Xiao Chen. "I'm Zhong Zisher. I am here to seek advice from you." Right after the middle-aged man spoke, The sword intent was already less than a meter in front of Xiao Chen. A strong wind blew, causing Xiao Chen's hair to flutter nonstop. When Xiao Chen felt this sharp sword intent, the qi in his heart automatically left his body and welcomed it. Bang! The sword intent and Xiao Chen's qi, which was about to condense into saber intent, clashed, giving off a melodious sound. It was like a real saber and sword colliding. The two forces dispersed with a loud bang, forming strands of cyclones in the sky, and ripples spread out from them. The two moved at the same time. Before the qi whirlpool scattered, they executed all sorts of killing moves at each other. Ding, ding, ding. Dragon roars and tiger roars resounded, accompanied by the hum of Zhong Zishi's sword. The intense battle started. Their figures flashed, and their speed was extremely fast. Their fists and swords clashed. In an instant, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. Surging sword qi flew everywhere and surging vital qi shot everywhere. As the two fought, the ground was soon filled with scars. Boo! Boo! The two of them moved quickly in the arena, not giving way to each other. Everywhere in the sky and on the ground was a battlefield of the two of them. After 300 moves, there was an intense energy fluctuation in the air. Sword qi spread out and surrounded the two of them. A horrifying energy fluctuation exploded out. Chapter 453. It looked like hundreds of flowers were blooming in the air, creating ripples. Explosions rang out continuously in the air, causing space to ripple. No one could see the situation at the center. The crowd watched this scene anxiously. They knew that this was the deciding move of the two. They were eager to know who would emerge victorious. Someone is coming out. Everyone's gazes immediately turned to that direction. They saw a middle-aged man slowly descending from the sky with a long sword in his hand. It was Zhong Zishi. The crowd's hearts tightened. Could it be that Xiao Chen lost? Pu Si. After Zhong Zishi landed, he staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood. He stabbed his sword into the ground, doing his best to maintain his posture. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief and continued to look up. After all the energy fluctuations scattered, they saw Xiao Chen floating in the air with an indifferent expression. Xiao Chen's gaze was calm. There was only a faint sword wound on his left arm, leaving traces of blood. Clearly, he was only lightly injured. Pu Si. I admit defeat. Zhong Zishi, who was on the ground, vomited another mouthful of blood. He finally gave up and left the arena. Xiao Chen slowly landed on the ground. He ignored the commotion of the outside world. His spiritual sense turned into an ancient bell and eliminated the interference from the heavenly tone drum. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and rested, quietly waiting for his second opponent. The first opponent of the day had nearly caused Xiao Chen to suffer a great loss. The spectators did not see the decisive move in the air. They only felt the surging energy fluctuations but did not know how dangerous it was. If Xiao Chen had not activated the secret technique of the blood flame shoes, it would not have been as simple as a minor injury. His entire arm might have been chopped off. No, I cannot drag out the following matches. After the 100th match, Gao Yangyu will definitely make a move. Since he dared to activate the all-around victory medallion, he must be completely confident. I have to ensure that I am strong enough to deal with the final match. I should not exhaust too much essence and vital qi. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked at his second opponent. His previously calm gaze turned extremely sharp. Xiao Chen had already decided to finish the next 16 matches within 50 matches. He would merge his essence with his vital qi, even if he had to use the 2 strands of dragon qi in his arms. As long as Xiao Chen did not expose his identity as a bladesman, it would be fine. He needed to ensure that he had sufficient essence, vital qi, and mental fortitude to face the final, most difficult battle. Fight. The heavenly tone drum rang out, and Xiao Chen took the initiative to make an unprecedented move. After the firmament body tempering art reached great perfection, his pure physical strength was already 350,000 tons of force. When vital qi and essence merged, it could reach a terrifying 400,000 kilograms. With a punch, a dragon roared and a tiger roared, a strong wind howled. After fighting like this, Xiao Chen finally revealed all of his strength aside from being a bladesman. Every battle ended within 50 moves, and if he discovered the opponent's obvious weakness, he would end the battle within 20 moves. By the time the 17 battles were over, the sky had turned completely dark. It wasn't because the battles had dragged on for too long. Instead, after every battle, someone would have to wait for a long time before someone made up their mind to challenge them. The closer it was to the end, the longer they had to wait. Thus, the matches lasted more than twice as long as usual. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a surging pillar of fire soared up from the surrounding pagodas, illuminating the dark wrestling ring slightly. The drummers beside the pillar of fire beat the heavenly tone drum rhythmically, not letting out a single sound from the start to the end. Xiao Chen had obtained 99 consecutive victories. Surprisingly, the spectators outside did not make any noise. They were very quiet. Great waves surged in the spectators' hearts. Who could have imagined that the miserable cultivator that no one thought highly of back then would make it this far, obtaining 99 consecutive victories? As long as Xiao Chen won one more match, he would be able to create a new record. Everyone tacitly stopped talking. Some of them could not bear to make a sound, afraid that they would disturb the white-robed youth in the wrestling ring, who was no more than 20 years old. Amidst the deathly silence, a nimble figure slowly floated down to the center of the field under the illumination of the fiery light. This person wore tight-fitting black leather armor, exposing her fair skin. Coupled with her devilish figure, she looked very alluring. However, when people raised their heads to look at the person's face, they discovered that the person was wearing a black mask that covered half of his face. Shifeng. A melodious voice uttered these two simple words, but they caused a huge commotion in the spectator stands. The previous record holder of 60 consecutive victories, Shifeng. Why is she here? I remember that 3 years ago, after she obtained 60 consecutive victories, she mysteriously withdrew from the competition. Otherwise, she might have been the first person to break the record. No wonder Gao Yangyu dared to activate the all-in-one victory medallion. 3 years ago, Shifeng already obtained 100 consecutive victories. Now that 3 years have passed, her strength must have undergone a qualitative change. Interesting. The contestant with 60 consecutive victories from the previous 5-nation youth competition against the current Xiao Chen. This can be considered a true battle between the peak. In the somewhat dark spectator stands, the expressions of the crowd became very excited. 3 years ago, Shifeng's appearance had been startling. She had left a deep impression on everyone. At that time, many people thought that she would break the record of 60 consecutive victories. Who knew, after she obtained 60 consecutive victories, she would mysteriously vanish. Only now did she reappear. Unexpectedly, she had become a challenger, trying to stop Xiao Chen's 100 consecutive victories. Victory and defeat were now filled with endless suspense. As Xiao Chen looked at the girl before him, he shifted his gaze to the 2 crossed short swords on her back. Based on the scabbards, the short swords were about 1 meter long and 2 fingers wide. This was the first time Xiao Chen saw a cultivator using 2 short swords. Furthermore, the other party's aura was extremely strange. With one glance, Xiao Chen could not make out Shifeng's cultivation, what cultivation realm she was at. It was like she was shrouded in a fog that could even block spiritual sense from probing her. This was the first time Xiao Chen had seen such a situation with someone of the same generation. Normally, only martial monarchs could cause a situation that Xiao Chen could not see through. Don't. The heavy sound of war drums rang out. The heavenly tone war drum, which could make one's blood surge and fill one with fighting spirit, lost its effect before these two. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. His gaze was as calm as still water, calm and peaceful. Under the mask, Shifeng's expression was unfathomable. However, her eyes were as calm as the surface of a lake, incomparably calm. Fierce flames swayed in the cool breeze from the tall pagodas in the surroundings. When the flames shone on the two's faces, they flickered. Shio. For a moment, the surrounding wind suddenly stopped flowing, and the flickering flame also stopped swaying. It was like the two had agreed on this beforehand. Their figures flashed at the same time, and after a while, they started fighting. Shifeng drew the 2 3-meter-long swords on her back. The blades were cold and gleaming with a bone-piercing chill. Feng held the two short swords and spun them around. She moved around Xiaoqin, moving up and down like a leaf in the wind. As she moved around, hundreds of afterimages appeared. The sword lights on the afterimages were dazzling. They looked both real and fake at the same time, making them hard to grasp. Xiaoqian's expression changed slightly. He quickly swept his gaze through the countless figures, trying to find Feng's true body. However, when Xiaoqian scanned the afterimages with his spiritual sense, he found that every afterimage seemed to be shrouded in a black fog. There was no way to find the other party's true body. Since Xiaoqian could not find her, then he might as well break them all. Xiaoqian shouted, and a dragon and a tiger mysterious phenomenon quickly appeared around him. Boom, boom, boom. Xiaoqian's hands danced around, bringing his attacking speed to its limits. Countless fist images filled the sky. Every time a fist wind appeared, the air would be filled with countless fists. Every fist wind was accompanied by the roars of a tiger and a dragon, causing Xiaoqian's aura to soar. Kasi. Xiaoqian shattered the afterimages into pieces. Hu Qi! The shattered afterimages turned into a powerful gust of wind that wreaked havoc in the area. They formed a terrifying storm that roared continuously. When Xiaoqian saw the final afterimage, he revealed a faint smile. He merged his vital qi and essence and punched. However, to Xiaoqian's surprise, the final afterimage shattered and turned into countless air currents that scattered with the wind. Oh no! Xiaoqian's expression suddenly changed. His intuition told him to punch to his right. Bang! The fist wind exploded, and Feng appeared in front of him from nowhere. A sword light flickered on her short sword as she ruthlessly hacked at Xiaoqian's fist wind. A strange expression flashed in Feng's eyes. She found it strange that Xiaoqian managed to guess where she would appear. However, his hands did not stop moving at all. The short sword in Feng's left hand spun around and gripped tightly. Then, it gave off a sharp, cold light as it chopped down at Xiaoqian. The sword light struck Xiaoqian's right fist, forcing him to move back. When he saw the other short sword chopping down, he quickly tilted his body to the side. Hu Qi! When Feng's left hand missed, she swung her right hand out. The short sword immediately gave off a cold light as it swept at Xiaoqian's face. Feng's movements were very smooth, not pausing at all. Feng's attack speed was actually not slower than Xiaoqian's. Furthermore, the angle of attack was even more crafty. Xiaoqian did not have time to catch his breath. He quickly tilted his head back. The short sword stuck close to his face and quickly flashed by, chopping off a few strands of Xiaoqian's hair. Feng pressed forward with every step. Every strike was aimed at Xiaoqian's vital points. Her two swords danced around quickly, suppressing Xiaoqian so much that he did not even have a chance to catch his breath. When the spectators saw the two of them fighting in close combat, their hearts leaped. At this moment, if Xiaoqian made even the slightest mistake, he would immediately die. Feng is indeed Feng. Almost no one in the same cultivation realm can break her dual sword style. She is much stronger than she was 3 years ago. Indeed, it was the same 3 years ago. Any cultivator that she managed to get close to could only last 50 moves at most before being defeated. Every sword strike is a killing move. Every sword strike is extremely dangerous. If one cannot dodge it, they will immediately die. One can imagine how much mental pressure the person fighting her must be under. Xiaoqian is in danger. It looks like 100 consecutive victories is something that I can only hope for. Fortunately, I took away the wager in advance. Otherwise, I would have nothing left. When the spectators saw Xiaoqian dodging every step of the way, they could not help but shake their heads and sigh. In the end, it was too difficult to achieve 100 consecutive victories. Chapter 454. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere as Feng's two swords buzzed. Sword lights flew out like ribbons, creating ripples in the air. I cannot continue like this. I cannot adapt to her rhythm, Xiaoqian thought to himself. The speed at which Feng swung her two swords did not follow any pattern at all. She did not move at a uniform speed, nor did she increase her tempo. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Furthermore, there were real moves and fake moves. The changes were unpredictable and could not be dodged using common sense. There were several times when Xiaoqun nearly made an error in judgment. The sword lights nearly struck his vital points. Fortunately, he dodged in advance and only left a few wounds in unimportant areas. Forget it, I can't continue to be entangled with him like this. In such close combat, he can completely restrain me. Blood Flame Shu's secret technique, activate. With a thought from Xiaoqun, the patterns on the black Blood Flame Shu's slowly lit up. The two black-winged Blood Flame eagles quickly spread out. Xiao! In an instant, Xiaoqun's speed reached Mach 4 as he flew back a kilometer. When Shifeng saw Xiaoqun suddenly leave, she was mildly startled. However, when she saw the boots on his feet, she was slightly startled. She immediately understood that this secret technique was a one-time use item. She withdrew her feet and the short sword in her right hand spun quickly. Profound Wind Chop. Xiaoqun shouted, and the spinning short sword flew out of his hand. It turned into a storm of sword chi and surged towards Xiaoqun, who had just landed. Xiaoqun was astonished as he said, Qingyun Peak's 9 secret techniques, Profound Wind Chop. Furthermore, this was not an ordinary Profound Wind Chop. It was a modified version of the Profound Wind Chop, turning it into a storm of swords. Its might was even stronger than the original version. Shifeng switched the short sword in her left hand to her right hand. She did not pause for even a moment as she followed the incredibly sharp storm of swords. Boo! Pooh! A cool breeze blew for no reason. Shifeng, who was holding the short sword, vanished into thin air, as though she had melted into the cool breeze. Xiaoqun's expression changed. He was very familiar with this move. It was the Great Perfection Clear Wind Chop. What exactly was this Shifeng's identity? How did he learn Qingyun Peak's secret technique? What was a secret technique? It was a strong martial technique that could only be taught privately. An ordinary person, even a core disciple, would not be able to learn Qingyun Peak's secret techniques. While he was slightly absent-minded, the mystic wind chop was already right in front of him. He didn't have any time to think. Crossing his arms, Xiaoqun's feet were firmly planted on the ground, as steady as Mount Tai. His aura continued to accumulate. This was his strongest defensive counterattack technique, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Bang! The mysterious wind chop, which emitted a violent gust of qi, collided in front of Xiaoqun, giving off an earth-shattering sound. A horrifying wave of qi swept out in all directions. After the shockwave passed, apart from where Xiaoqun was standing, the surrounding ground had been shaved off a foot deep, as if it had been washed away by the waves. Xiaoqun's white robes were tattered by the sword qi, and his skin was covered in wounds. However, fortunately, they were not fatal and the wounds were not deep. Looking at the empty space in front of him, Xiaoqun said sullenly, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Dragon hissing tiger roars. When Xiaoqun punched, a deafening dragon roar and a tiger roar tore through the mountains and rivers. At this moment, the strong energy that Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon had accumulated was unleashed 100-fold, surging forth. Bang! Shifeng, who was hidden in the cool breeze, felt surprised at how Xiaoqun figured out her position. However, she did not hesitate to charge forward. A berserk energy exploded from the sword and fist. When the two of them clashed head-on, they were actually evenly matched. Neither of them moved back. Shifeng waved her left hand, and the other short sword floating in the air started spinning rapidly. Unexpectedly, it formed another profound wind chop in a short instant. Damn it! Xiaoqun cursed in his heart. This was the crucial moment when the two of them competed in strength. He did not expect Shifeng to be able to split her attention and execute another profound wind chop. Left without a choice, Xiaoqun could only break off the clash and quickly retreat. However, it was too late. Although the profound wind chop only had a small portion of its previous might, it had the advantage of being fast and sudden. It crashed into the retreating Xiaoqun. Bang! 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 Even though Xiaoqun had a strong physical body, he was still knocked back. He vomited a mouthful of blood in the air, and his complexion paled. Shifeng looked at Xiaoqun, who was like a broken kite on the verge of falling. Shi Feng stretched out her hand and called back her other short sword. She muttered, a strong physical body and surging vital qi. However, your close combat techniques are very lame. If this is all you have, you can die already. In the end, his close combat techniques were still lacking. Xiaochen smiled bitterly in the air. However, it was not a big deal. Xiaochen had finally established a solid foundation for his close combat techniques in the past few days of intense battles. In the future, all he had to do was obtain a high-ranked close combat martial technique. His close combat prowess would undergo a qualitative change. Xiaochen wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and waved his hand. The lunar shadow saber appeared in his right hand from the universe ring. A smile appeared on Xiaochen's face as he muttered, "In the end, I can only use the saber in my hand to end this battle." Xiaochen somersaulted in the air and landed firmly on the ground. In the darkness of the night, he held the lunar shadow saber and slowly walked towards Shi Feng in his white robes. He really is a bladesman. It looks like the rumors are true. How surprising! He was only using the battles a few days ago to practice his close combat techniques. Does that mean that his true strength is as a bladesman? Several people in the spectator stands exclaimed in astonishment when they saw the white-robed youth holding the lunar shadow saber stand up again. It was hard to imagine that in this rank A wrestling ring, Xiaochen had used the aspect that he was not good at to obtain 99 consecutive victories. Even if Xiaochen lost today, his name as the white-robed bladesman would spread throughout the entire southern islands in the future. A bladesman who only used his close combat techniques obtained a streak of 99 consecutive victories. From a certain point of view, this was already a miracle. Shi Feng frowned slightly. She had not expected Xiaochen's physical body to be so strong. Even after enduring a small profound wind chop, he still had such a strong aura. What was even more unexpected was that Xiaochen was a bladesman. His close combat techniques and physical body were just to support his strength. Xiaochen stopped and looked at the mysterious masked girl in front of him. He said, "The 9 secrets of Qingyun Peak are never taught to outsiders. Who exactly are you?" Shi Feng said indifferently, "I don't know what you are talking about. All you need to know is that I am the one who defeated you." Right after Shi Feng spoke, her figure flashed, and a cool breeze blew. The killing qi on Shi Feng's body immediately vanished, and she slowly hid herself in the cool breeze. Clear wind chop, I seem to know it as well. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Xiaochen's figure flashed, and he immediately split into 9. 9 cool breezes appeared in the wrestling ring at the same time. Xiaochen's killing qi also vanished without a trace. The expression of Shi Feng, who was hidden in the cool breeze, immediately changed. She finally understood how Xiaochen could find her. It turned out that he knew the clear wind chop as well. Furthermore, he had merged it with his cloning technique. His attainments were not much lower than hers. The 9 figures headed for a certain spot in the air at the same time. Boom! Suddenly, 9 claps of thunder roared in the sky. It was Xiaochen's 9 clones drawing their sabers at the same time. Shi Feng revealed herself. Her expression was not clear under the mask. She swung both her swords at the same time, and a crescent blood moon appeared at the tip of her sword. Bang! Bang! The clones were struck by the blood moon and immediately scattered, vanishing. Peerless lunar shadow. Unexpectedly, it is one of Qingyun Peak's 9 secret techniques. Xiaochen smiled faintly. He was even more familiar with this peerless lunar shadow than the clear wind chop. After merging the remaining clones, Xiaochen sent out 2 saber strikes. The saber light of the State of Thunder was very dazzling in the night sky. Just as the 2 blood moons were about to merge, they scattered with a loud bang, causing them to be unable to form a complete full moon. When Shi Feng saw the 2 crescent moons scatter, her expression under the mask was astonished. Unexpectedly, this Xiaochen understood the peerless lunar shadow so well. Could it be that he knows all of my killing moves like the back of his hand? That does not matter. As long as I get close, I can rely on my dual sword style to obtain victory. Shi Feng's gaze turned resolute again. Her figure flashed, and she charged at Xiaochen again. Ding! Ding! ding. Now that Xiao Chen had a saber in his hand, how could he make the same mistake as before and give her a chance to get close? Xiao Chen sent out a screen of sabers flickering with electric light. He relied on his speed, which was no weaker than Shi Feng's, and his exquisite saber techniques to keep his opponent at a distance of 2 meters, preventing her from getting close. The Xiao Chen who used his fists and legs and the saber were simply two different people. The more Shi Feng fought, the more horrified she became. Although Xiao Chen's fists and legs looked strong to her, they were second-rate at best. In close combat, they posed no threat to her. However, the moment Xiao Chen switched to a saber, he became a completely different person. He used all sorts of exquisite saber techniques together with the steps of his saber techniques. He was so proficient that there were no openings or weaknesses. No matter how hard Shi Feng tried, she could not break through his screen of sabers. She was kept at a distance of 2 meters. Xiao Chen brought out the essence of 1 inch longer, 1 inch stronger, to its limits, preventing her from bringing out the advantage of her short sword. Xiao. After exchanging more than 100 moves, Shi Feng still could not get close to Xiao Chen. Her figure flashed, and she used the same method she used to get close to Xiao Chen. As Shi Feng swung her saber up and down, she created many indistinguishable figures. However, her true figure remained hidden. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "After using the same move twice, will it still work?" A purple light flickered under Xiao Chen's feet, and a purple flower bud appeared. It wrapped around Xiao Chen, allowing the sword lights that filled the sky to chop down on the flower bud. The color of the flower bud's eyes deepened. More flower petals appeared out of nowhere. Xiao Chen, who was in the flower bud, quickly formed hand seals with his left hand. Wuxia flower blooms. Xiao Chen shouted, and the flower bud immediately opened. A surging lightning-attributed energy surged out and scattered the figures surrounding the flower bud. Purple flower petals immediately danced in the wrestling ring under the night sky. It looked very beautiful. Dang! Xiao Chen casually waved his hand behind him. Then he turned around and used his saber to knock back Shi Feng, who tried to sneak attack him from behind. Xiao Chen could sense Shi Feng, who was hiding in the cool breeze, even faster. To him, there was nowhere to hide. Chapter 455. It is time for me to attack. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and soared into the air. He executed Wuxia shakes the heavens. A purple Wuxia tree as large as a mountain pressed down on Shi Feng with the might of 1,000 troops. Shi Feng's two swords spun quickly and formed 2 profound wind chops. She merged them into one and quickly welcomed the attack. Bang! Thunder rumbled. Xiao Chen's divine Wuxia tree shattered the storm formed by the swords. Xiao Chen pierced through the shock wave and brandished his saber, chasing after the retreating Shi Feng. As the petals fell, Xiao Chen's speed increased again. In an instant, he caught up to the retreating Shi Feng. Dang! Ding! 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 Xiao Chen brandished his saber continuously. Electric light flickered as Xiao Chen suppressed Shi Feng, forcing her to retreat continuously. Shi Feng brandished her 2 swords. However, she felt very depressed in her heart. Her killing moves, Clear Wind Chop, Peerless Lunar Shadow, and Profound Wind Chop, seemed to be very familiar with them. They posed no threat to her at all. It was like after she recovered her identity as a bladesman, Xiao Chen completely suppressed her. Boom, boom, boom. Every time Xiao Chen swung his saber, thunder roared incessantly. The electric light on the saber was transmitted to Shi Feng's arm, making her feel numb. Under Xiao Chen's suppression, the other party's state of wind was able to bring out its full potential. Defeat! Suddenly, Xiao Chen's sword lit up alternately. 2 beams of purple and red light merged with the state of massacre and state of thunder. The sudden appearance of the state of massacre stunned Shi Feng. While she was distracted, Xiao Chen used his saber to knock away the short sword in her left hand. Stepping forward, Xiao Chen used his saber to knock away the second short sword in Shi Feng's right hand. Xiao Chen quickly dodged. As his opponent retreated, he placed his saber on Shi Feng's neck. You lost. Was he defeated? When Shi Feng, who was under the mask, heard Xiao Chen's calm words, she still felt some disbelief. However, when she saw the flickering electric saber on her neck, She had no choice but to accept this reality. Damn it, if you didn't understand my killer moves so well, I wouldn't have lost to you. If she could successfully execute Peerless Lunar Shadow, she was 70% confident that she could turn the tide of the battle in one move. However, before the mysterious phenomenon truly formed, Xiaochen found an opening and directly scattered the killing move. Xiaochen said calmly, "You're taking it for granted. You can leave. For the sake of the 9 secrets of Qingyan, I won't hurt you." Gotcha. Xiaochen sheathed his saber and walked calmly towards the gray-robed old man. There, he would obtain the final reward for his 100 victories, 3 million medial-grade spirit stones. Deep into the night, the lanterns flickered. There was not much noise in the vast wrestling ring. When the 20,000-odd cultivators in the spectator stands saw the white-robed youth holding a 1-meter-long saber, they were speechless for a long time. Originally, they thought that when they obtained 100 victories, they would be extremely excited. However, when they saw the miracle, they all calmed down. The shock they felt was over. In the 6 days of wrestling rings, this youth had brought too much shock to the crowd. Now, they could only sigh to themselves. The era of the youth had truly arrived. AI, this youth seems to be no more than 20 years old. Such strength and mental state, it puts us to shame. A martial king old man sighed softly. His tone was somewhat desolate. Cultivators all had a desire to improve themselves. They desired to reach the peak. When they were young, who did not dream of becoming famous and shaking the world? The stories of their ancestors were passed down from generation to generation. Who did not have such fantasies when they were young? Why did they enter the martial Dao? Aside from being superior to others, it was probably to find their dreams. However, as they grew older, they gave up on their dreams. Perhaps they were restricted by the mundane affairs of the mortal world, unable to extricate themselves. Perhaps they were content with enjoying themselves, delaying their cultivation. Perhaps they had evil thoughts and walked the wrong path. The distance from the peak of the martial Dao became increasingly distant. Now, this was the budding era of the Age of Geniuses. The most glorious stage for cultivators had already been set up. However, they were no longer players. They could not even play a supporting role. They could only be silent spectators. When these people saw Xiaochen's calm and indifferent expression after his victory, they sighed in their hearts. He did not look any different from before. Not to mention his strength, just his mentality alone was far inferior to theirs. In this age of geniuses, this person would definitely be one of the most important characters. Let's go. It is time to disperse. There is nothing left for us to do. We have already withdrawn our bets. Victory or defeat no longer has anything to do with us. Everyone shook their heads. In this vast night, they all had somewhat disappointed expressions. However, in an unremarkable corner of the spectator stands, Bai Lishi laughed loudly. His laughter was very strange and unimaginable. Bai Lishi was rather famous in the southern islands. Many people recognized him. One of them asked doubtfully, "Bai Lishi, what are you laughing at? His victory has nothing to do with you." Bai Lishi slammed his palm heavily on the armrest of his chair. He glared at that person and said, "This lord wants to laugh. It is none of your business. Are you not convinced?" Crazy, that person cursed in his heart. He ignored Bai Lishi and walked out of the arena. When Bai Lishi saw Xiaochen in the arena, he stood up. He could not stop laughing. If one looked carefully, they would discover that Bai Lishi's huge axe, which never left his side, was nowhere to be seen. His fingers were empty, there was not a single spatial ring. His feet were even more exaggerated, he was not even wearing shoes. After a while, Bai Lishi stopped laughing. When he felt the pain in his butt, he said, "You did not kick this lord's butt for nothing. It was worth it." After Xiaochen kicked him out, Bai Lishi rested for one night. Then he made a crazy decision. Not only did he pawn his medial-grade secret treasure, but he also pawned the secret treasures that he obtained from Xiaochen and the heaven-ranked body tempering secret manual. He also pawned some of the natural treasures that he had collected over the past few decades. Including his own wealth, he had a total of 600,000 medial-grade spirit stones. That was not enough. Then, he went to some of his close friends and borrowed from them. Eventually, he managed to gather a total of 1 million medial-grade spirit stones and bet them all on Xiaoqin. When the All-Victory Medallion was activated and everyone started to draw their bets, Bai Lishi did not hesitate at all. He continued to bet decisively. Based on his intuition, Bai Lishi was certain that Xiaoqin was someone with great luck. He would not lose. Indeed, he had made the right bet. Now, Xiaoqin had obtained 100 victories. If one asked who the biggest winner was, it would definitely be Bai Lishi. With a 32-fold multiplier, 1 million medial-grade spirit stones became 32 million. Even though Xiaoqin worked himself to the bone, the total reward for all his consecutive victories was only 4 million medial-grade spirit stones. It was not even a fraction of Bai Lishi's. I have to keep a low profile first. I cannot let others know that I took these 30 million medial-grade spirit stones. Bai Lishi muttered to himself as he nodded. Bai Lishi nodded and muttered to himself. Then he followed the crowd out barefooted, doing his best not to laugh. This caused Bai Lishi's expression to be extremely strange. His originally unsightly face became even more conflicted. Everyone could not help but look at him. Some people rejoiced while others were sad. In the tall tower, when Gao Yangyu saw Shi Feng leave, all his hopes turned to dust. He looked like he had aged 10 years. Gao Yangyu knew that he had nothing left. He no longer had any power or status. More importantly, he no longer had any hope of advancing to martial monarch. In the ancient desolate land, all the wrestling cities in the various islands were under the jurisdiction of the desolate city's wrestling city. After causing such a huge loss, Gao Yangyu would definitely lose his city lord position. Who was the master behind the desolate city's wrestling city? Gao Yangyu was very clear on this. If he ran away with the money, there would be no place for him to hide even at the ends of the world. Gao Yangyu's gaze moved back and forth between Shi Feng and Xiaoqin. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Xiaoqin. He could not afford to offend Shi Feng's adoptive father. However, it was different for Xiaoqin. Without the backing of a powerful clan, killing Xiaoqin was not a big deal. Since you made me lose everything, I will not let you have an easy time. Those who oppose me, Gao Yangyu, will not have a good ending. Gao Yangyu's gaze turned cold as he thought to himself. He hated that he could not go down now and personally skin Xiaoqin alive. However, Xiaoqin had already passed the first round of selections. If he killed him now, it would be a slap in the face of the Heavenly Extermination Union. Furthermore, Gao Yangyu was the most suspicious. If he left any clues, the Heavenly Extermination Union would make an example out of him. He could only wait for an opportunity. This is your 3 million medial-grade spirit stones. Count them. The gray-robed old man said in a trembling voice as he watched Xiaoqin return victorious. Xiaoqin scanned them with his spiritual sense. After he verified that there were no mistakes, he placed the boxes of medial-grade spirit stones into his universe ring. Up in the spectator stands, all the outstanding talents revealed envious expressions. 3 million medial-grade spirit stones. Even a regular martial monarch would find it difficult to take out such a large sum. To these outstanding talents, even if they had the backing of a large sect and did not lack medicinal pills, secret manuals, or cultivation techniques, they would not be able to obtain so many medial-grade spirit stones. Jiang Zimo walked over and smiled at Xiaoqin. He said, "Congratulations, Brother Xiao. 100 consecutive victories and 3 million medial-grade spirit stones. In less than half a week, your name will spread throughout the entire southern islands." Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "It is just an empty reputation. This is just the beginning. If I cannot obtain the 20 spots to enter the ancient desolate tower, everything will be for naught." Indeed, the ancient desolate tower was very important to cultivators. It was not something that could be compared to spirit stones. This was only the first round of selections. No matter how outstanding his results were, if he could not obtain one of the 20 spots, it would be meaningless. Mu Xinxia said softly, "It's good that you understand. After all, fighting in the wrestling ring is just exchanging blows with regular cultivators. In the arena battles, you will have to fight against people with talent, aptitude, cultivation techniques, martial techniques, secret treasures, and combat experience that are not inferior to yours. The nature of the two is completely different. Furthermore, there might be some people who gave up on consecutive victories to hide their trump cards. You cannot underestimate these people. Xiaochen looked at Mu Xinya and smiled. Like you? Mu Xinya smiled, neither denying nor admitting it. She said, work hard, I look forward to entering the ancient desolate tower with you. I will take my leave first. After the two of them left, Xia Xian and Xiao walked over. Xiao had only obtained 50 consecutive victories and was eliminated in the first round of selections. Chapter 456. Xiao did not seem dispirited. One did not need to win in the wrestling ring to gain a harvest. After the many battles, her combat experience had improved significantly. To Xiao, this was a harvest as well. Xia Xian first congratulated Xiaochen. Then she reminded him, be careful for the next few days. I noticed a few people looking at you with hostile gazes. Thank you, I will take note of that. Xiaochen understood what she meant. 3 million medial-grade spirit stones was sufficient for many people to take the risk. 3 days later, all the cultivators who obtained 60 victories received a notice. They gathered at Li Xiuzhu's residence once again. There were originally 200 people in the hall. Now, only 60-odd people remained. The first round eliminated 2/3 of the people. Those who were eliminated were not necessarily weak. Even if they were placed in a different place, they would still be outstanding talents with a bright future. However, in this era, there would always be someone stronger than the strong. If they did not have any fortuitous encounters in the future, these people would only end up as second-rate geniuses. The 60-odd outstanding talents in the hall excitedly waited for Li Xiuzhu's arrival. They chatted with each other in soft voices. The next stop was the famous desolate city. It was one of the 2 great cities of the Tianwu continent, the city that connected the 4 great empires. 10,000 years ago, that dynasty had even named the entire continent. Even now, that name had not changed. Several people were like Xiaochen. They had never been to desolate city before. They were very curious about this mysterious city. Don't. Li Xiuzhu led his 4 assistants in through the back door. Then he swept his gaze across everyone's faces. Li Xiuzhu's gaze lingered on Xiaochen's face for 2 seconds. Then he snorted coldly before looking away. Originally, Li Xiuzhu thought that with Gao Yangyu's help, Xiaochen would be eliminated in the first round. He would let everyone know that anyone who offended Li Xiuzhu would not have a good time. However, who knew, not only did Xiaochen not get eliminated, but he even miraculously obtained 100 consecutive victories. He even attracted the attention of the upper echelon of the Heavenly Extermination Union. When Xiaochen felt Li Xiuzhu's gaze, he remained expressionless and ignored him. Gao Yangyu's actions of making things difficult for Xiaochen was definitely related to this person. Li Xiuzhu collected his thoughts and said indifferently, I will not speak any more nonsense. Follow me to Desolate City first. After we arrive, someone will inform you of the start of the second round of selections. Follow me. After going out, Li Xiuzhu led his 4 deputies and soared into the sky. Everyone quickly followed behind them. Li Xiuzhu and the others did not increase their speed. If they traveled at full speed, given their strength as a half-step martial monarch, they would be able to shake them off in an instant. The wind blew past them. The outstanding talents from all over the world continued to fly in the air. Although martial kings could fly in the air, staying in the air consumed a lot of essence. Most martial kings would not choose to fly unless there was something special. This was because, after a long time, no matter how much essence they had, they would not be able to withstand the drain. Only when one became a martial monarch could one truly learn to fly in the air. At that time, one would only need a small amount of essence to fly for a long time. After 4 hours, the group had already flown a long distance away from Longyang Island. Many of the cultivators following behind were starting to feel a little tired. They quickly took out medicinal pills to recover essence and swallowed them. Otherwise, if they could not hold on and fell down, it would be embarrassing. Xiaochen executed the gravity spell and followed behind unhurriedly. He seemed to be at ease. The fact that the gravitational spell consumed little energy was evident here. After flying for another hour, a black warship appeared before everyone's eyes. This warship was more than 200 meters long and dozens of meters wide. On the side of the ship, there was a black flag, fluttering in the wind and making loud noises. A few old men stood on the deck, looking at Xiao Chen's group with interest. "We have arrived. Let's go up." Li Xiuzhu took the lead and leaped onto the deck. The various outstanding talents heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were not flying directly to Desolate City. Otherwise, they would have exhausted themselves to death. They quickly followed. "Old man Li, you are a little slow. I have already waited for an hour. Who in your group obtained 100 victories? Call him out for me to see." An old man with a profound cultivation and extraordinary aura asked Li Xiuzhu curiously after sizing up the group. Li Xiuzhu said reluctantly, "Xiao Chen, come out for a while. This is Old Lu, one of the judges for the second round of selection." Xiao Chen leaped over the crowd and performed a cupped fist salute. "Xiao Chen greets Senior Lu." As Xiao Chen spoke, he sized up the old man before him. Like Li Xiuzhu, this person was also a half-step martial monarch. However, for some reason, this old man gave Xiao Chen the feeling that he was stronger than Li Xiuzhu. When the spectators saw that Xiao Chen was already speaking to the chief referee before the second round of selections began, they could not help but reveal an envious expression. Old Lu carefully sized up Xiao Chen. Then, he revealed an astonished expression. He said, "You are really only an inferior-grade martial king. This is unbelievable. You do not seem to belong to a sect, right? Are you interested in joining the Blood Wolf Gang? Our Blood Wolf Gang is a peak faction in the ancient desolate land. We are no weaker than the peak sects of the other nations." Xiao Chen felt embarrassed. He had never met such a direct person before, inviting him to join the sect on their first meeting. The Blood Wolf Gang. When Xiao Chen first met Xianxia, she had mentioned it before. At that time, the Blood Wolf Gang was fighting with the remnants of the Dark Church. Xiao Chen did not know if there was a result yet. The Blood Wolf Gang was indeed very strong in the ancient desolate land. They were much stronger than the Holy Fire Manor. If Xiao Chen joined the Blood Wolf Gang, even if the Holy Fire Manor's Manor Lord made a move, he would not dare to do anything to Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen had no intention of joining another sect. If he had such thoughts, he would have accepted the invitation of the Haotian sect's supreme elder back at Chenren Island. No matter how strong the Blood Wolf Gang was, there was still a large gap between them and the Haotian sect. However, Li Xiuzhu felt somewhat nervous. If Xiao Chen joined the Blood Wolf Gang, it would be very difficult to deal with him in the ancient desolate land. Xiao Chen rejected politely, "I'm sorry, this junior has no intention of joining a sect for now. Many thanks for Old Lu's kind intentions." Old Lu smiled and said, "There is no rush, there is no rush. I will wait for you to make your decision." The warship quickly flew towards Desolate City. It was several times faster than the crowd. Xiao Chen stood on the deck and looked at the scenery in front of him in boredom. "Ha! Xiao Chen, you are really in high demand. The moment we meet, there are people fighting to recruit you." Melodious laughter came from behind him. When Xiao Chen turned his head back, he saw Xiaxian walking over. Xiao Rou, who had been following Xiaxian, had not obtained 60 victories. She could only take a warship or a flying spirit beast to Desolate City. Xiao Chen smiled gently and said, "In that case, are you here to represent the Thousand Sword Pavilion to invite me to join?" Xiaxian said straightforwardly, "Sure. As long as you change to learning the sword, I will immediately recommend you. I guarantee that you will be a core disciple in the inner sect." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not reply. He knew that the other party was just joking. "Don't think that I am joking. I am serious. As long as you change to learning the sword, I will immediately recommend you." Seeing Xiaxian's serious expression, Xiao Chen asked softly, "Why?" Xiaxian nodded and said, "I believe that after you left the Great Qin Nation, you must have received invitations from some sections. Have you thought about why?" When Xiao Chen heard this, he was slightly stunned. He said, "I have definitely thought about it. I do not belong to any sect. My talent is passable. Aside from this, could there be other reasons? Of course, Xianxia explained, the most important reason is that in the next 5-nation youth competition, if you can obtain a high ranking, you will be able to obtain an invisible amount of luck. This kind of luck will bring many unexpected benefits to the sect you are in. That is to say, they think that you have a chance of obtaining a high ranking, which will bring luck to their sect. Xiaochen frowned slightly. Although he believed in the existence of luck, he did not understand the concept of obtaining luck from a competition. Luck? Something as elusive as comprehension can be obtained this way? Xianxia nodded and said, there is nothing to be confused about. This is already confirmed. The secret lies in the wind cloud arena of the competition grounds. I heard that it is a mysterious place that can connect to the upper realm. Xiaochen entered deep thought. Given this, I have to go to the 5-nation youth competition. From a certain point of view, what makes a cultivator successful is not talent, aptitude, or comprehension. Instead, it is the elusive and boundless luck. The black warship continued to fly at 4 times the speed of sound amidst the clouds. After 4 hours, the silhouette of a city appeared before everyone's eyes. This was a city built on water. It was boundlessly vast and majestic. The city walls were tall and thick, looking very ancient. It looked ancient and heavy. 6 ancient demonic energy cannons were erected on top of the city walls every 10 meters. When one counted carefully, there were at least 3,000 ancient demonic energy cannons on the city walls that were more than 2,000 meters long. There were also countless holes of various sizes in the city walls. Unexpectedly, there were also ancient demonic energy cannons at the bottom of these holes. In total, there were at least 10,000 ancient demonic energy cannons. With 10,000 ancient demonic energy cannons firing at the same time, even a peak martial monarch would fall on the spot. Just thinking about it made one tremble in fear. The 18 city gates in front were open. Countless ships entered and exited the main city gates in an orderly manner. Rows of soldiers floated on the water in front of the city gates. They moved about like they were on flat ground, maintaining order at the city gates. The black warship slowly descended, but it did not fly over the city walls. Xiaochen looked around and discovered that there were merchant ships and flying beasts in the surroundings. They all descended towards the water as well. It looked like this desolate city did not allow any warship or spirit beast to fly over him. Pa! The warship landed on the surface of the heavenly extermination lake and splashed on both sides. Then, it slowly headed for the main city gate. Chapter 457. When the surrounding ships and cultivators riding on spirit beasts saw the banners on the warships, they all gave way. The guards in front of the city gate also glanced at the people on the bow of the ship and ignored them. They did not even need to pay the entrance tax. They were allowed to pass without any obstruction. After passing through the tunnel under the city walls, the view before the crowd suddenly widened. Countless people moved about on the streets on both sides of the river. There were cultivators from the various nations and fiend race cultivators. There were many of them, so many that they could not be counted. It was very bustling. The surrounding buildings all looked very grand. They still maintained the characteristics of the Tianwu dynasty, making them feel like they had traveled to 10,000 years ago. Is this desolate city? On the deck, outstanding talents from all over the world sighed in their hearts. The other cultivators, including Xiaochen, also looked around curiously. Just at this moment, a huge warship several stories tall appeared before everyone's eyes. This could no longer be described as a warship. It was simply a moving castle on the water. There were 3 golden banners on the bow of the warship. The words, Treasured Moon Pavilion, were written on the banners in bold strokes. Xianxia, who was beside Xiaochen, said, "This is the Treasured Moon Pavilion, the largest auction house in Desolate City. They hold a large-scale auction every month." Xiaochen was surprised. He asked, "You've been to Desolate City before?" Xianxia nodded and said, "I've been here a few times. The Treasured Moon Pavilion has many good things. There will definitely be plenty of martial arts manuals that you are looking for." Xiaochen felt it was strange. He asked, "How did you know that I was looking for martial arts manuals?" Xiaochen's martial arts were actually not weak. His medial-grade earth-ranked fist technique was sufficient for him to deal with most cultivators of the same cultivation realm. However, he was slightly inferior to the geniuses of the same generation. Among the same generation at his cultivation realm, which one of them did not learn superior-grade earth-ranked martial techniques or even peak superior-grade earth-ranked martial techniques? Xianxia smiled and said, "Everyone can tell that if your martial arts improved and combined it with your physical body, you might be able to fight on equal footing with Shifeng without even drawing your saber." Xiaochen felt relieved. Xianxia had watched so many of his matches. It was not strange for her to be suspicious of him. It's a pity that the treasured Moon Tower only holds a large-scale auction once every 6 months. Only then will there be real top-notch treasures. If you are in urgent need of fist and leg-related martial techniques, you can go to the ancient desolate underground market to take a look. There are all sorts of people there. You might be able to find something good there. Xiaoxian did not stop talking. She introduced many things to Xiaochen. The matters of Desolate City were an eye-opener for Xiaochen. Rivers crisscrossed the desolate city. The black warship followed the river, and after making several turns, it stopped at a bank. Li Xiuzhu came out of the ship's hold and led the group ashore. 1 hour later, he led the group to a plaza. A statue several hundred meters tall stood on a tall platform in the center of the plaza. The statue held a sword and pointed it at the sky. This was the Tianwu Emperor, who founded the Tianwu dynasty. This statue had stood there for an unknown period of time. A simple and vast aura came from the statue, spreading throughout the entire plaza. When the group walked in the middle, they could feel a strange solemnity. Around the statue were 10 or so sturdy arenas arranged neatly. There were already many people gathered at the feet of the statue. An assistant beside Li Xiuzhu introduced, "The second round of arena battles will be held in the Tianwu Plaza. The exact date has not been decided yet. However, you can rest assured. I know that you have fought many battles and will need to recuperate. It will not be held anytime soon." When the group heard this, they relaxed slightly. They had fought 100 battles in 6 days. Furthermore, they were all high-intensity battles. Without sufficient time to rest, it would be difficult for them to return to their peak state. The people gathered at the feet of the statue were divided into 3 groups. If there were no surprises, they should be the outstanding talents of the other 3 islands that had passed the first round of selection. Xiaochen swept his gaze through the 3 groups of people. He revealed a slightly astonished expression. Duan Yuqing, Ji Changkong, Chu Chaoyun, Mu Qingxue, and Hua Yunfei were all here as well. Unexpectedly, these 5 people were all medial-grade martial kings. However, after thinking about it, Xiaochen did not care about it. If Xiaochen had not cultivated a heaven-ranked cultivation technique and consumed a large number of natural treasures when he made his breakthrough, resulting in such a large number of cultivators, he would not be surprised. Now that Xiaochen was a superior-grade martial king, there should not be any surprises. Furthermore, cultivation was never the only factor in combat prowess. Unless there was a difference in cultivation realm, for example, if Xiaochen faced a half-step martial monarch, even the weakest half-step martial monarch would not be a match for him. Seeing Xiaochen and the others arrive, the participants of the other islands looked over as well. "I heard that someone obtained 100 consecutive victories on Longyang Island. I wonder who it is?" He is not simple. The beast-taming abode Mo is so strong. However, he only obtained 70 consecutive victories on the northern islands before ending in a draw. One of the 3 great experts of the Myriad Fiend Palace, Chu Mu, only obtained 60 consecutive victories. Unexpectedly, this person obtained 100 consecutive victories. He is not simple. The crowd started discussing in soft voices. They were all curious about this person who obtained 100 consecutive victories. Hua Yunfei looked around and his expression suddenly changed. He said to Mu Qingxue and Ji Changkong, "Look over there. Who is it?" The few of them quickly looked over and discovered Xiaochen in white robes. He stood calmly in the crowd. Ji Changkong clenched his fists tightly, cracking his knuckles. His gaze turned sinister as he said coldly, "Good, you came at the right time. I will repay you 100-fold for the humiliation you gave me back then." Mu Qingshue's expression was unsightly as well. When he sensed Xiao Chen's cultivation, he felt it was strange. He said, "He seems to be only an inferior grade martial king, right? How did he get invited to participate in the ancient desolate towers competition?" Hua Yunfei mocked. "He probably got in because of his connections. Coincidentally, we can show him his true colors in the arena battles." Half a year ago, in the battle at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Chen had defeated all the major powers of the great Qin nation by himself, becoming famous in one fell swoop. To these people, who had been regarded as the proud sons of heaven in the great Qin nation since they were young, this was undoubtedly a great humiliation. The most important thing was that even before this, Xiao Chen had been a minor character that they could kill with a casual pinch of their fingers. However, 1 year later, he swept through everyone. With such a huge difference, no one would be willing to accept it. On the contrary, Duanmuking's gaze was very calm. There were not many fluctuations in it. It was as she said, the battle at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had resolved the grudge between her and Xiao Chen. If she kept thinking about it, it would only cause her mental state to become even more unstable. As for Chu Chaoyun, he did not hear the conversation of the crowd at all. He was staring at the Tianwu Emperor's statue, his expression changing unpredictably. Xiu. Just at this moment, a few old men descended from the tall platform. They were wearing the same clothes as Li Xiuzhu, but there were 2 more golden lines on their collars. Clearly, they were of a higher rank. The leader of the group swept his gaze around, and a formless might spread out. The entire place immediately fell silent. The second round of selection will be held 10 days from now. I hope everyone will gather here at that time. If you fail to show up, you will be considered to have given up. Following that, the old man gave a simple explanation of the rules of the arena battles. Within 2 days, everyone would have to fight 30 matches. There would be 15 matches in a day. The victor would receive 2 points, the loser would lose 2 points, and a draw would result in 1 point. The opponents would be determined randomly by drawing lots. After the arena battles ended, the top 20 people would obtain the qualifications to enter the ancient desolate tower. After the old man finished speaking, he did not say anything more. Everyone returned to the ancient desolate tower and began their final push in the remaining 10 days. In 10 days, Xiao Chen should be able to reach great perfection in the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. He should be able to open the remaining 4 acupoints on his left arm. In terms of pure strength, he should be able to reach 400,000 kilograms of force. If he combined it with his vital qi, he should have no difficulty reaching 500,000 kilograms of force. If he could obtain a superior grade earth-ranked fist technique or a peak superior grade earth-ranked fist technique, he would definitely be able to enter the top 20. Xiao Chen thought to himself as he headed out of the plaza. "Xiao Chen, wait up." Just at this moment, Xia Xian's voice came from behind him. Xia Xian said softly, "You should not have a place to stay in Desolate City, right? My 1,000-sword pavilion has a special branch in Desolate City. Would you like to stay there? I guarantee that you will be able to cultivate in peace." After Xia Xian spoke, she looked at Xiao Chen in anticipation. She hoped that he would agree. The strength that Xiao Chen had displayed was sufficient for him to enter the top 50 of the 5-nation youth competition. Xiao Chen was someone who could definitely obtain luck. It was just a matter of how much. Such a person was worth roping in for Xia Xian. Furthermore, Xia Xian was now an inheritor of the 1,000-sword pavilion. If nothing unexpected happened, she would be the next sect leader of the 1,000-sword pavilion. If Xia Xian established a good relationship with Xiao Chen now, when Xiao Chen grew up, he would be a great help to the 1,000-sword pavilion. Even without considering his strength, Xiao Chen's character suited Xia Xian's taste. He was neither arrogant nor rash, calm and collected. He was not the kind of person who would betray his friends. No matter how Xia Xian looked at it, such a person was worth befriending. Xiao Chen smiled gently and rejected, "Many thanks for your kind intentions. I am used to being alone." Xia Xian felt somewhat disappointed. She said, "Very well. If you run into any trouble, you can come to the 1,000-sword pavilion to look for me at any time." After Xia Xian spoke, she gave Xiao Chen the address of the 1,000-sword pavilion branch in detail. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement and thanked the other party again. He knew that this was a promise. Xiao Chen was indeed in some trouble now. He had not been in the ancient desolate land for long. Although he could use the 2 medallions to deal with it, that was a last resort. It was best not to use it. After Xiao Chen took his leave, he found a restaurant to eat. Then, he asked the waiter about a courtyard he could rent. Before the sky turned dark, Xiao Chen found a courtyard that he was satisfied with. The price was 2,000 inferior-grade spirit stones a day. Xiao Chen practiced some fist techniques in the courtyard and practiced the Wuxia saber technique. Finally, he took out 2 medial-grade spirit stones and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. The vast essence in the spirit stones quickly poured into Xiao Chen's body. After a great cycle, it turned into a pure essence liquid and dripped into the Qi whirlpool. Chapter 458. After 2 hours, the 2 medial-grade spirit stones were completely drained. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and smiled bitterly. He felt somewhat helpless. After the purple thunder divine incantation reached the 6th layer, the amount of essence exhausted was simply too shocking. The 2 medial-grade spirit stones had only turned into 10-odd drops of essence liquid. It looks like there is still some time before I can advance to medial-grade Martial King. There is still some time before the bottle is full. Xiao Chen sighed softly and entered the room. He lit an oil lamp and sat at the table to read Bai Lixi's cultivation notes. Bai Lixi was indeed a genius at cultivating the physical body. The experiences in there were very useful to Xiao Chen. In the last battle, Xiao Chen had used pure vital qi. His cultivation of the firmament body tempering art had improved by leaps and bounds. The most important thing was that his comprehension of vital qi had increased significantly. This proved that what Bai Lixi said was right. Xiao Chen estimated that Bai Lixi's vital qi should have reached 1,000,000 vital qi now. Breaking a mountain with one punch would be child's play. Hence, Xiao Chen had to continue studying these cultivation notes. This would allow him to avoid taking unnecessary detours and waste time. Deep into the night, Xiao Chen did not know how much time had passed. The flickering oil lamp in the room started to shake violently as if it would go out at any moment. Xiao Chen looked out the window and sent out his spiritual sense. After a while, he withdrew it and put down the notes in his hand. Xiao Chen blew out the oil lamp and said indifferently, 3 million medial-grade spirit stones will indeed attract some flies that do not care about their lives. 3 cultivators with withdrawn killing qi stood under a tree outside Xiao Chen's courtyard. Xiao Chen was very familiar with 2 of them. The person on the far right was the one who wanted to drag Xiao Chen and Xia Xian down with him. He was the second disciple of the Lamenting Valley's Valley Master, Mu Nan. The person at the side was Yun Ping, who had been mocking Xiao Chen and getting crippled by Xiao Chen in the first round. These 2 had a grudge with Xiao Chen. It was not surprising that they were working together. However, the other person wore black clothes and a black scarf that covered his face, revealing only his eyes, making him look quite mysterious. Mu Nan said somewhat worriedly, "Will we offend the Heavenly Extermination Union by doing this? He is someone who obtained 100 victories." A sinister look flashed in Yun Ping's eyes. He laughed coldly and said, "It's not like I'm killing him. I'm just cutting off one of his arms. What is there to be afraid of?" The black-clothed man nodded and said, "That's right. A genius that has lost an arm is trash. Would the Heavenly Extermination Union care about trash? As I said earlier, the 2 of you will split the 3 million medial-grade spirit stones equally. I only want the other things." When Mu Nan heard 3 million medial-grade spirit stones, a greedy look flashed in his eyes. His last bit of worry completely vanished. He said fiercely, "I'll do it. Back then, this brat nearly caused me to get killed by a demonic beast. It is time to collect some interest from him." The 3 of them reached a consensus. Without another word, they quietly leaped over the wall of the courtyard. Just as they were about to rush into Xiao Chen's bedroom, suddenly, they discovered Xiao Chen standing quietly under a small tree in the courtyard. He was not surprised at their arrival. "I've been waiting for a long time. Kasi." Xiao Chen ignored the stunned expressions on Yun Ping and the others' faces. He instantly drew his saber, and a bright electric light shone on the 3's eyes. The 3 of them were astonished. Originally, they were prepared to catch Xiaochen off guard. Who knew that Xiaochen would take the initiative? Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations, Clear Wind Chop. Xiaochen's figure flashed, and he turned into 9 figures. 9 cool breezes blew in the courtyard, warming everyone's hearts. Retreat. When the 3 sensed that none of the figures had any killing chi and that strange cool breeze, they did not think too much. They drew their weapons and quickly retreated. You think you can retreat? Xiaochen focused his gaze on Yunping. He snorted coldly and activated the blood flame shoes. Then he flew at Mach 3. 5. Dang. Ding. Ding. Yunping knew that he could not retreat, so he did not bother. A determined look flashed on his face as he brandished his sword to its limits, blocking the attacks of the 9 clones from different directions. However, Xiaochen's attack used the cool wind chop. One could only see the cool breeze and not the saber, making it hard to predict. There was no killing chi at all. Yunping could only rely on his senses to block. Soon, wounds of various sizes appeared on his body, and blood immediately flowed out. When Xiaochen saw Munan and the black-clothed man rushing over from the corner of his eyes, Xiaochen stopped fighting them. The 9 figures merged back together. Xiaochen moved back quickly, leaving behind afterimages in the air. He did not want to get surrounded by the other 3. In just one exchange, Xiaochen had inflicted significant injuries on Yunping. The 3 could not help but feel afraid. I'll hold him back, and the 2 of you wait for an opportunity to attack? The black-clothed man said sullenly with a grave and stern gaze. Right after the black-clothed man spoke, he brandished his sword. Strands of pale white flames soared up from the sword, making it look very sinister in the dark night. It seems like an extreme Yin flame. In that case, I will use a pure Yang lightning-attributed flame to completely suppress you. With a thought from Xiaochen, the flickering electric light on his saber suddenly ignited, turning into strands of purple flame. Bang! The saber and sword clashed. The purple flame and the cold, pale white flame exploded in the dark night. The light flickered, making the dark night look like it was daytime. Yin and Yang, 2 opposing attributes. When they clashed, the destructive power generated was very shocking. The air turned scorching hot. The chill of the night was dispelled without a trace. Yunping and Munan took advantage of this opportunity to charge over. Xiaochen did not panic. He dodged Munan's attack in a flash. Then he clenched his left fist and sent out a fist wind, forcing his opponent back. As for Yunping's attack, Xiaochen saw through it with one glance. He smiled coldly and kicked his opponent's wrist first. Xiaochen's wrist immediately shattered, and his sword fell to the ground. He did not stop there. He continued to kick his opponent's chest. Bang! Blood leaked out of the corner of Yunping's mouth. His body flew back and crashed heavily into the wall. Rage flashed in the black-clothed man's eyes. He did not expect Yunping to be so weak. He said coldly, "Munan, why are you still hiding your strength?" Munan did not say anything else. He casually threw the long sword in his hand into the ground and raised it up slightly with his palm facing up. When his palm reached his chin, he spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. The expression in his eyes suddenly changed. He was wailing in pain. Lamenting palm. Munan shouted and locked his aura on Xiaochen. Then, his figure flashed and he sent out a palm strike. When Xiaochen sent out this palm strike, he felt a state of grief in his heart for no reason. It made him feel extremely depressed. Unexpectedly, he felt like he wanted to leave this world. What a powerful state. It can actually invade one's mind, preventing one from raising their combat prowess. This was similar to Bai Zhan's state. It was also a state of emotion. Unfortunately, it had not been comprehended to great perfection. It did not have much of an effect on Xiaochen. Xiaochen's spiritual sense turned into an ancient bell and rang in his mind. The state of grief that invaded his mind was instantly expelled. Wuxia shakes the heavens. Xiaochen used a powerful move and temporarily forced the black-clothed man back. Then he quickly turned around. Xiaochen merged his vital qi and essence and clashed with Munan's lamenting palm infused with his state. Just as the fist and palm clashed, the 8 acupoints on Xiaochen's left arm exploded. Since you want to clash head-on, I will clash head-on with you. I will use my full power to cripple you with one punch. Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold. He gathered his dragon chi and punched with his left fist. Bang, bang, bang. Before Xiao Chen's overwhelming strength, Munan's palm strike, which was ineffective against Munan's state, was knocked back by Xiao Chen. The might of Munan's attack did not diminish. There were 3 crunching sounds and Munan's right arm exploded into 3 pieces. When the black-clothed man, who had just broken the Wuxia shakes the heavens, saw this scene, his expression changed greatly. He had not expected Yunping and Munan to be severely injured in a few moves. Yunping and Munan had lost their combat prowess. Damn it! I should have known that since these two did not obtain 60 victories, they should not be very strong. Yet I still sought them out to work together. They were blinded by their own benefits. Did they think that when the time came, they could take advantage of the situation and finish them off? Seeing the two unable to withstand a single blow, the black-clothed man thought in frustration, there is no more chance. Retreat! Flaming cross chop! The black-clothed man shouted and drew a horizontal line with his sword. A pale white flame immediately burned on the horizontal line. The black-clothed man sheathed his sword and retreated. Then, he drew another vertical line made of white flames. The 2 lines intersected and formed a cross. Then he flew at Xiao Chen. The cross-shaped flame grew as the wind blew. Soon, it became incredibly huge. The black-clothed man did not even bother to look at the might of this attack. He turned around and quickly retreated. Trying to run? Do you think you can? Xiao Chen said coldly as he placed his right hand on the saber's hilt. Wuxia breaks the heavens. Xiao Chen shouted and brought out the state of thunder to its limits. The churning thunderclouds in the sky roared ferociously. Bolts of lightning tore through the night sky. A Wuxia tree quickly formed above Xiao Chen's head. The chi on the saber also slowly lit up. When the Wuxia tree was completely formed, the beam of light on the saber also completely formed. A boundlessly resplendent purple beam of light extended from the saber to the front. Bang! In an instant, the beam of light broke through the intersection point of the cross. The cross-shaped flame shattered and turned into sparks. They turned into sparks and swayed in the night sky like sparkling and translucent flowers. The black-clothed man in front was startled. He had not expected his trump card to be broken by Xiao Chen so quickly. The black-clothed man could not even block the attack for a moment. He could not help but increase his speed. Munan lay on the ground. He had lost an arm and had lost most of his blood. He stood up weakly. Munan quickly ran out of the courtyard. He did not even have time to bandage the wound on his arm. All he could think about was escaping. Xiao Chen looked around and saw the fleeing Munan. His expression turned cold. Since Munan intended to kill someone, he should have been prepared to fail. Die! A dark light flashed and the palm sword shot out. A bowl-sized bloody hole appeared in Munan's chest. He had lost all signs of life. On the other side, Yunping had already climbed to the top of the wall. His sternum was broken. Normally, he only needed to jump lightly. Now, he had to put in a lot of effort to climb up. Chapter 459. Xiao Chen flicked his finger and sent out an extremely dense strand of purple thunder true fire. Then he ignored Yunping and quickly chased after the black-clothed man. The purple fire pierced through the back of Yunping's head. Yunping's eyes lost their color as he fell heavily to the ground. 2 strands of red light flew out from the 2 corpses and chased after the fleeing Xiao Chen. Then they entered his sea of consciousness. The pool of blood in the scarlet throne had increased in size. At the same time, the intoxicating pleasure appeared. Xiao Chen's gaze was resolute. He did not hesitate to cut off this disharmonious feeling and continued to chase after the black-clothed man. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense could sense that the black-clothed man was moving at 3 times the speed of sound. Given Xiao Chen's current speed of 5 times the speed of sound, he would catch up soon. However, the downtown area was not far away. There were many experts in Desolate City. Xiao Chen was afraid of attracting unnecessary trouble, so he planned to block the black-clothed man. Lightning evasion! Lightning evasion! Lightning evasion! Xiao ignored the exhaustion of his essence and mental energy. Bolts of lightning crackled on the vast land as lightning descended. Xiao moved like he was teleporting. He advanced continuously, slowly closing the distance between him and the black-clothed man. Thunder roared endlessly, and the black-clothed man could not help but turn his head to take a look. It would have been fine if he had not looked. However, when he looked, he was even more astonished. Every time a bolt of lightning descended, Xiao figure would appear together with it. The distance between him and Xiao shortened rapidly. The black-clothed man was startled. What movement technique is this? Why does it seem like teleportation? Boom! A bolt of lightning descended in front of him. Xiao figure suddenly appeared before him. The black-clothed man quickly turned his head around and took a few steps back. His right hand grasped the hilt of his sword tightly. Xiao pointed his saber at the black-clothed man and shouted coldly, "Hiding your head but showing your tail. Who exactly are you?" "You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that sooner or later, I will come and take your high-class monster core." The man in black calmed himself down and sighed in his heart. It seemed that he had to use his trump card today. Holy fire burns the heavens. With a light shout, the black-clothed man quickly formed a seal with his hands. His abdomen and dantian suddenly became transparent. A wisp of pale white flame quickly burned in the dantian as the black-clothed man formed hand seals. Boom! When the hand seal was completely formed, pale white flames immediately surged out of his body, forming a white flame vortex that rushed toward Xiao. The flames were incomparably cold. The moment they appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted, causing everyone to feel a bone-piercing chill. It was as if their blood was being frozen. What a strong extreme flame, Xiao thought to himself. It looks like I have to use the purple thunder true fire to block it. Before an ordinary saber move could even get close, this extreme flame would burn it into ice shards. With a thought, a fierce purple flame quickly burned in Xiao right eye. Soon, it formed a purple whirlpool and spewed out. Bang! In the dark night, the purple whirlpool and the white whirlpool quickly clashed with each other. The two flames did not give way to each other, but they restrained each other. The moment they came into contact, they intertwined intensely, trying to swallow each other up. However, the two whirlpools were evenly matched. Neither could do anything to the other. They could only mix together and eventually explode. The surging shockwaves spread out in all directions. A deep, spiral-shaped pit appeared in the ground. A few strands of cold wind blew out of it. When the shockwaves struck the two, their complexions paled. However, Xiao physical body was strong. He could endure it much better than his opponent. If Xiao suffered the same blow, he would not be as severely injured as his opponent. Xiao! The whirlpool scattered, and a strand of purple flame flew toward Xiao. That was the purple thunder true fire's origin flame. On the other side, the extreme flame's origin flame also slowly flew toward the black-clothed man. Glittering Wuxia. Qi breaks Wuxia. Wuxia transforms to Qi. Xiao felt excited. This is a good opportunity. Without waiting for the purple thunder true fire's origin flame to enter his eye, Xiao immediately attacked the black-clothed man. Xiao quickly executed the three foundational moves of the Wuxia saber technique in a short time. A chain of purple saber qi flickered with crackling electric light. Each wave was stronger than the one before as they attacked the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man focused on controlling the origin flame and absorbing it into his body. After all, that was an origin flame. He had refined it for 10-odd years before succeeding. If 10-odd years of hard work were lost, any cultivator would despair. The black-clothed man originally thought that Xiao would be like him, focusing on absorbing his origin flame. Who knew, this fellow did not play by the rules. Xiao directly gave up on retrieving his origin flame and took the initiative to attack. This made the black-clothed man feel like vomiting blood. The saber qi surged. Caught off guard, the black-clothed man got a few bloody wounds from the purple saber qi. The purple electric light instantly poured into the black-clothed man's body, giving off a crackling sound. The black-clothed man's wounds felt incredibly painful, and his movements immediately slowed. While you are down, I will take your life. After gaining the initiative, Xianxia did not spare the black-clothed man. His aura soared into the sky, and his qi and blood surged endlessly. Xianxia executed the extremely tyrannical Wuxia shakes the heavens again. The divine Wuxia tree suddenly appeared, carrying the force of thunder. It pressed down on the black-clothed man like a 5-ton cauldron. Bang! The black-clothed man received this move head-on and went flying back. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and his clothes immediately became tattered. Xianxia, consider it my loss today. However, as long as you remain in this ancient desolate land, I will take back what you owe me 10-fold, 100-fold. The black-clothed man looked at the drifting white origin flame with extreme dissatisfaction. After leaving behind these words, he quickly left this place. Kasi. Xianxia sheathed his saber and did not give chase. He had already guessed this person's identity. It was the holy fire manners Leng Yun. From the moment Leng Yun mentioned the peak high-rank blood demon's demon core, Xianxia had already suspected it. When he saw the pale white extreme Yin flame, Xianxia was certain of his suspicions. If Xianxia gave chase now, he was 90% confident of finishing off this person tonight. However, when he saw the white origin flame floating beside him, Xianxia completely gave up on chasing after him. The earlier fight was too intense. It had already attracted the attention of some people. If Xianxia gave chase, he would lose these 2 origin flames. The losses outweighed the gains. Xianxia retrieved his origin flame into his right eye. Then he used his spiritual sense to wrap around Leng Yun's origin flame and placed it in his sea of consciousness. After Xianxia did all that, he quickly left this place and headed for his courtyard. 10 minutes later, Xianxia arrived in front of his courtyard. The moment he stepped in, his expression suddenly turned strange. For some reason, the 4 lunar true flames that originally existed in Xianxia's sea of consciousness all tangled with each other and started fighting with all their might. The 4 even paler lunar true flames in Xianxia's sea of consciousness headed for the extreme Yin flame's origin flame. They quickly tangled with each other, trying to swallow up the origin flame. Looking at the situation, it was as if 4 slightly weak middle-aged men were besieging a strong young man. The youth was stronger, but the middle-aged men outnumbered him. When they surrounded him, they held the advantage. The fluctuations in Xianxia's sea of consciousness were caused by the intense resistance of the origin flame. Although it did not have any intelligence, it instinctively did not want to be swallowed up by the lunar true flames. When Xianxia saw this scene, he entered deep thought. Among the Yin flames, the flames were also divided into different grades. There were the extreme Yin flame, the extreme Yin flame, and the lunar true flame. Of the 3, the lunar true flame was the highest. It was as famous as the extreme solar true flame. As for the legendary heavenly flame, it was said that it could only be resisted by perfectly merging the lunar true flame and the solar true flame. However, Yin and Yang were 2 opposing energies. Even the lowest grade heavenly flame would cause an intense explosion. It was even more difficult to merge the highest grade lunar true flame and solar true flame. This was why the Heavenly Emperor had been able to use his powerful martial techniques and the heavenly flame to sweep through the world, unrivaled. Now, it looked like energies of the same attribute could swallow and merge with each other to strengthen themselves. With a thought, Xianxia decided to help the lunar true flame. After all, the lunar true flame was of a higher grade. Furthermore, it was a flame that Xianxia needed to refine equipment in the future. It would be unreasonable not to protect it. Xianxia's spiritual sense turned into small, sharp arrows and pierced into the origin flame in his sea of consciousness. Then, he started to slice the origin flame apart. The origin flame's advantage was its high density. Hence, it could not be swallowed up by the lunar true flame. Now that Xianxia scattered the density of the origin flame, the 4 strands of lunar true flame immediately found an opportunity to quickly swallow it up. As time slowly passed, the power of the origin flame grew weaker, while the lunar true flame grew stronger. It would not be long before it completely devoured the origin flame. Xiao! The space in Xianxia's sea of consciousness trembled slightly. The lunar true flame finally swallowed up the origin flame. The 5 strands of lunar true flame turned into 1 strand of lunar true flame. With a thought, Xiaochen summoned out the brand new lunar true flame. Then, he placed it on his palm and looked at it carefully. The pale white flame floated above Xiaochen's palm. It looked no different from before. However, there was a rice grain-sized bright spot in the center of the flame. In the past, the lunar true flame was just 4 strands of flame without an origin flame of its own. Now, it finally had one. It could be considered a true lunar true flame. Although that origin flame was pitifully small, almost negligible, Xiaochen was very satisfied. He had not expected to have such an unexpected gain tonight. Everything was difficult at the beginning. With a foundation, there was no need to fear that it would not grow stronger. He finally had some progress on refining the origin flame. Xiaochen returned the lunar true flame to his sea of consciousness again. Then he muttered, "The holy fire manor is famous for its holy fire. Perhaps there really is an extreme Yin flame seed there. If there is an opportunity, I should go and take a look." After dealing with the 2 corpses in the courtyard, Xiaochen entered his bedroom and lit an oil lamp. Under the flickering flame, he continued to read Bai Lixi's cultivation notes. When it was late at night, Xiaochen started to struggle to keep his eyelids open. He had not had a good night's sleep for the past few days. He could no longer endure it and fell asleep on the table. It was unknown when, but the melodious chirping of a bird resounded outside the house. Xiaochen slowly woke up from his deep sleep. The glaring sunlight shone through the cracks of the door and window. Piercing sunlight shone through the cracks in the door and window. Xiaochen's eyes narrowed as he spat out a long breath of turbid air. Then he stretched his body and felt refreshed. Chapter 460. I have not slept so well in a long time. Unexpectedly, it is already noon. It is time to go out and find a fist technique. In a restaurant in the city, Xiaochen ordered a table full of food and wine. Then, he called a waiter over and tossed a bag containing hundreds of inferior-grade spirit stones to him. The underground market of the ancient desolate land. Do you know where to go? When the waiter saw the heavy bag, he smiled happily and said, "Is young hero going to take something out or sell something?" Xiaochen put down his wine cup and asked, "Is there a difference?" The waiter smiled and said, "There is no difference. The place is the same. However, if you are going to sell something, you have to go to the Heavenly Extermination Union to register. It seems like this is your first time coming to Desolate City. I'm afraid you will take the wrong path." Xiaochen felt relieved and said, "It's fine. I'm not going to sell anything. Just tell me how to get there." The waiter said, "After you leave the shop, head west. There will be a lake in the middle of the city. We call it the Hidden Dragon Lake. The underground market is at the bottom of the lake." After Xiaochen finished his food and wine, he left the shop and immediately flew west. There were many cultivators in the air. Occasionally, Xiaochen would run into some cultivators rushing around without any fear. He did not want to invite any unnecessary trouble, so he increased his height by a kilometer. Only then did he have much more peace and quiet. The higher he flew, the more essence he exhausted. If there was nothing urgent, most cultivators would not fly more than a kilometer. Xiaochen's vision immediately widened. Suddenly, he discovered that there seemed to be a pagoda behind the many buildings in the distance. There were 5 sharp corners protruding from the top of the pagoda. A formless spiritual energy soared into the sky from the tip of the pagoda. It scattered the clouds and formed a semicircle of empty space. Xiaochen muttered, "Is this the ancient desolate tower?" Unfortunately, Xiaochen did not have time now. Otherwise, he would have to go and take a look. He did not know what was inside this mysterious tower. An hour later, a lake filled with spiritual energy appeared in Xiaochen's vision. The lake was calm without any ripples. But there seemed to be undercurrents surging within, and one could faintly hear the roar of a dragon. Hidden Dragon Lake. Could it be that there really is a dragon hiding in this lake? They really dare to randomly name it. Xiaochen smiled lightly and landed on the surface of the lake. Boom! At this moment, a loud roar came from the center of the lake. The lake water suddenly exploded, creating waves. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Swoosh! Under the pressure of the aura, A circular wall of waves immediately appeared on the surface of the lake, continuously expanding. A moment later, it arrived in front of Xiaochen, passed through his body, and spread further away. Xiaochen's clothes were instantly drenched, and he looked like a drowned rat. Strange, I seem to have been frightened by something just now. I could have dodged it, but I couldn't even muster my ki. I have to use my essence to dry my clothes. Xiaochen thought it was strange. At the same time, he felt very curious about that roar. How unlucky! I don't know what happened. This old ancestor has not been angry for several years. Stop talking. Let's go down first. It's just that our clothes are a little wet. We can use our essence to dry them. Some of the cultivators beside Xiaochen, who were also standing on the surface of the water, cursed softly. Xiaochen stopped thinking about other things. In any case, he could not figure it out. So, he covered his body with essence. Xiaochen held his breath and slowly sank to the bottom of the lake with the cultivators beside him. Many cultivators could be seen below the surface of the lake. They moved about, bobbing up and down. Xiaochen followed the crowd and slowly sank. 10 minutes later, Xiaochen saw a bright white light in the center of the lake. Before he could react, a strong suction pulled him down. When Xiaochen reacted, he discovered that he was already in midair. There was a transparent barrier above him, separating him from the lake. However, below him was a bustling market. It was brightly lit, and people moved about. The sound of people haggling could be heard everywhere. After hesitating for a while, Xiaochen slowly floated to the ground. Soon, he disappeared into the crowd. The market was densely packed with trade routes, like a spiderweb. As Xiaochen walked along the streets, he looked around with interest. Indeed, it was as Xiaoxian had said. There were many people from all walks of life here. He even saw many rare demonic cultivators. The cultivators who set up stalls sold everything. There were spirit beast corpses of various ranks, demonic beast materials, spirit cores, demonic cores, medicinal pills, secret manuals, cultivation techniques, spirit weapons, and secret treasures. There were countless of them. Furthermore, these were just the ordinary items. What was even more surprising were some extremely sinister items. For example, there was a living woman placed at a stall with a price tag. After asking around, Xiaochen found out that this woman had a rare absolute Yin body. She was a good cauldron for evil cultivators to practice. Furthermore, to refine the 10,000 blood demon pearl using human souls, one would have to kill 10,000 martial saints to refine it. All sorts of extremely sinister items were common here. Along the way, Xiaochen met many cultivators with deep cultivations. Xiaochen carefully withdrew his aura. He was nothing here. Those strong cultivators could easily squash him to death with one finger. However, there was no need to worry about them killing him in the market. No one dared to disobey the rules of the Heavenly Extermination Union. However, once Xiaochen left the market, it would be hard to say. Suddenly, Xiaochen stopped in front of a stall. He stared at a black stone the size of a human head. This is an embryo of astral iron. After refining it, you can extract astral iron the size of a palm, Xiaochen said, his heart thumping with excitement. Astral iron was obtained from a meteor. It could be used to repair strong ancient secret treasures. It was also an important material for refining. Xiaochen had once obtained a small piece of astral iron and used it to repair the Eastern Emperor Bell. Unfortunately, the Eastern Emperor Bell's grade was too high. That small amount of astral iron was not enough to repair it completely. As a result, the Eastern Emperor Bell became a piece of scrap metal again. The owner of the stall was barely an inferior grade martial king. He did not seem to recognize this astral iron. Xiaochen's expression did not change. He squatted down and picked up a rank 7 demonic beast demonic core beside the astral iron. He asked, "How much is this demonic core?" When the owner of the stall saw that there was business, he immediately smiled and said, "This is the demonic core of the rank 7 wind-attributed demonic beast, the green hummingbird. When embedded in a spirit weapon, it can increase the attack speed of the spirit weapon. If you are a wind-attributed cultivator, you can use the turbid in water to extract the demonic beast's evil chi. You can absorb the demonic beast's energy directly and use it to refine medicine. When Xiaochen saw the other party introducing the demonic core nonstop, he interrupted, I know. I am asking how much it is, not what it is used for. The owner of the stall smiled embarrassedly and said, It is not expensive. If it is inferior grade spirit stones, I will give you 20,000. If it is medial grade spirit stones, I will give you 100. Xiaochen took out 20,000 inferior grade spirit stones and tossed them to the other party. He said, I want this demonic core. Straightforward. The demonic core is yours. The owner of the stall revealed a smile and tossed the demonic core to Xiaochen. Clearly, he did not expect Xiaochen to accept it so readily. Xiaochen played with the demonic core for a while. The expression on his face seemed to be very happy. His intuition told him that Xiaochen might be a big customer. He might even be a disciple of a noble clan. Since he was so generous, he could not miss this opportunity. Seeing that Xiaochen was preparing to leave, the owner of the stall quickly said, Young hero, do you want to continue looking? I still have some good things that I can't hide. Xiaochen turned around and asked interestedly, What good things? The owner of the stall chuckled and took out some secret treasures from his spatial ring. Then he placed them on display. Xiaochen held them in his hand and felt them carefully. He could not help but feel somewhat disappointed. They were all trash secret treasures. They would be useful for martial saints. However, after martial kings, they would be useless. They were similar to the jade pendant that Xiaochen obtained in the past. They were already outdated. However, the expression on Xiaochen's face did not change. He nodded his head heavily and said, Good things, I want them all. How much are they? Don't talk nonsense with me, introducing a bunch of things. Just tell me how much they are. When the owner of the stall heard this, he was slightly stunned. After a while, he rejoiced in his heart. It looked like he had met the rumored rich man. Xiaochen clearly did not know anything, yet he acted like he did. He said that a pile of trash was good. Secret treasures were valuable, but not all secret treasures were valuable. This pair of inferior-grade secret treasures was just a pile of trash to martial kings. Seeing the owner of the stall remain silent, Xiaochen said somewhat impatiently, How much are they? If you are not going to make a price, I will be leaving. The owner of the stall recovered his wits and clenched his teeth. 200,000 inferior-grade spirit stones and 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Xiaochen remained silent, not saying anything. The owner of the stall knew that he had exaggerated the price. He quickly said, 150,000 inferior-grade spirit stones is fine as well. Xiaochen seemed to have just recovered his wits. He said, 150,000 inferior-grade spirit stones? That's fine. Deal. When the owner of the stall heard this, he could not help but vomit blood in his heart. It turned out that this fellow did not hear what he said earlier. I lost 50,000 inferior-grade spirit stones just because I spoke too much. The owner of the stall was filled with regret. When he saw Xiaochen preparing to leave after paying the bill, he said unwillingly, Wait a moment, young hero, I still have something good here. Xiaochen smiled and said, You still have something good? Bring it over and let me take a look. Good stuff, good stuff. The owner of the stall looked around his stall, but he could not find anything that he could use to bluff his way out of. Suddenly he saw that swarthy astral iron raw stone. His eyes lit up and he smiled, This is it. What is this again? The owner of the stall was put in a difficult position. He did not know what this thing was. He only felt that it looked useful, so he casually put it out. Now that he had to introduce it, he did not know how to do so. He felt very anxious, hoping that Xiaochen would say, Cut the crap, just make a price. Xiaochen said doubtfully, What is this? Ha! Young hero, you still don't know what this is? The owner of the stall laughed embarrassedly. He said, You know what this is. I'll just make a price, right? Xiaochen shook his head, I don't know. What is this? Isn't it just a black stone? What is its use? Just tell me. The owner of the stall was very anxious. He did his best to search for words to describe this black stone. However, after thinking for a long time, he could not think of anything. Chapter 461. This was because he did not know what this black stone was. Even if he wanted to make something up, he would not have a good reason. After holding it in for a long time, he still could not come up with anything. He could only feign a strange smile and say, "Young hero, you understand." Xiaochen shook his head and said, "I really don't understand." The owner of the stall was in a rush to make an offer. However, when he saw that Xiaochen did not take the bait, he felt very depressed. He really did not know how to continue making things up. Xiaochen's lips curled up as he said, "If you don't want to say, then never mind. I'll take my leave first." The owner of the stall quickly stood up and blocked Xiaochen. He said anxiously, "Young hero, don't go. If you really don't understand, then I'll explain it to you." Xiaochen asked curiously, "What exactly is it?" The owner of the stall thought very quickly. After a while, he quickly said, "This black stone is the egg of a rank 10 spirit beast. You can hug it and sleep on your belly every day. After 49 days, the life within the egg will sense your source of life. After 49 days, the eggshell will slowly transform. After that, after 49 days, a young rank 10 spirit beast will come out." The owner of the stall said a lot in one breath. After he finished, he heaved a sigh of relief. He praised himself in his heart, "I did not expect myself to be so quick-witted." Xiaochen laughed in his heart. He really admired this person. It must have been hard on him to boast to such an extent. However, the expression on Xiaochen's face did not change. He only said with some doubt, "A rank 10 spirit beast egg? Is that true?" The owner of the stall said very seriously, "It is definitely true. As long as you give me 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones, it will be yours." Xiaochen shook his head and said, "I don't believe you. How about you sleep for 49 days first? When its eggshell has transformed, I will come back and buy it." Originally, Xiaochen was starting to believe him. He did not expect the owner of the stall to say that this was just a stone. How could it transform while sleeping? The owner of the stall smiled awkwardly and said, "This thing can only be slept by itself. Otherwise, the spirit beast will not recognize it as its master." Xiaochen did not say much and directly said, "You must have slept until your balls hurt. I'll give you 500,000 inferior grade spirit stones. If you sell it to me like this, even 10,000 would be too much. Goodbye. Don't go. 10,000 it is. This black stone is yours." The stall owner immediately shoved the raw astral iron into Xiaochen's arms, refusing to let him leave no matter what. The stall owner smiled and said, "All right, young hero, you've already bought it. Pay up." Xiaochen did not expect the owner to shove it for 10,000 spirit xiao with. Spirit stone astral spirit stone. Xiao wanted to give it for it. Xiao spirit out to him. It spirit out only with 10 spirit astral Xiao spirit 10. The owner of the stall made it seem like he had gained a great advantage. He was afraid that Xiaochen would go back on his word. Without saying anything more, Xiaochen tossed 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones to the other party. Then he put away the astral iron stone and left without looking back. The owner of the stall took the spirit stones and watched Xiaochen leave. A smile bloomed on his face. If there are a few more rich people like him coming every day, it would be hard for me not to get rich. Xiaochen smiled faintly and continued to stroll around the market. As he searched for fist technique manuals, he also looked for opportunities to pick up leftovers. Time slowly went by. Xiaochen saw dozens of fist technique manuals. However, they were all medial-grade earth-ranked martial techniques. There were very few superior-grade earth-ranked martial techniques. Even if there was an attribute, it would not be suitable for him. It was extremely difficult to find a pure lightning-attributed cultivation technique. As for peak superior-grade earth-ranked martial techniques, Xiaochen did not see a single one. After strolling around for a while, Xiaochen could not help but feel disappointed. It looked like it would be difficult to find a suitable high-ranked cultivation technique within 10 days. Xiaochen put down another secret manual in his hand and said to the owner of the stall, "Sorry, this one is not suitable for me either." The owner of the stall was an old man in his 60s. He glanced at Xiaochen and said, "I did not expect little friend to have such high standards. If you really have enough spirit stones, I can recommend someone to you. If you go to him, you will definitely be able to buy the secret manual that you need." Xianxia asked interestedly, "What do you mean by that?" The old man smiled but did not say anything. Xianxia understood what the old man meant. He took out 200 medial-grade spirit stones and handed them over. "Senior, please help me out." The old man casually weighed the spirit stones in his hand and said in satisfaction, "After you leave this street, turn 3 streets to the left. That is the street that specializes in selling secret manuals. Go to stall number 1 and take a look. The things there are very expensive, but they will definitely have what you need." Xianxia thanked the old man and took his leave. 10 minutes later, Xianxia arrived at the street that he mentioned. Indeed, it was as the old man said. Although the street was small and there were not many people, it was very quiet. However, the stalls were filled with cultivation techniques and secret manuals. As Xianxia counted in his heart, he slowly arrived at stall number 1. The owner of the stall was a middle-aged man in his 30s with a ferocious-looking face. He glanced at Xianxia and smiled faintly. Although it was a friendly smile, it made one's hair stand on end. "Are you here to buy secret manuals?" the middle-aged man asked. Xianxia nodded. "I only want superior-grade earth-ranked fist techniques and above. It would be best if they are lightning attributed." The middle-aged man did not say anything more. He flipped through the stall and found 4 secret manuals, handing them over. Xianxia received them and flipped through them one by one. The first manual was a tyrant fist that did not have any elemental requirements. There was a total of 10 moves. The fist technique was incomparably tyrannical, each move more ruthless than the one before. This fist technique focused on one's aura, using one's aura to suppress others. If one met a cultivator weaker than them, they could deal with them with one punch. If a stronger cultivator wanted to break the fist technique, they would have to learn an extremely ingenious move. Otherwise, they could only clash head-on and suppress themselves with their aura. The weakness was that it exhausted a lot of essence. A regular superior-grade Martial King's essence would be completely drained after one set of fist techniques. The other weakness was that the moves were not flexible enough and focused on being straightforward. This fist technique was a superior-grade earth-ranked fist technique. Xianxia thought to himself, "Not bad. If there is nothing else, I will choose this. This tyrant fist technique suits my requirements." Xianxia had abundant essence, much more than a regular Martial King. Even if he ran out of essence, he would still have vital qi to support it. The first weakness could be ignored. As for the second weakness, Xianxia did not need to worry about it. This fist technique was only a support. He still had more ingenious saber techniques. The second manual was a wind-attributed fist technique. It focused on fast punching speed and ingenious techniques. Xianxia shook his head and gave up on it. Saber techniques focused on speed and technique. Fist techniques did not need to focus on speed. Xianxia continued to look at the third manual. It was a lightning-attributed superior-grade earth-ranked fist technique, Thunder Rock Fist. This was a fist technique created by a senior expert after observing the lightning-attributed superior-grade spirit beast, the Thunder Rock. This fist technique contained the speed of the Thunder Rock, the berserk nature of the Thunder Rock, and the techniques of the Thunder Rock when it hunted. In addition, Xianxia's own comprehensions formed this strong Thunder Rock Fist. Xianxia thought to himself, "That old man did not lie to me." He managed to find 2 fist techniques that suited him in one go. Xianxia continued to look. If there were no better ones, he would just randomly choose one of these 2. The fourth manual was called Dragon Claw Fist. It was a martial technique that combined fist techniques and claw techniques. It was very hard to defend against when one switched between a fist and a claw. Dragon Claw. Xianxia liked these 2 terms. Perhaps it could be combined with the blue dragon chi. Xianxia continued to read. The Dragon Claw Fist was a peak superior grade earth-ranked fist technique. His expression could not help but change. Although there was only a difference of 1 grade between peak superior grade earth-ranked and peak superior grade earth-ranked fist techniques, their might was completely different. The might of a peak superior grade earth-ranked fist technique was already infinitely close to that of a heaven-ranked martial technique. However, heaven-ranked martial techniques could not be used without reaching a certain cultivation realm. If one forcefully used it, there would be the danger of the body exploding. Xiaochen himself had an unbearable experience. Hence, if one could find a peak superior grade earth-ranked martial technique, it would be the most powerful martial technique under martial monarch. Xiaochen felt suspicious. He asked, "Is this Dragon Claw Fist really a peak superior grade earth-ranked martial technique?" The secret manual that the other party handed over only had a name and a rough introduction. It did not have the actual incantation or the circulation route of essence. Hence, Xiaochen could not make a judgment. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "I did not build up my reputation in a day or two. Since I said it is a peak superior grade earth-ranked martial technique, then it is. However, that manual of yours is a little special. Even if you bought it, it would be useless." "Why?" The owner of the stall explained, "This fist technique can only be circulated with pure vital qi. Furthermore, it has very high requirements for the physical body. If the physical body is not strong enough, even if you are a vital qi cultivator, if you use it rashly, you will end up with severe internal injuries. Even if you do not manage to kill your opponent, you will end up killing yourself. Seeing how your essence is surging, naturally, you are not a physical body cultivator. It would be even more impossible for you to circulate your vital qi freely in your body. Hence, even if you bought it, it would be useless." Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. This Dragon Claw Fist was prepared for him. He casually asked, "How much is it?" The middle-aged man asked doubtfully, "You want to buy it?" Xiaochen did not beat around the bush. He said directly, "As long as the price is not too exaggerated, I will buy it." The middle-aged man said sullenly, "Don't worry. I always get what I pay for. Although the martial technique you want is a peak superior grade earth-ranked martial technique, it is too unpopular. I will not ask for a random price. 30,000 medial grade spirit stones will do." 30,000 medial grade spirit stones. Xiaochen nodded and prepared to pay. He knew that the other party did not ask for a random price. A peak superior grade earth-ranked martial technique of the other category was sold for 50,000 medial grade spirit stones. There were no surprises. Xiaochen probed, "Can I use inferior grade spirit stones to pay?" The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "No. Past inferior grade earth-ranked, all martial techniques have to be paid with medial grade spirit stones." Xiaochen no longer hesitated. He had only asked casually. He had already guessed that the other party would not agree. After the middle-aged man paid the spirit stones, he counted the number. Then he took out the true copy of the secret manual from his spatial ring and handed it to Xiaochen. After Xiaochen looked through it and verified that there were no mistakes, he placed it in his universe ring. Before he left, Xiaochen looked at the many secret manuals on the stall. He asked curiously, "Where did you get these secret manuals from? If the information is confidential, I can pay with spirit stones." With such a secret manual, it should be a land of fortuitous encounters. Fortuitous encounters were very attractive to cultivators. Xiaochen was no exception. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, "It is not confidential. After you leave, this secret manual might end up in my hands again." When Xiaochen heard this, he felt a chill in his heart. He now knew how the other party obtained these secret manuals. They were obtained by killing people and robbing them. For this person to be able to snatch so many secret manuals, he was probably a half-step martial monarch at the very least. "Ha! Don't worry, I never make a move on my customers." When the middle-aged man saw Xiaochen's expression, he laughed loudly. Chapter 462. This fellow is a madman. Xiaochen did not linger. He turned around and left the place. Now that he had obtained the secret manual, there was no need to continue looking around. Xiaochen left the street and prepared to soar into the air. However, just at this moment, a cultivator wearing a black cloak, his face hidden in the shadows, landed in front of Xiaochen. Then he immediately headed north. Xiaochen felt that this person looked familiar. He quickly sent out his spiritual sense, and his expression changed. "Chu Chaoyan, what is he doing here? He should be here to get something." After all, if Xiaochen could come, it would not be strange for him to come as well. Xiaochen withdrew his spiritual sense and stopped paying attention. However, he suddenly discovered a strange problem. After Chu Chaoyun landed, he did not look at anything. He just headed north, not even bothering to look at the surrounding stalls. Something is strange. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and decided to follow. He withdrew his aura and maintained a 2-kilometer distance. Xiao Chen followed Chu Chaoyun stealthily. Soon, Chu Chaoyun left the vicinity of the market. Xiao Chen found it even more strange. What is this fellow doing here? Outside the market was an extremely desolate land. Only some flourishing weeds grew. The cold wind howled, making it look very desolate. Chu Chaoyun did not stop at all. His destination was very clear. He kept walking until he finally stopped before a tombstone. Beside the tombstone, there was a deep pool of water. The surface of the pool was covered with ice, and it looked very strange. Xiao Chen removed his black cloak. Unexpectedly, Chu Chaoyun was wearing the golden robes of the Tianwu dynasty. Chu Chaoyun's perpetually calm face revealed a faint sadness. He squatted down and started to pull out the weeds around the tombstone. The tombstone was already very dilapidated. The words on it were already cracked. Xiao Chen took a long time before he could see them clearly. Then he slowly read, "Grave of Chu Jiaoyang." Chu Jiaoyang, Chu Jiaoyang. Xiao Chen repeated this name twice in his heart, and his expression changed drastically. The Tianwu emperor who established the Tianwu dynasty and moved unhindered across the continent, the one who was praised for tens of thousands of years. Wasn't the real name of Chu Jiaoyang? Impossible. This is impossible. Xiao Chen was extremely astonished. The Tianwu emperor, Chu Jiaoyang, was a peerless genius, unrivaled in the world, praised for tens of thousands of years. Even to this day, he was still an unsurpassable legend of the Tianwu continent. The title of the strongest person since the ancient era definitely belonged to him. However, his tombstone was so simple and crude that it was even a bit dilapidated and overgrown with weeds. Currently, the grave of any city lord of a small city would be many times more luxurious than this gravestone. He was the Tianwu emperor. How could his gravestone be so simple? Waves surged in Xiao Chen's heart. He couldn't figure out how this was possible. The tomb of the heavenly the arch was actually so simple. What Xiao Chen couldn't figure out was why Chu Chaoyun was here. Furthermore, logically speaking, this gravestone should not have been hard to find. Why did he not think of attacking the tomb of the heavenly the arch? After all, no matter how simple it was still the tomb of the heavenly the arch. Even the corpse of a heavenly the arch was priceless and inestimable. All sorts of doubts lingered in Xiao Chen's heart, causing his mind to be in a mess. Then he carefully recalled the past. Suddenly, Xiao Chen remembered the first time he met Chu Chaoyun. There was a heavenly thearcha's tomb there as well. However, it was the last one, the last emperor of the Tianwu dynasty. Compared to Chu Jiaoyang, he was worlds apart. As the biggest winner of that fortuitous encounter, not only did Chu Chaoyun obtain the corpse of Emperor Wu, he even absorbed a tenth of the heavenly flame and obtained the life-extinguishing blood-reversing swordplay. Now that Chu Jiaoyang appeared here, perhaps everything that happened that day was not a coincidence. Everything was within his calculations. If Xiao Chen thought deeper, the map that the Yu clan obtained back then might have been purposely obtained by the Yu clan. If all this was true, then the depths of Chu Chaoyun's schemes were truly horrifying. Bang! 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 Just at this moment, the ice-covered pond shattered with a ka-ca sound. A drawn-out aura soared into the sky from the cracks in the ice. That aura was like a long, straight line. Soon, it pierced through the barrier of the underground market and pierced into the lake. Xiao Chen was startled. When he first arrived at the hidden dragon lake, the aura he felt came from here. Boom! The ice completely shattered, and a snow-white flood dragon leaped out of the pond. Its body was more than 200 meters long. White scales lined its body, and auspicious clouds spread out from its body. An ancient dragon might spread out into the surroundings from its body. Immediately, everyone in the underground market felt an enormous pressure. Their gazes were filled with doubt. Why did this ancestor come out for no reason? Could it be that someone has designs on the heavenly emperor's tomb? He is too bold. He really does not know how to spell the word death. However, no one dared to go and watch the excitement. They all remained where they were and did what they were supposed to do. Even if they were curious, they did not have the guts to go and watch. There is actually a dragon in this hidden dragon lake. Xiaochen thought in horror. This was a rank 10 frost flood dragon, an existence equal to a peak martial sage. Looking at the auspicious clouds covering its body, it clearly showed signs of transforming into a true dragon. Such a flood dragon had lived for an unknown period of time. Even if Emperor Wu came, he would not be able to do anything to it. It was an existence that truly stood at the top of the food chain. No wonder no one had any designs on this simple heavenly emperor's tomb even though it was placed here. 2 kilometers away, Xiaochen withdrew his aura and lay on the ground even more carefully. At this moment he did not even dare to send out his spiritual sense. With just a thought from such a strong frost flood dragon, Xiaochen would be able to sense it. No matter how strong Xiaochen's spiritual sense was, he was not arrogant enough to think that he could compare to a flood dragon. Before the gravestone, Chu Chaoyun waved at the soaring frost flood dragon and said, "Ao Yang, it has been a long time." It has indeed been a long time. The last time you came here was probably 4 years ago, the flood dragon said in an extremely aged voice. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and did not say anything more. Then, he took out a stack of yellow paper and the items of the priest and placed them in front of the gravestone. A golden light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes, and all the offerings started burning. Chu Chaoyun looked at the burning yellow paper in a daze. The sorrowful expression on his face became even more intense. Then, Chu Chaoyun touched the mottled gravestone with his right hand and muttered in a voice that only he could hear, "Even if you were a peerless talent, unparalleled in the world, unrivaled in the world, in the end, you are just a pile of dirt, a broken gravestone. Even after 10,000 years, your name still remains. However, your dynasty no longer exists. Your descendants do not even have the qualifications to be a proper human being." Xiaochen could not hear what Chu Chaoyun said. However, when he saw the burning offerings, he was startled. Could this Chu Chaoyun be a descendant of the Tianwu dynasty's royal court? Xiao. Just at this moment, an extremely cold gaze stared at Xiaochen. Xiaochen's chest tightened. He knew that the frost flood dragon had sensed his emotional fluctuations earlier. Bang! Without any hesitation, Xiaochen smacked the ground heavily and immediately shot forward. The lines on the blood-flame shoes suddenly lit up. Xiaochen's speed instantly reached Mach 4 as he soared into the sky. Fit. The moment the frost flood dragon left, a layer of cold chi appeared where Xiaochen had been lying earlier. The frost flood dragon froze all the dirt into ice shards. After that, the ice exploded, sending countless ice shards flying in all directions. The surrounding cold chi spread out and a cold wind howled. A huge pit appeared in the ground. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Xiaochen did not even notice how the frost flood dragon made its move. He felt extremely nervous as he quickly flew into the sky. He only wanted to leave this market as soon as possible. He had no intention of resisting. The frost flood dragon looked at Xiaochen in the air. Its eyes flickered slightly as it prepared to spit out another dragon breath to kill Xiaochen. However, after a while, it discovered something else. It stopped opening its mouth and raised its claws, sending out an extremely sharp cold chi. Bang! Xiaochen felt a cold chi explode behind him. A horrifying energy surged over and the lightning-attributed essence in his body was immediately destroyed. Pu Si. Xiaochen vomited a mouthful of blood. That huge force pushed him forward continuously. Soon he was out of the barrier and into the lake. The huge force did not diminish as it carried Xiaochen's body forward. After an instant, Xiaochen appeared above the hidden dragon lake, leaving behind a pillar of water. Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief. Then he checked his internal injuries. To his surprise, he discovered that he had not suffered any injuries. The cold chi that had rushed into his body and caused him unbearable pain did not injure him. Instead, it forced out some of the impurities in his essence. That was to say, not only did Xiaochen not suffer any losses, but he even gained something for free. Splash! The water pillar fell, and the lake rippled for a long time before it slowly stopped. Xiaochen stared at the water for a long time. He could not figure out why that rank 10 Frost Flood Dragon helped him. Beside the Heavenly Emperor's grave, the Frost Flood Dragon's aged voice rang out again. Chu Chaoyun, don't bring anyone with you next time. Even if you are the successor of the Qing Emperor, there is no exception. Chu Chaoyun said somewhat helplessly, I really did not know that he followed me here. Furthermore, I do not know when I will come again. The Frost Flood Dragon's voice rang out again. I don't care what you want to do. You had better not have any designs on the things in the Heavenly Emperor's grave. After saying that, the Frost Jiao Dragon dived back into the deep pool of water. Chu Chaoyun clenched his right fist tightly. His gaze was resolute as he looked at the simple Heavenly Emperor's grave. He muttered, the dead are already dead. I still have some respect for you. Xiao Chen cautiously returned to his courtyard. Under a small tree in the courtyard, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. He started to carefully sense the cold qi that the Frost Flood Dragon gave him. He felt that there was still some remnant cold qi in his body that had not been used yet. It would be a waste not to make good use of it. As Xiao Chen circulated his essence, the cold qi that permeated his flesh, meridians, and internal organs was quickly absorbed by Xiao Chen. Chapter 463. This was clearly a bone-chilling cold qi. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen felt warm. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Aside from the benefits of this cold qi, he also thought of some other things. He also thought of something else. Cold qi could hurt people, but it could also help people. Xiao Chen did not know if this logic applied to other attributes. The wind had a berserk side, but it also had a gentle spring breeze that warmed the human body. Fire had a temperature and could kill. However, it was also a necessity for ordinary people when cooking. If Xiao Chen were to apply these principles to his state, he wondered if his comprehension of the state would reach a higher level. This logic was still too profound. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and stopped thinking about it for now. Then he focused on absorbing the cold qi. After about 7 minutes, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. He felt a warm and numb sensation throughout his body. Waves of turbid qi gathered in his abdomen from all over his body. Xiao Chen flicked his finger, and a stream of black blood spurted out of his fingertip. The instant the black blood left his body, Xiao Chen felt his entire body relax. What a powerful cold qi! Unexpectedly, it managed to heal all the hidden injuries that I did not notice before. Xiao Chen stretched his body and felt astonished. He could not understand why that rank 10 Frost Flood Dragon would help him. Dong. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door, interrupting Xiao Chen's thoughts. When Xiao Chen opened the door, he saw an ordinary person wearing gray robes with 3 golden threads embroidered on his collar. This person held a letter in his hand. May I ask if this young hero's surname is Xiao? The person asked respectfully with a cupped fist salute. Xiao Chen nodded to indicate his acknowledgement. The other party smiled and said, in that case, you have found the right person. This letter is for you. Goodbye. The letter floated in his hand. Xiao Chen did not immediately pick it up. The person who delivered the letter looked ordinary, but his attitude was very appropriate. He did not have the reverence that a high-ranked cultivator would have. Furthermore, poisoning the letter was a rather common method. It was better to be cautious. Xiao Chen waved his hand gently, and a strand of essence shot out. The letter immediately tore open, revealing the letter inside. The paper unfolded and floated in the air. After Xiao Chen finished reading it, he flicked out a wisp of purple flames and completely burned it to ashes. Strange, why did Zhua Mo of Beast Taming Camp gather everyone? Zhua Mo was Pei Shaoxuan's first Xixiang, the strongest third-generation disciple of the Beast Taming Camp. He was very strong. In the previous 5-nation youth competition, he managed to rank within the top 20. He was one of the few who could withstand the pressure and enter the top 20. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was the #1 young master of Great Tang. The content of the envelope was very simple. It was to invite Xiao Chen to attend a gathering in 5 days. It seemed like he wanted to gather all the participants of the second round of selection and familiarize themselves with each other. Xiao Chen said softly, that's good too. If we all go, it's not a bad thing to scout ahead. Keeping this matter in mind, Xiaochen took out the peak earth-ranked fist technique, the Dragon Claw Fist, and carefully looked at it. The Dragon Claw Fist was a fist technique that perfectly merged the fist with the claw. The switching between the fist and the claw was very hard to defend against. According to the introduction in the secret manual, when practiced to great perfection, there would not be much of a barrier between the fist and the claw. When the Dragon Claw Fist technique was executed, it contained the might of the fist and the sharpness of the claw. The fist technique had a total of 7 moves. The first 3 moves were the basics. They did not have names and only allowed the cultivator to switch between the fist and the claw freely. From the 4th move onwards, the might of the Dragon Claw Fist technique increased. Each move was stronger than the one before, and every move was a killing move. Furthermore, each move had 2 different ways of executing it. Using the fist or the claw would result in a completely different move. This meant that the 4 moves could be turned into 8 moves. These 4 moves were Berserk Dragon, Burning the Heavens, Breaking Armor, and Seizing the Heart. After Xiaochen finished reading the secret manual, he closed his eyes and started to carefully comprehend it. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in them. Xiaochen put away the secret manual and started to circulate his vital qi according to the method in the manual. Boom, boom. Xiaochen circulated his vital qi in his chest and transferred it to his right arm. He immediately felt a swelling pain in his arm, like his flesh would explode in the next moment. Along with the swelling pain, Xiaochen felt an incomparably strong force pour into his arm. What a tyrannical force! No wonder the middle-aged man said that people who had not reached great perfection could not practice this palm technique. Xiaochen knew that he had overestimated himself. The moment he started, he circulated all his vital qi. He quickly reduced the amount of vital qi he used by half. The pain immediately vanished, and the circulation of vital qi became very smooth. Soon, it entered his palm. Pa! When Xiaochen punched, the force exploded in the air. A strong wind immediately blew in the courtyard, kicking up countless fallen leaves. Without losing any momentum, Xiaochen followed the method in the Dragon Claw Fist and formed a claw with his 5 fingers. The scattered force in the air was instantly absorbed. Xiaochen merged the remaining vital qi with Xiaochen's. When he swung his claw, a strong wind blew and 5 deep claw marks appeared in the air. After a long time, they slowly faded away. Just half of my vital qi is already so strong. When I bring out all my vital qi, how ferocious will it be? Xiaochen revealed a joyful smile as he spoke happily. Furthermore, he did not even use the Azure Dragon energy in his arm. If he layered his vital qi and dragon qi together, he would be able to defeat the Azure Dragon. The might of a fist and a claw strike made even Xiaochen feel that it was somewhat monstrous. A peak Earth-ranked fist technique is indeed an Earth-ranked fist technique. I did not spend so many spirit stones in vain, Xiaochen thought, smiling happily. 2 days later, Xiaochen had already mastered the first 3 moves of the Dragon Claw Fist. The transition between fist and claw had already reached the initial stage. Xiaochen had reached small perfection. However, he was still a distance away from being able to move freely. However, that would require time to accumulate. It was not that Xiaochen's comprehension ability was lacking. It was just a matter of time. Fist. In the courtyard, Xiaochen shouted. All the vital qi in Xiaochen's body circulated in his abdomen and poured into his right arm. After 2 days of practice, Xiaochen's physical body could already contain this vital qi without feeling any pain. When the vital qi flowed through his arm, the blue dragon tattoo moved slowly. Strands of dragon qi slowly seeped into the vital qi. The strength in his arm increased by more than 20%. He clenched his fist tightly. When he felt the surging energy, Xiaochen punched. Explode! A cyan energy visible to the naked eye exploded, causing a violent gale to blow in the courtyard. A few small trees were actually pulled up by this gale. Kassiet. When the energy surged out, the small trees immediately shattered into countless pieces. Claw! Xiaochen shouted again and formed a claw with his fingers. The surrounding azure energy surged over and merged with the remaining energy in his arm. Pu Si. The 5 cyan claw marks seemed to break through the air. The falling leaves in the courtyard that were flying all over the sky suddenly had 5 extremely obvious gaps. Fist. Xiao Chen's lower body sank down. The instant he retracted his claw, he pushed forward. His aura suddenly changed, turning into a fist wind and attacking forward. After this happened more than 10 times, Xiao Chen slowly stopped. After thinking for a while, he said softly, "The force of the fist wind looks very ferocious. However, it seems to be somewhat scattered. I have to think of a way to gather it together." Following that, Xiao Chen started to focus on practicing the fist wind. He focused the force of the fist wind on one point, not spreading it to other places. Time passed slowly. After another 2 days, Xiao Chen had completely stabilized the 3 basic moves of the Dragon Claw Fist. The problem of the scattered fist wind was also solved. After all, it was not a particularly profound technique. Xiao Chen had been able to do it in the past. Now, he only made a small improvement to the Dragon Claw Fist, making it more suitable for himself. It is time to practice the official moves of the Dragon Claw Fist. Berserk Dragon Fist, Berserk Dragon Claw. There is clearly only one move, but there are 2 different ways to deduce it. I have to think about it carefully. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and said with a resolute gaze. In the western district of Desolate City, Zhue Mo of the beast-taming abode had already reserved the entire courtyard. The tables and chairs in the courtyard were arranged very neatly. The 200-odd people who passed the second round of selection were gathered together according to the different empires. The Tang Nation's people were with the Tang Nation's people, and the Chu Nation's people were with the Chu Nation's people. After all, the people from the same nation were the most familiar. It was hard to avoid competition between geniuses. When the cultivators from the same nation gathered together, it was like they were in a group. There were close to 300 outstanding talents. The Great Qin Nation's cultivators were in an awkward position. Aside from Duan Yuqing, Hua Yunfei, Mu Qingxue, and Ji Changkong, there were only a few outstanding talents from the imperial capital. Compared to the other nations, there were only a few dozen people. The difference was very obvious. Even with the addition of Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun, who had not arrived yet, there were less than 20 people. When the outstanding talents of the surrounding nations looked at where Hua Yunfei and the others were, disdain occasionally flashed in their eyes. Occasionally, they would whisper to each other, making the Great Qin Nation's people feel very embarrassed. In reality, the Great Qin Nation's spiritual energy was sparse. It had been at the bottom of the 4 great nations for a long time already. In the previous 5-nation youth competition, no one had made it into the top 100. Unfortunately, the 5-nation youth competition had a rule that the royal clan disciples could not participate. Otherwise, with Ying Yu's strength, she would have no problem making it into the top 20. The royal clans of the various nations formed their own system. It was said that they could communicate with the upper realm and had their own blessed lands. Hence, the invitation to the ancient desolate tower was the same as the 5-nation youth competition. It would not be sent to the royal clans of the various nations. Lu Yong, we have not met for 3 years already. It is rare for us to meet again. I wonder if your sword is still better than mine? Just at this moment, a cultivator from the great Xia nation, Zhou Wei, spoke to a great Tang nation disciple with a soaring aura. In other words, this gathering was a chance for everyone to test each other's strength before the arena battles. There were many familiar faces here. They all wanted to know how much the other party had improved. Then, they could estimate their own strength and their chances of obtaining one of the 20 spots. Half of the reason why so many people came was because of Zhue Mo. The other half was because of the 20 spots. The great Tang nation's Lu Yong stood up and smiled faintly. I had the same intention. I could defeat you 1 year ago. 1 year later, I can still defeat you. Xiu. As soon as the 2 of them stepped forward, the sounds of discussion immediately stopped, and everyone's gazes converged on them. Chapter 464. In the arena battles, everyone could be an opponent. If one could understand each other's strength in advance, it would save them a lot of effort. Dang. Dang. In the courtyard, sword chi crisscrossed and the 2 of them quickly got into a fight, unleashing all sorts of sword moves. The 2 were evenly matched, no one could do anything to the other. Lu Yong was somewhat surprised. He said, I did not expect you to have comprehended sword intent in 1 year. Furthermore, you have cultivated it to 30% comprehension. You are not simple. Zhou Wei executed his sword intent to the extreme. He said with some pride, 1 year is enough for many things to change. If this is all you are capable of, you should just admit defeat when you meet me in the arena battles. Boom. The sword in Zhou Wei's hand trembled, and an even stronger sword intent surged out. Even the sword chi became sharper. Ding, ding, ding. As Zhou Wei swung his sword, he forced Lu Yong back a few steps. The advantage in the arena started to tilt in Zhou Wei's favor. That is, 50% comprehended sword intent. The cultivators watching outside the arena exclaimed softly. 50% comprehended sword intent was already at the peak of small perfection. As long as one crossed this threshold, it would be a great perfection sword intent. For a regular swordsman to achieve 50% comprehended sword intent at such a young age, it was already very strong. No wonder this person dared to challenge Lu Yong. So it turned out that he had such confidence. Now he felt relieved. Lu Yong's expression also changed slightly. However, he quickly recovered. He smiled faintly and said, 50% comprehended sword intent? I achieved it half a year ago. You should have just reached it. Boom. Lu Yong's sword intent soared as well, and his aura immediately recovered. Furthermore, his grasp of sword intent was even higher than Zhou Wei's. Furthermore, Lu Yong's state was stronger than Zhou Wei's. He instantly gained the upper hand. Zhou Wei could only bitterly defend at some point in time. After 100 moves, Lu Yong narrowed his eyes. He found an opening and thrust his sword at Zhou Wei's face. This attack was cold and sharp. It was extremely dangerous. Zhou Wei was startled and quickly withdrew his sword to block. Who knew that Lu Yong was just faking it? The instant Zhou Wei withdrew his sword, Lu Yong's sword stabbed forward. It struck Zhou Wei's wrist and immediately cut open a wound. The sword flew out of Zhou Wei's hand. Lu Yong took advantage of the situation and took a step forward. The cold edge of the sword rested on Zhou Wei's neck. Thanks for letting me win, brother Zhou. It looks like you've wasted a year of training. It's best if you don't meet him in the arena. Lu Yong laughed heartily and sheathed his sword, returning Zhou Wei's words back to him. Zhou Wei went back to his table, feeling a little depressed. His friends next to him immediately comforted him, don't be depressed. You have comprehended 50% of your sword intent, and you have also comprehended the state of wind to the peak of small success. There is still hope for you to get one of the 20 spots. Zhou Wei smiled bitterly and said, it's nothing. It just allowed me to see myself more clearly. Originally, I thought that although I was not one of the peak people, unable to compare to Ding Fengqiu, Jiang Zimo, Chu Mu, and the others, I was still within the top 20. I didn't expect such an ending. I'm improving, but so are the others. Following that, a few more people went down to exchange pointers with each other. Among them, Jiang Zimo, Chu Mu, and Mu Xianxia, the 3 young experts of the Heavenly Fiend Palace, fought each other. There was also the match between Pei Shaoxian and Xia Xian, as well as the match between Ding Fengqiu and Zuemo. These were the most eye-catching. The strength of these people was publicly acknowledged to be at the peak of this place. After a series of battles, everyone was even more certain of this. Even Lu Yong shook his head and sighed after he saw Ding Fengqiu and Zuemo's match. He said, I am not comparable to him. If I meet him, I will immediately admit defeat and conserve my strength for the next battle. On the Great Qin Nation's side, Hua Yunfei and the others all had unsightly expressions. Originally, they thought that even if there was a gap between them and the people of the other nations, there would not be such a huge gap. At the very least, there would be a chance to turn things around. After watching a few battles, Hua Yunfei shook his head and sighed. He thought to himself, I was truly a frog in a well. Bang! A swordsman from the Great Qin Nation kicked a cultivator from the imperial capital of the Great Qin Nation. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth, and his expression was one of extreme pain. That swordsman shook his head and said, the cultivators of the Great Qin Nation are still not strong enough. Sorry, I should not have challenged you. These words sounded nice. However, when Hua Yunfei and the others heard them, it was worse than humiliation. Don't go. I, Hua Yunfei, challenge you. Hua Yunfei's expression turned sullen as he stood up. He held a scarlet sword and slowly walked towards that swordsman. That swordsman glanced at Hua Yunfei and said seriously, "You are stronger than him. I accept your challenge." Boom. The two of them clashed. Hua Yunfei knew that his opponent was not easy to deal with. The moment he stepped up, he executed the bloody kill sword technique to its limits. A scarlet light filled the sky, a sea of blood surged, and a baleful aura rushed into the sky. That swordsman's expression did not change. He retreated step by step, blocking Hua Yunfei's continuous attacks. When that swordsman had nowhere to retreat to, he suddenly stopped. He shook his head and said, "What a strong martial technique. Unfortunately, you cannot even comprehend sword intent. It is a waste of this martial technique. Lose." Sword intent rushed into the sky, and that swordsman's aura suddenly soared. His sword technique became very ferocious. With just one sword strike, he managed to repel Hua Yunfei's attack. The sword left a faint wound on his face. After that, that swordsman withdrew his sword and quickly retreated. If he had not been merciful, Hua Yunfei would have died on the spot. Ji Changkong took advantage of the situation and stood up. He said to that swordsman, "Ji Changkong, do you mind giving me some pointers?" Before that swordsman could reply, a bladesman friend beside him stood up and smiled. "You have fought 2 consecutive battles. How about I help you block?" "Sure, I'll leave Yong to you." The swordsman nodded in agreement. He returned to his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Even though he had won 2 battles in a row, he did not care too much about it. In his opinion, defeating the people of the Great Qin nation was not something to be proud of. Mu Qingxue said softly, "Very good. Fight with your full power. That way, you will be convinced of your defeat." Yong smiled and said, "Don't brag and make others laugh. Speak after you win." Shio. Ji Changkong took the initiative to attack. He executed the astral swordplay, and a sky full of stars revolved around him. However, that bladesman did not care about his opponent's mysterious phenomenon. He shouted a war cry and hacked down with his saber with all his might. His cultivation was higher than Ji Changkong's. Combined with his tyrannical saber technique, it was sufficient to suppress his opponent. Bang! After clashing head-on a few times, Ji Changkong's arm became numb. His chest ached. He knew that his essence was still lacking compared to his opponent's. He stopped hiding his strength and merged his 20% comprehended sword intent with his sword technique. Finally, he recovered some of his disadvantage. That bladesman smiled and said, "Interesting. However, a 20% comprehended sword intent is nothing here. You should still lose." Suddenly, a strong wind blew on the saber. This bladesman finally used his full strength. Dang, ding, ding. Ji Changkong blocked 3 strikes in a row. In the end, he could no longer block them. The sword in his hand was knocked away, flying out of the courtyard. Mu Qingxue, who thought that he could show off with his holy weapon, saw Ji Changkong's sword knocked away, and his expression changed slightly. He lowered his head and drank his tea, pretending not to see anything. He had completely given up on challenging others. Just accept your fate. The spiritual energy in the Great Qin nation is insufficient, and the competition is not big. Even if we are equal, we are still much weaker than the geniuses of the other nations. In this budding age of geniuses, you are destined to be supporting characters, Yong said expressionlessly. Ji Changkong's face was filled with dissatisfaction. However, he had to admit that what Yong said was true. Just at this moment, a melodious sword hum resounded outside the courtyard. It sounded melodious and resonant. Everyone quickly looked over. They saw a bladesman in white grabbing a sword with 2 fingers outside the door. The force of the sword was very strong. However, that bladesman only used 2 fingers and casually grabbed the tip of the sword. He casually clamped the tip of the sword, and the sword could no longer move forward. It shook and trembled violently in the air. Yong's expression changed slightly. He had used his full power in his final 3 attacks. They were his peak killing moves. He was very clear on how strong they were. The sword that he knocked away contained at least half the might of his peak strike. It would not be strange if Shi Yong had dodged it. After all, he was already too slow. However, this person only used 2 fingers to grab the tip of the sword and casually blocked it. This was somewhat unbelievable. Today happened to be the 5th day. That's what Mo had set. Xiao Chen practiced the Dragon Claw Fist's 4th move, Berserk Dragon. He was too engrossed in it. Originally, he had planned to practice it once more in the morning before setting off. However, who knew, he suddenly comprehended something and became engrossed in it. By the time Xiao Chen reacted, it was already noon. He rushed over in a hurry. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, he saw a sword flying at him. At first, Xiao Chen thought that someone was trying to make a move against him. When Xiao Chen saw Ji Changkong and Shi Yong, he understood. It was just the shockwaves from the fight. It was clear that Ji Changkong had lost. When Ji Changkong saw Xiao Chen holding his sword, he said with an unfriendly expression, "Give me my sword." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and flicked his finger. The sword started spinning and flew towards Ji Changkong. Xiao Chen flew towards Ji Changkong and caught the sword. Ji Changkong had an unsightly expression as he returned to his seat. He had not expected that after leaving the Great Qi nation, he would not even be able to deal with a minor character. Xiao Chen slowly walked over to Shi Yong and said calmly, "The people of the Great Qi nation can only be supporting characters. Could it be that you think you are the main character? Do you dare to repeat what you said earlier?" Xiao Chen had heard every single word that the other party said. He found it very laughable. Although the spirit veins in the Great Qi nation were rare and the competition was not strong, there were still peak experts like Yin Yu, Chu Chaoyan, and Leng Liusu. This person would not be a match for any one of them. Xiao Chen did not know where this person got his confidence from. Shi Yong mocked, "You are from the Great Qi nation as well? So what if I say it once? I can say it twice, thrice, or even 4 times. What can you do to me? Don't think that you can scare me just because you showed off your skills. If you are not convinced, you can make a move against me. I will show you what a true bladesman is." Xiao Chen did not say anything more. He took a step forward and circulated the Dragon Claw Fist. He held his saber in his left hand without moving and punched with his right. The fist wind howled, and its aura was overwhelming. When Shi Yong saw that his opponent did not even draw his saber, he could not help but smile coldly. "Since you are seeking death, I will grant you your wish." Shi Yong leaned back slightly and held his saber with both hands. A saber light spat out as he hacked at Xiao Chen's fist. Chapter 465. Bang! Xiao Chen's fist wind exploded, and a surging shockwave swept through the surroundings, kicking up fallen leaves. Shi Yong felt his arm tremble, and his saber nearly flew out of his hand. He had not expected Xiao Chen's vital qi to be so strong. Startled, Shi Yong quickly retreated. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he activated the blood flame shoes. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Shi Yong. Xiao Chen formed a claw with his fingers and gathered all the scattered vital qi. Then he swung his claw heavily, and a bloody mark appeared on Shi Yong's chest. Damn it! I fell for his trick. So, this fellow specializes in claw techniques. Shi Yong retreated again. At the same time, he swung his saber at lightning speed, trying to stop Xiao Chen from continuing to attack. Xiao Chen instantly clenched his fist tightly and turned the claw into a fist. An intense fist wind surged forward. This time, Xiao Chen used the blue dragon's qi. The might of this punch blasted away the saber in Shi Yong's hand. It did not stop there. When it struck Shi Yong's chest, it exploded. Boom! Shi Yong's clothes were blasted into tatters, and he was flung more than 100 meters into the air. The might of this punch completely surpassed everyone's expectations. When they saw this, they were all horrified. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen did not even draw his saber. He used only 3 moves to defeat Shi Yong, like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Only the people who came from the same wrestling ring as Xiao Chen were not too surprised. Xiaxian smiled gently and said, "This fellow finally found a superior grade earth-ranked fist and palm technique." his strength has indeed soared. After Xiaochen punched, Shi Yang's body landed heavily on the ground after a long time. He gave off a dull thud before he fainted. Shi Yang's friends looked at Xiaochen with hostile gazes. They quickly came over and carried Shi Yang away. This was especially so for that swordsman. A hidden killing intent flashed in his eyes. When Hua Yunfei and the others saw Xiaochen finish off Shi Yang in 3 moves, their hearts involuntarily sank, as if something had shattered within them. Back in the plaza, when the other party first saw him, he had declared that he would personally defeat Xiaochen, who knew that he couldn't even deal with a small fry, and the person he had said he would defeat easily defeated him in 3 to 5 moves. He felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. Unexpectedly, after being left behind by Xiaochen, in less than half a year, the gap between them had widened so much. In his lifetime, he might not even have the chance to surpass him. Perhaps he might not even have the chance to close the gap between them. Pa. Zhou Mo, who was seated in the middle, looked at the white-robed Xiaochen and clapped gently. He smiled and said, "White-robed bladesman Xiaochen, you are truly worthy of being the only one to achieve 100 consecutive victories. Incredible! Is he the contestant with 100 wins?" Many people immediately cast curious gazes at Xiaochen, clicking their tongues. Although most of them had heard of someone obtaining 100 consecutive victories, they had never seen that person before. They did not know who that person was. At this moment, they sized up Xiaochen again. They were even more astonished than before. When Ji Changkong, Hua Yunfei, and the others heard this, they could not help but exchange glances. They were speechless and could only smile bitterly. Duan Muking said calmly, "Back then, we were all defeated at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. We already lost most of our luck. We should have expected such a situation." The few of them sighed, feeling bitter in their hearts. They did not want to speak anymore. This was probably the so-called stepping stone. Now, they did not even have the qualifications to be stepping stones. It was easy to imagine how upset they were. Xiaochen looked at Zhou Mo, Pei Xiaoshuan's mysterious senior brother. He said softly, "It is just luck. It is not exaggerated." Zhou Mo smiled gently and said, "Didn't anyone tell you that luck is also a kind of strength? I have long wanted to experience your great moves. I wonder if I will have the chance?" Xiaochen nodded and said, "It would be my honor." "Very good, I will not stand on ceremony, then." Zhou Mo's gaze turned cold. He pushed off the ground and leaped forward, sending a palm strike at Xiaochen. Kasu. Xiaochen stabbed his saber into the ground along with its scabbard. Then he charged forward without hesitation. Xiaochen executed the dragon claw fist and punched the other party's palm. A huge force spread out, and ripples spread out like a screen of water. Poof, poof. The two of them retreated upon contact. Their bodies started spinning at the same time. As they spun, they slowly dissipated the force from their opponent. After the two landed, they looked at each other in shock. The essence that came from Xiaochen's palm made Xiaochen's fingers ache. This person's essence was much purer than his. Xiaochen did not know how many natural treasures this person consumed. His cultivation technique might even be a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Zhou Mo's shock was no less than Xiaochen's. Pure vital qi surged out from Xiaochen's fist wind. However, Xiaochen's essence was no weaker than Zhou Mo's. Zhou Mo did not expect Xiaochen to be able to match Xiaochen with just vital qi. Xiao. After pondering for a while, the two of them quickly started fighting again. Relying on their fists and legs, they began to fight from top to bottom in the courtyard. The two of them moved very quickly. The weaker ones could only see 2 blurry figures moving up and down. They could not catch their moves. Interesting. These two fellows. One of them is good at summoning spirit beasts and the other is good at using the saber. They are actually fighting with their fists and legs. The myriad fiend palace's Chu Mu smiled gently and said, "Zimo, Xianxia, who do you think will win with their fists and legs?" Xiaochen. The two of them said at the same time without hesitation. The strength of Xiaochen's fists and legs, as well as his physical body, had left a deep impression on the two of them in the wrestling ring. At this moment, it was clear that Xiaochen had obtained an even higher-ranked fist technique. He had made up for his only weakness. It was hard to imagine that he would be at a disadvantage. Chu Mu smiled and said, "I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you. Zhuo Mo's superior grade earth-ranked martial technique, Flowing Cloud Palm, reached great perfection the day before yesterday. Furthermore, he has incredibly pure essence. There is no reason for him to lose." Figures flashed in the wrestling ring and the wind howled. As the strong wind rose and fell, the fallen leaves in the courtyard started falling. Ding, ding. When the fallen leaves struck the tables and chairs, they were like blades embedded in them. A few cultivators who were caught off guard were even injured by the falling leaves. The clothes on their bodies became tattered. They quickly used all sorts of methods to shatter the fallen leaves. What a strong wind! Unexpectedly, even the aftershocks are so strong. This is still not their true strength. They are just supporting moves. If they were to fight for real, how strong would they be? The crowd thought to themselves. As they looked at the two people in the plaza, a look of astonishment flashed in their eyes. To these people, the 20 spots to enter the ancient desolate tower were already in the bag. In the air, Xiao Chen's fist danced. Sometimes he would use his left hand as a claw and his right hand as a fist, alternating between the two. Sometimes he would directly use the wind generated by his fists to face his enemies. Zhuo Mo's strange style was unpredictable. Zhuo Mo's expression remained calm as he did his best to block Xiao Chen's attacks. It was very difficult for him to find an opportunity to attack Xiao Chen. With two different styles, he did not dare to act rashly. Bang bang bang. Explosions rang out in the air again. Vital chi and essence collided, creating ripples. The strong wind in the courtyard intensified once more. Both of them took 5 steps back and stood in the air. Their clothes and hair fluttered in the strong wind. This is the first time I have seen a martial technique that alternates between the fist and the claw. However, if this is all you have, then it ends here. Zhuo Mo shouted and launched another sneak attack. His palm wind danced, and the clouds in the air linked together, making it seem like he was in a sea of clouds. Explode! When Zhuo Mo sent out a palm strike, the clouds gathered. When they got close to Xiao Chen, they exploded in the air. A horrifying shock wave surged out. Xiao Chen crossed his arms, forming the stance of a crouching tiger hidden dragon. Then he retreated 100 meters. Flowing cloud burst. The unending stream of flowing cloud palms was like a cannonball, causing the clouds to explode violently at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen took a step forward in the air, no longer retreating. His body roared like a tiger and a dragon as he clashed head-on with the unending stream of flowing cloud burst. Bang! 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 The surging flowing clouds exploded in the air. The energy formed by pure yuan qi exploded with a loud bang, forming beautiful clouds that radiated light in all directions. The boundless clouds covered Xiao Chen's figure, preventing others from seeing the exact situation. When Chu Mu felt the energy of the clouds, he smiled faintly. "I was right, right?" After the flowing cloud palm reached great perfection, its might more than doubled. The mysterious phenomenon it creates is even more shocking. After the light scatters, it should be the time of Xiao Chen's defeat. Even if he still has a saber technique that he has not used and Zhuo Mo has not summoned his spirit beast, in the end, Zhuo Mo is stronger. His 100 consecutive victories can only be attributed to luck. Jiang Zimo looked at the bright clouds in the sky and shook his head. That might not be the case. Are you still going to persist? Let's see the result. Chu Mu could not understand why Jiang Zimo persisted. Xiao. When the light completely scattered, Xiao Chen slowly revealed himself. His white clear wind robes fluttered in the air. As his hair fluttered in the wind, he did not seem to be in a sorry state. Zhuo Mo's expression changed slightly. He felt incredulous. He thought to himself, how strong is this fellow's physical body? Even a half-step martial monarch would not dare to receive my flowing cloud burst. Xiao Chen slowly lowered his crossed arms and suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body. He said softly, "Flowing cloud burst, not bad. In that case, receive a punch from me as well." Berserk Dragon Fist. Xiao Chen shouted and his figure flickered. He circulated his vital qi in his abdomen and the berserk vital qi quickly flowed to his arm. The muscles on Xiao Chen's right arm immediately swelled up. The blue dragon tattoo also started to move quickly. Xiao Chen felt like he was filled with boundless energy. The image of an azure dragon head appeared on Xiao Chen's arm. It carried the might of a blue dragon as it rushed at Swordplay, flowing cloud burst. This move was very ferocious. Swordplay did not dare to be careless. The surrounding white clouds immediately infused into his right palm. A white jade-like light appeared on his palm. Everyone present held their breath and watched carefully. The myriad fiend palaces Chu Mu also had a surprised expression on his face. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be able to send out such a strong punch. Bang! The jade-like smooth palm collided with the dragon head and immediately gave off a deafening explosion. A semicircle of energy formed in front of the two as they clashed intensely. Chapter 466. Swordplay's face turned slightly red. His surging essence poured into his smooth, jade-like palm like a flowing river. The glazed white light became even brighter. Interesting, this is the first time I met an opponent with such surging essence. Xiao Chen could not help but feel excited. The qi whirlpool in his body spun and his essence merged with his vital qi. Boom! This time, Swordplay's strength increased explosively. After the dragon head roared, Swordplay was immediately knocked back. Xiao Chen shouted again and took 5 steps in the air. Then, he changed his fist into a claw and executed the berserk dragon. Hu Qi! The dragon head twisted and quickly turned into an azure dragon claw. Xiao Chen retracted his arm and swung it forward. The azure dragon claw instantly left 5 bloody wounds on Swordplay's chest. It looked very horrifying. Defeat! Xiao Chen's gaze turned stern and stern. He extended the dragon claw and pressed it heavily on Swordplay's chest. Swordplay vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground like a sandbag. Xiao Chen stood proudly in the air and scattered the blue dragon's energy. The berserk energy immediately dissipated into the strong wind. Unexpectedly, even Swordplay is not a match for him. Could this Xiao Chen already be the strongest person in the 4 nations? It is hard to say. Swordplay's greatest strength is summoning spirit beasts to fight. I heard that he already has a rank 8 spirit beast in his spirit blood jade. That might not be the case. Xiao Chen is a bladesman. He did not even draw his saber. No matter what, Xiao Chen only has the upper hand in terms of punches and kicks. As for who is stronger between the two of them, they will have to fight for real before it can be determined. When the crowd saw Swordplay fall to the ground, they were all extremely shocked. Swordplay had already become famous 2 years ago. In the previous 5-nation youth competition, he had managed to get into the top 20. He had fought his way up without any exaggeration. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen, who had just risen up, had beaten him into such a sorry state with his fists and feet. Jiang Zimo smiled gently and said, "Chu Mu, I was right, right?" It would not be an exaggeration to say that Xiao Chen's physical defense is the strongest under martial monarch. Now that he's obtained a top earth rank fist technique, he's like a tiger that's grown wings. I'm afraid that in terms of fist techniques, ordinary fist masters aren't a match for him. Chu Mu muttered in a low voice, "It looks like we really underestimated him. 100 consecutive victories is not as simple as luck. 2 years from now, this person will be our main competitor." Swordplay climbed up in a slightly disheveled manner. Looking at Xiao Chen in the air, he grimaced and said, "It seems that I was rash to use my fists and legs to fight against you. I'm going to use my true power. Please use your blade." Xiao. When Xiao Chen landed on the ground, he waved his left hand and grabbed the lunar shadow saber stuck in the ground. The beast taming abode focused on taming and summoning spirit beasts. Swordplay being able to use his fists and legs to fight against him for so long had already surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. If Swordplay continued to use his fists and legs, it would be hard to avoid being careless. Xiao Chen said softly, "You are too polite. Please make your move." Swordplay. It has only been a year since we last met, and you can't even deal with an inferior grade martial king? You've really disappointed us. Just at this moment, a disharmonious voice resounded in the air. Everyone looked up and saw 4 handsome and elegant youths in embroidered robes. 4 handsome and elegant young men dressed in embroidered robes floated in the air with gloomy eyes. Their auras surged to the heavens. Zhuomo's expression changed greatly. Suddenly, a boundless hatred appeared in his eyes. He said through clenched teeth, "Xie Ziwen." Some of the more knowledgeable people below also had ugly expressions on their faces. Xie Ziwen was the second disciple of the Evil Moon Pavilion's pavilion master, one of the 10 great sects of the Great Jin Nation. Furthermore, he was the person who eliminated Mo in the previous 5-nation youth competition. Why is he here in the ancient desolate land? Everyone wondered suspiciously. There are quite a few familiar faces here. Ding Fengqiu, Jiang Zimo, Chu Mu, and Pei Shaoxian are here as well. Xie Ziwen led the 3 and slowly descended 100 meters above the ground. Then he called out names in a frivolous tone. Aside from the few people he called out, the others did not even bother to look at them. They were extremely arrogant. Although most of the people present were unconvinced, they did not show much dissatisfaction on their faces. In the previous 5-nation youth competition, Xie Ziwen had stopped at rank 12. He was just short of entering the top 10, standing at the peak of the entire continent. Xie Ziwen had the capital to be arrogant. He could indeed look down on them. Senior brother, it looks like there are no experts worth paying attention to here. Even if they enter the ancient desolate tower, it would be pointless. The 3 people behind Xie Ziwen also had the symbol of the Evil Moon Pavilion embroidered on their collars. Clearly, they were from the Evil Moon Pavilion as well. The people from the 4 great nations are still as trash as they were in the past. Xie Ziwen smiled faintly and said, "That is not a problem. This is good as well. Our chances of entering the ancient desolate tower have increased." When the people below heard this, their expressions immediately changed. Since when could the people of the Great Jin Nation participate in the selection for the ancient desolate tower? When Xie Ziwen saw the expressions of the people below, he smiled and said, "Haha, don't be so shocked. The current Heavenly Extermination Union's alliance chief owes my master a big favor. Now is the time for him to return the favor. You must be very sad. We lost another 4 spots in an instant." Xie Ziwen revealed a playful smile as he hovered in the air. He did not care about the crowd at all. It was as if he could defeat them all and had already secured 4 spots. "Let's go. It looks like there are no worthy opponents. The great Zhuo could not even defeat an inferior grade martial king. This is pointless." Shio. Veins bulged on Zhuomo's face as he quickly formed hand seals with his right hand. He immediately summoned out a peak rank 7 red-tailed eagle. This red-tailed eagle had lived for an unknown period of time. Its body was incredibly huge. When it spread its wings, it was more than 20 meters wide. Zhuo stood on it, blocking the path of Xie Ziwen and the others. "I don't think I invited you to this gathering. Do you think this is your home? You can come and go as you please. Have you asked me, the host?" Zhuo said coldly as the red-tailed eagle flapped its wings. He looked expressionlessly at the person who had caused him to lose miserably in the previous 5-nation youth competition. Xie Ziwen stood in the air and looked at Zhuo. He said indifferently, "Do you want to fight? Have you thought it through? If I really injure you, you won't be able to participate in the arena battles 5 days from now. Don't blame me for being too ruthless." Zhuo said coldly, "Go ahead and make your move. I have been waiting for the day to take revenge for the past 2 years. Since you have delivered yourself to me, I do not have to wait for another 2 years. Senior brother, do you want us to make a move? He looks like he is only a superior grade martial king. He is still far from his limits. There is no need for you to make a move." Xie Ziwen smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. Let him know the difference between us. The times are different from 2 years ago. That way, he will not be dreaming of entering the top 20 again." When the others heard this, they did not say anything more and quickly moved aside, leaving space for the 2 of them in the air. Zhuomo's expression turned grave. He did not dare to be careless. He leaped up and left the red-tailed eagle below him, charging at Xie Ziwen. Boom, boom. As Xiaoqin retreated, his hands quickly formed hand seals. There were a few cracking sounds, and another 3 rank 7 flying spirit beasts appeared in the air. Go. Zuemo waved his hand, and the 3 flying spirit beasts flew at Xie Ziwen. Together with the red-tailed eagle, they surrounded Xie Ziwen. A rank 7 spirit beast was equivalent to a human superior-grade martial king. Furthermore, these spirit beasts had undergone special training. Their combat prowess was stronger than demonic beasts of the same rank. The beast taming abode would make every spirit beast they tamed undergo all sorts of fights and competitions. The ferocity of these spirit beasts was much more terrifying than regular cultivators. However, this was not the most important thing. The most dangerous thing was that the beast taming abode disciples could use special techniques to control these spirit beasts like they were their own arms. Hence, even though Xiao Chen had suppressed Zuemo earlier, many people did not think that Zuemo would lose. Controlling spirit beasts was the true combat prowess of a beast taming abode disciple. Bang! 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 Xie Ziwen sent out strong winds with his palms, blocking the attacks of the 4 flying spirit beasts. As the strong winds blew, the feathers of the birds fell continuously. Although Xie Ziwen could not break out of the spirit beast's encirclement, he did not feel suppressed. Xiao Qin had a relaxed expression. With 1 palm strike, he managed to suppress the 4 spirit beasts. When Zuemo saw the situation slowly tilting in his opponent's favor, his expression changed. While he did his best to control the 4 spirit beasts, he summoned out another 2 flying spirit beasts. This time, 6 flying spirit beasts appeared. Controlling so many spirit beasts at the same time put Zuemo in a very difficult situation. Sweat dripped down his forehead. However, the effort paid off. Under the pincer attack of the 6 spirit beasts, Xie Ziwen's expression finally turned cautious. He was no longer as relaxed as before. How strong! I did not expect Zuemo to be able to control 6 spirit beasts at the same time. He has probably cultivated the beast-subduing art to the 7th layer. Perhaps this time, he might be able to wash away his previous humiliation. No matter how strong the geniuses of the Great Jin Nation are, there is a limit. When the crowd saw the advantage tilting in Zuemo's favor, they all felt excited. No matter what, they were all people of the 4 great nations. Being looked down on by the people of the Great Jin Nation would make anyone feel uncomfortable. However, they all knew their limits. They knew they were not a match for Xie Ziwen. If Zuemo could help them vent their frustrations, they would naturally feel better. Shio. Just at this moment, Zuemo clenched his teeth and quickly formed hand seals. 2 more rank 7 flying spirit beasts appeared. There is hope now. The crowd could not help but exclaim excitedly. Xiao Chen held his lunar shadow saber and glanced at Xie Ziwen's 3 juniors. He discovered that they were extremely calm, not showing any fluctuations in their expressions. He thought to himself, it looks like things are not that simple. No matter how many rank 7 spirit beasts there are, they might not be able to suppress Xie Ziwen. There is no end to this. Break for me. Seeing Zuemo summon another 2 spirit beasts, Xie Ziwen's expression turned cold. He snorted coldly and a resplendent fiery light appeared on his palms. Ring of Wind Flaming Palm. Xie Ziwen pressed his palms together, and a fiery ring of fire immediately spread out from his body. Bang! The first ring of fire knocked back the 6 spirit beasts. The second ring of fire ignited all the feathers on the 6 flying spirit beasts. Chapter 467. The third wave of flames exploded. All the spirit beasts that came into contact with the flames cried out in pain. Rings of flames appeared one after another. From a distance, Xie Ziwen's body looked like he was bathed in a fiery light. The might of the rings of flames grew stronger with each wave. By the 6th ring, all the spirit beasts were severely injured and on their last breaths. Zuemo's expression changed greatly. He quickly recalled the severely injured spirit beasts. He had raised these spirit beasts since they were young. Every one of them was worth cities. As long as they did not die, there was still hope of saving them when they returned to the spirit blood space. You think you can escape? You are just a bunch of beasts, yet you want to injure me? Xie Ziwen, who had his palms pressed together, looked coldly at Zuemo's actions. Then he waved his fiery palms 6 times. Bang! 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 6 huge palms made of flames appeared from nowhere and blasted Zhuemo's spirit beasts into pieces. They died without a complete corpse. Zhuemo revealed a pained expression. He had not expected Xie Ziwen to be so ruthless, actually killing all his spirit beasts. A resolute look flashed in Zhuemo's eyes. His hands started to form complicated hand seals. A piece of spirit blood jade on his chest slowly released a bright light. A horrifying aura spread out from Xie Ziwen's body, causing others to feel a faint pressure. Rank 8 spirit beasts, huh? Unfortunately, you do not have the chance to summon them out. Xie Ziwen's figure flashed, and a blazing flame appeared behind him. Wherever he went, the air seemed to burn. The 2 rank 7 spirit beasts quickly pounced at Xie Ziwen, trying to buy time for Zhuemo. Xie Ziwen laughed maniacally and disappeared. Unexpectedly, he broke through the obstruction of the 2 spirit beasts. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Zhuemo. 9-winged demonic ape, come out. Zhuemo finally completed the last hand seal. His face was very pale. A ring of light appeared in front of his chest. A horrifying aura came from it, and a beast roared. The sound waves were very horrifying. Xie Ziwen bore the brunt of it and was nearly blown away. He calmed himself and looked at the 9-winged demonic ape, who had already peeked its head out. Xie Ziwen roared angrily, "Go back!" The dazzling flame appeared on his right palm once again. The flame was dazzling and extremely hot, making it seem like he was holding a small sun in his palm. Bang! The palm print landed on the 9-winged devil ape's head. The 9-winged devil ape let out a painful cry as it was forced back. The circle of light also began to slowly close. Pucci. Summoning an 8th grade Ling beast already took up large amounts of mental energy. Now that the summoning had failed, Zhuemo's face was completely bloodless and he spat out an arrow of blood. His entire body swayed in the air, as if he would fall at any moment. Xie Ziwen smiled coldly and said, "You are seeking your own humiliation. Don't blame me for being ruthless." Scram. The flames in his palm gathered again and pressed heavily towards Zhuemo. If this pressed down, Zhuemo would have to rest for at least half a year. In the arena battle 5 days later, he would have no chance at all. His entire future might be ruined. Just at this moment, a dazzling purple saber chi flickered with electric light as it quickly flew towards the center of the 2. The timing of the person who attacked was very accurate. It happened to be the instant Xie Ziwen's palm pressed down. It was neither too late nor too early. This forced Xie Ziwen to give up on attacking and turn around to defend against this saber chi. Bang! Xie Ziwen turned around and sent out a palm strike at the dazzling saber chi. The saber chi instantly shattered and turned into motes of starlight. The saber chi was not very strong. However, the state it contained was very strong. Xie Ziwen was not prepared and was forced back a few meters. Zhuemo quickly took advantage of this opportunity to land on the ground. His fellow sect members immediately took out medicinal pills and infused essence into him to treat his injuries. Xie Ziwen stabilized himself and looked down with a lightning-like gaze. When he saw Xiaochen maintaining his saber stance, his expression turned cold and he landed on the ground with a "so" sound. "You are just an inferior grade martial king and you dare to attack me? Are you tired of living?" When faced with Xie Ziwen's angry shout, Xiaochen said calmly, "It is just an exchange of pointers. There is no need to be so ruthless." Xie Ziwen and Zhuemo had only met by chance. There was no need for him to help Zhuemo. However, when Xie Ziwen saw that Zhuemo did not care about the people of the 4 nations, he felt dissatisfied. Since Xiaochen could help, it did not matter. He would just treat it as sowing good karma. When Xie Ziwen heard this, he could not help but smile. He said, "Interesting. Since when did an inferior grade martial king dare to lecture me like this? It looks like you have been watching the sky from the bottom of a well for too long. Did your elders not teach you any principles? Today, I will kick your elders and teach you how to respect the seniors from the great Jin nation." Pa! After Xie Ziwen spoke, he sent out a palm strike. A huge palm made of flames smashed down at Xiaochen with a high temperature. Xiaochen leaped up and a purple saber light flickered on it. He raised his saber and instantly chopped the huge flame palm in half. The flame palm quickly scattered into the surroundings, turning into motes of starlight and disappearing into the air. Xie Ziwen's expression changed slightly. When he saw the flickering electric light on his saber, he focused his gaze. This fellow's cultivation is not very high. However, his state of thunder is extraordinarily strong. It is comparable to Xie Ziwen's great perfection state of fire. It looks like I have to use 70% of my strength to defeat him. Dance of 1,000 flames. Xie Ziwen shouted, and resplendent flame ribbons appeared on his fingertips. Then he quickly soared into the sky. After a while, Xiaochen soared more than 500 meters high. The 10-finger-sized flame ribbons instantly extended to 600 or 700 meters long. Xie Ziwen's 10 fingers moved gently, and the ribbons of flames danced like ribbons under the refraction of the sunlight. They looked very beautiful. The 700 or 800 meters long flame ribbons crisscrossed in the air, looking like ribbons dancing in the wind. Under Xie Ziwen's control, the flame ribbons quickly wrapped around Xiaochen. The flame was not as tempting as it looked. When Xiaochen felt that horrifying temperature, he gave up on using his physical body to test it. Dang, ding, ding. When Xiaochen's saber, which contained the power of thunder, struck the flame ribbons, it was like he struck a weapon. It gave off clanging sounds and countless sparks flew. Xie Ziwen laughed maniacally and increased the speed of his fingers. His figure followed Xiaochen's advance, constantly changing positions in the air. This resulted in Xiaochen trying to escape a few times. However, he was blocked by the flame ribbons. Chi! Xiaochen took in a deep breath. The flame ribbons brushed against his right hand, which was holding his weapon. It immediately burned him painfully, nearly causing him to lose his grip on his weapon. Hu Chi! Xie Ziwen took advantage of this opportunity to spin his index finger. The flame ribbons immediately formed a knot and flew towards Xiaochen's right cheek. Not only did Xie Ziwen want to defeat Xiaochen, but he also wanted to teach him an unforgettable lesson. He wanted Xiaochen to know that, given his status, he was not qualified to interfere in certain matters. Dang! Xiaochen felt a chill in his heart. This fellow is really ruthless. Holding the lunar shadow saber, he sent the flame ribbons flying with a flicker of electric light. Looking at the burn on the back of his hand, Xiaochen entered deep thought. It looks like I have a way to deal with this. I should observe for a while longer. The flame ribbons filled the air. Xiaochen's figure moved along with the dancing ribbons. His body flipped sideways, up and down, left and right. Occasionally, Xiaochen brandished the lunar shadow saber and dodged some of the flame ribbons that he could not avoid. The people below all stood up unknowingly. When they saw the long flame ribbons dancing in the air, they were so astonished that they could not close their mouths. What martial technique is this? Why is it so strange? It completely traps him in there, preventing him from escaping. Such proficient flame control techniques. This Xie Ziwen state of fire has truly reached an unimaginable level. I wonder how Xiaochen will deal with this. It feels like there is no way to deal with it. Unless he scatters this dance of 1,000 flames before it is activated, he will lose. In my opinion, once he is trapped in it, he will basically fail. This might be a martial technique from the ancient era. In the entire Tianwu continent, only that place has a complete inheritance of an ancient era martial technique. Otherwise, it would not be so strange. The crowd discussed among themselves as they marveled at this strange martial skill. Many of them tried to imagine what they would do if they were in Xiaochen's shoes. They wondered if they could do better than Xiaochen. However, the results were disappointing. Unless they could interrupt Xiaochen immediately or surpass him in terms of essence, they could break the flame ribbons. Otherwise, if they were trapped in it, defeat would only be a matter of time. Let's see how long you can last. Seeing that he could not truly injure Xiaochen, Xie Ziwen could not help but feel frustrated. After all, in his opinion, Xiaochen was barely strong enough for him to make a move. If he could not deal with Xiaochen after a long time, even if he won in the end, it would be unbefitting of his status. Suddenly, Xie Ziwen's index finger started to move rhythmically. The 5 flame ribbons on the outermost layer suddenly formed a pillar, trapping Xiaochen firmly. However, the innermost 5 of them condensed together and shot out. Their speed was twice as fast as before, leaving almost no time for anyone to dodge. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. However, he rejoiced in his heart. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. He sheathed the lunar shadow saber with his right hand. An azure vital qi quickly poured into Xiao Chen's palm. Just as the condensed flame ribbons were about to approach him, Xiao Chen tilted his body slightly and grabbed them with his right hand. He tilted his body slightly and grabbed with his right hand. A cyan dragon claw suddenly appeared and grabbed the flame belt. The dragon's claws gripped the scorching flame belt, producing intense friction. Clusters of sparks sputtered in all directions. Xiao Chen had tested the temperature of the flames earlier. He knew that the flames were not as scary as he had imagined. With the quality of his body and his full vital qi, he would not be able to withstand the heat of the flames. As long as he endured the heat, he would be able to grab the flame ribbons without getting injured. Xiao Chen had been waiting for the other party to condense the flame ribbons for a long time already. Blood Flame Shoe's secret technique, activate. Xiao Chen shouted, and the patterns on his shoes instantly lit up. His speed instantly reached Mach 4. Xiao Chen's figure flickered as he grabbed the 5 flame ribbons and leaped out of the barrier. He immediately felt relaxed. Chapter 468. Xie Ziwen stared at the 5 flame ribbons in shock. He could not understand how Xiao Chen was able to withstand the temperature of the flame ribbons. After being stunned for a while, Xie Ziwen reacted. He moved his fingers and controlled the other 5 flame ribbons to lengthen again. He wanted to envelop Xiao Chen again. This time, as long as he could envelop Xiao Chen, he would rather spend more time than take any more risks. Xiao Chen looked at the lengthening flame ribbons and smiled gently. How could he make the same mistake twice? Get down! Xiao Chen shouted and merged his vital qi and essence. His strength reached a horrifying 400,000 kilograms of force. He held the 5 flame ribbons in his right hand and flung them at the ground. Hence, the crowd saw a shocking scene. The owner of the flame ribbons was actually flung up by Xiao Chen and smashed into the ground. Bang! Outside the courtyard, Xie Ziwen's body landed heavily on a river a kilometer away. He kicked up huge waves and rippled the water. When the flame ribbons landed on the water, they burned continuously. Water and fire were incompatible. The temperature of the flame ribbons caused the water to boil. Steam rose from the surface of the river. Soon steam filled the air and steam filled the air. When Xiao Chen felt the flame ribbons in his hand weaken, he did not hesitate to pull them up again. The huge force immediately pulled Xie Ziwen out of the river. It looks like this dance of 1,000 flames cannot be dispersed so quickly, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Otherwise, Xie Ziwen would have dispersed the flame ribbons the moment he grabbed them. This is good. Xiao Chen grabbed the flame ribbons and infused all his vital qi and essence into the dragon claw on his arm. Then he flung them at the ground. It was like Xie Ziwen was tied up by a rope and tossed around on the ground in all directions. A kilometer away, with Xiao Chen as the center, Xie Ziwen's body bounced up and down in the air. When he landed, he immediately created a huge crater. Bang! Bang! Bang bang bang! Immediately, huge pits appeared in the surroundings of the courtyard. Such a commotion attracted the attention of some of the cultivators passing by. When Xiao Chen saw Xiao Chen tossing a peak superior grade Martial King in the air like he was tossing a toy, he gaped in disbelief. *CK, this guy is a little too exaggerated. In the courtyard, an outstanding talent from the Great Chu Nation could not help but exclaim. An expert from the Great Jin Nation's Evil Moon Pavilion was actually toyed with by Xiao Chen. Half a quarter of an hour ago, Xiao Chen was still in a perilous situation. Half a quarter of an hour later, everything was reversed. The speed was so fast that it was hard for anyone to react. Shio. When Xiao Chen relaxed his grip, he discovered that the flames had completely disappeared. He looked at Xie Ziwen, who was on the ground, without hesitation. His figure flickered as he charged forward. While he was flying, he executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations, creating 9 identical clones. Xie Ziwen was in a sorry state in the deep pit. His hair was disheveled, and his complexion was pale. Blood leaked out of the corner of his lips, and his clothes were in tatters. When Xie Ziwen saw Xiao Chen descending, rage flashed in his eyes. He pressed his palms together, and rings of flames spread out from his body. This was Xie Ziwen's unique consummate technique, the ring of wind flaming palm. Bang! 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 The fiery flames carried a ferocious energy. They blasted Xiao Chen's clones into energy fragments, causing them to vanish into nothingness. Xie Ziwen glanced at the last remaining clone, and his gaze turned cold. He said coldly, "Die." Xie Ziwen withdrew the rings of flames around him, and all the fire-attributed energy gathered in his right palm. A scorching, resplendent, sun-like flame immediately ignited on his palm. The surrounding air began to boil from the heat of his palm. Countless sparks appeared in the air, looking like stars in the sky. Boom! The palm wind struck Xiao Chen's body. The last Xiao Chen was instantly blasted into smithereens, dying without a complete corpse. "Oh no, I killed Xiao Chen in one move." However, Xie Ziwen's expression changed drastically. Xie Ziwen quickly turned around and sent out a palm strike. An intense flaming palm wind instantly exploded. Kasi! Xiao Chen's true body flashed, and he placed his right hand on his saber hilt. He instantly executed drawing the saber, his fastest move. A purple bolt of lightning tore through the surging flames and hacked down at Xie Ziwen. Pu Si. As the electric light flickered, Xiao Chen's sudden attack immediately broke through Xie Ziwen's defense and left a long wound on his shoulder. Bang! The surging force of the saber sent Xie Ziwen flying back 100 meters. When Xie Ziwen saw the flickering electric light on the wound on his shoulder, he was horrified. What kind of martial technique is this? Unexpectedly, it can completely hide its killing intent. This fellow is too terrifying. I cannot leave him alive. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future. Even though he is only an inferior grade martial king, he is already so strong. If I give him another 2 years, he might even have the strength to suppress me in the 5-nation youth competition. After Xie Ziwen made up his mind, he swallowed a medicinal pill and looked coldly at Xiao Chen. He said, "Very good. You actually managed to injure me. Cripple yourself now, and I will spare you. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you." The lunar shadow saber sent out a saber light from his wrist. Xiao Chen smiled gently and said, "You are really arrogant. Open your eyes and look at the world properly. Stop being immersed in the legends of the great Jin nation. The times have changed long ago. Do you really think that the geniuses of the great Jin nation can do whatever they want now? Now that the era of geniuses had just sprouted, geniuses appeared everywhere. No matter who it was, being arrogant would only lead to being abandoned by the times." Even though Xie Ziwen was one of the top 12 contestants in the previous 5-nation youth competition, he was no exception. This was the general trend. Only by being at ease and keeping one's feet on the ground could one truly walk down this path. "I will not shed tears until I see the coffin. Whether I am arrogant or not, you will know soon enough." Xie Ziwen snorted coldly and brought out his state of fire to its limits. The temperature within 500 meters immediately soared. An ethereal and formless fire spread everywhere. 1,000 flame palm. Xie Ziwen sent out another palm strike. The palm of fire looked very solid. Even the lines on the palm became clear. Boom, boom, boom. Xie Ziwen took a deep breath and released his killing qi. His palm images danced around, and a palm of fire filled the air, pressing toward Xiao Chen. The peak state of fire is indeed powerful, Xiao Chen thought to himself as he looked at the palm images filling the air. Xiao Chen tore off the strip of cloth covering his forehead. The red mark on Xiao Chen's forehead started to flicker quickly. The purple saber immediately flickered with a scarlet light. Wuxia breaks the heavens. Xiao Chen grasped his saber with both hands and merged the state of thunder and state of massacre. The purple and red lights on the saber formed a strange pillar of light. When the Wuxia tree above Xiao Chen's head completely formed, the pillar of light quickly elongated. With the support of the state of massacre, the pillar of electric light swept out. All the palm images were like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. When the pillar of light touched them, they immediately disappeared, turning into countless sparks. After breaking his opponent's 1,000 flame palm in one move, Xiaochen did not stop. He executed the Wukuei saber technique's 8th move, which he had never used before. Under the blazing sun, the sky suddenly turned dark. Boundless thunderclouds spread out and thunder roared, raising Xiaochen's aura to its limits. Xie Ziwen's expression changed greatly. His figure flashed as he quickly retreated. Earlier, Xiaochen had tossed him around like a toy. He had already sustained significant internal injuries. After that, he made a mistake in judgment and got struck in the shoulder by Xiaochen's saber. Originally, Xie Ziwen thought that when he executed the 1000-flame palm with his state of fire, he would be able to take down his opponent in one move. Who would have imagined that Xiaochen would use one trump card after another? Unexpectedly, Xiaochen grasped two different states? When the state of massacre and state of thunder merged together, it completely suppressed Xie Ziwen's state. Now that Xie Ziwen saw such a horrifying saber technique, fear rose in his heart. He only wanted to dodge quickly. Wukuei moves heaven. Xiaochen shouted, and the thunderclouds in the sky quickly gathered under the guidance of the saber. A kilometer high in the sky, Xiaochen's eyes lit up. The thunderclouds formed the trunk of a scarlet Wukuei tree. The tree trunk grew rapidly, and soon, leaves covered the sky, reaching a height of 100 meters. Rumble! 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 It was unknown whether it was a misperception or an illusion, but the instant the Wukuei tree completely formed, the people below felt like the sky shook. The laws of heaven and earth seemed to have changed. Xie Ziwen moved back continuously. However, he discovered that he could not move at all. He was still moving around in his original spot. Damn it! The laws of heaven and earth have changed slightly. There is no way to dodge this move, Xie Ziwen thought in horror. The Wukuei saber technique was an ancient martial technique modified by the Thunder King, Sang Mu. The final 3 moves were all killing moves. Each move was stronger than the one before it. It could be said to be the limit of a peak earth-ranked martial technique. Ever since Xiaochen learned the Wukuei moves the heaven, he had not used it yet. This was because this move was so mighty that even he did not dare to be confident of it. This was especially so after he merged the state of massacre. Xiaochen did not dare to estimate how strong this move would be. Once he used it, no one under half-step martial monarch would be able to receive it. Even a half-step martial monarch would have to pay a heavy price if they dared to receive it head-on. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but once he made a move, there would be no turning back. Xie Ziwen was strong and talented. Since Xiaochen had already offended him, there was no need to hold back. Xiaochen wanted to severely injure Xie Ziwen and disqualify him from competing for the ancient desolate tower. Otherwise, he would have created an opponent for nothing. Boom! Under Xiaochen's guidance, the 100-meter-tall Wukuei tree descended from the sky. Everywhere it passed, thunder roared and scarlet lightning flashed in the air. The sky changed color. It was like the end of the world. Xie Ziwen was frightened into an unsightly expression. He closed his eyes and pressed his palms together. A gentle flame slowly enveloped him. Since Xie Ziwen could not dodge or escape, he could only face this move head-on. Just as the Wukuei tree was about to descend, Xie Ziwen suddenly opened his eyes. The gentle flame gathered in his palm. Chapter 469. Xie Ziwen shouted and smashed his palm against the base of the tree. Bang! The two huge forces clashed in the air. A purple energy ripple spread out rapidly in the air. It seemed like space had been sliced in half. The huge force pressed down, and Xie Ziwen vomited a mouthful of blood. Blood leaked out of all the pores on his body. Shio! This palm strike knocked the divine tree into the air again. However, it did not show any signs of damage. Even the direction in which it was falling did not change. The rebound from the divine Wukuei tree made Xiaochen feel uncomfortable. He thought to himself, this person is indeed strong. Unexpectedly, he can still counterattack like this after receiving the heavy blow from Wukuei moves the heavens. Again. Bang. Bang. Under Xiaochen's guidance, the divine Wukuei tree with a vast and boundless aura smashed into Xie Ziwen repeatedly. Xie Ziwen was indeed very strong. Although his injuries were more severe each time, he managed to endure it after repeating the process 4 or 5 times. When the many cultivators in the air saw this, They were all astonished. The ground under Xie Ziwen's feet had already caved in when the divine tree smashed into it. Blood flowed out of his eyes, nose, and mouth. It was a frightening sight. Just as Xie Ziwen could no longer hold on, an extremely strong aura flew over from the horizon. A black-robed old man smashed his palm against the divine Wuxia tree. Kasi. This palm strike contained an unknown amount of force. The entire divine Wuxia tree instantly cracked. After a while, it turned into a scarlet shockwave flying through the air. When Xie Ziwen saw the black-robed old man, his expression relaxed. He said somewhat weakly, "Second martial uncle, why are you here?" The black-robed old man supported the divine Wuxia tree with one hand. He glanced at Xie Ziwen and said, "You still have the cheek to say that? If I had not heard the commotion and rushed over, you might have been beaten to death. I told you long ago that times have changed. If you maintain the same attitude as before, even if you enter the ancient desolate tower, you will still be crushed to death by the waves." Xie Ziwen did not take the old man's words to heart. He pointed at Xiao Chen and said, "Second martial uncle, kill him. You cannot let him off. My internal organs are all injured. I am afraid I will not be able to participate in the arena battles in the ancient desolate tower." When the black-robed old man heard this, he checked Xie Ziwen's injuries. His expression immediately changed as he looked coldly at Xiao Chen. Immediately, Xiao Chen felt a frightening force staring at him. His heartbeat slowed under the old man's gaze. Xiao Chen could not help but be astonished. This black-robed old man was actually a martial monarch. The black-robed old man withdrew his gaze and said coldly, "You are really bold. You even dare to offend the evil moon pavilion. I pray that you never leave the ancient desolate land." After Xiao Chen spoke, he ignored Xie Ziwen's words and quickly left with Xie Ziwen. He left as quickly as he had come. Just as Xiao Chen was wondering why the other party would stop, an extremely powerful aura came from behind him. This was the old man who announced the date of the arena battles at the Tianwu Plaza. As he looked in the direction that Xie Ziwen's second martial uncle left, he smiled coldly and said, "At least he is tactful. What kind of place is this? It is not a place for the evil moon pavilion to be arrogant." Xiao Chen felt relieved. He now knew why the old man did not dare to do anything to him. He said to the old man in the air, "This junior is Xiao Chen. Many thanks for senior's help. May I ask for senior's name?" The old man smiled gently and floated down from the sky. He carefully sized up Xiao Chen and said, "Not bad. 100 consecutive victories is indeed not a fluke. This old man is called Shi Hailong. You can just call me Senior Shi." Xiao Chen nodded and thanked him again. When the other outstanding talents in the courtyard saw the old man, they all flew over and respectfully greeted him. Shi Hailong looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Today, you have helped the Heavenly Extermination Union greatly. As long as you are in the ancient desolate land, I can guarantee that no one from the evil moon pavilion will dare to touch you. I have something here to thank you personally." Shi Hailong tossed a medicinal pill bottle over. When Xiao Chen opened it and smelled it, he smelled a heavy medicinal fragrance that intoxicated him. After the consecutive battles, Xiao Chen had suffered some internal injuries. When he smelled this fragrance, he immediately felt better. It was actually a medicinal pill for treating internal injuries. Just the fragrance alone was so effective. It was easy to imagine the rank of this medicinal pill. Xiao Chen quickly thanked Shi Hailong. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen understood what this meant by doing the Heavenly Extermination Union a huge favor. The Heavenly Extermination Union probably did not wish for Xie Ziwen to participate in the fight for the ancient desolate tower. However, Xie Ziwen had used a favor to pressure Xiao Chen, so he had no choice but to do so. Now that Xiao Chen had severely injured Xie Ziwen would not be able to participate in the fight for the ancient desolate tower. Xiao Chen had already repaid the Heavenly Extermination Union's favor and achieved his goal. It would be hard for him not to be happy. Those 20 spots should not be a problem for you. The ancient desolate tower is looking forward to seeing how many floors you can climb. After the old man spoke, he did not linger. With a few flashes, he was already a kilometer away. The strength of a martial monarch was truly unfathomable. Just his speed was enough to astonish the outstanding talents. Xiao Chen, many thanks for your help earlier. Zhou Mo of the beast-taming abode thanked Xiao Chen as he stepped forward and performed a cupped fist salute. Xiao Chen said softly, "There is no need to thank me. It was just a small matter." However, Zhou Mo smiled bitterly to himself. Indeed, it was just a small matter. However, at that time, Xie Ziwen was extremely arrogant. Furthermore, he had the evil moon pavilion behind him. Anyone who dared to help would have to consider the consequences. Not just anyone would dare to make such a move, and not just anyone would be able to do it so accurately. Zhou Mo raised his head and looked sincerely at Xiao Chen. He said, "There are no words to express my gratitude. We will meet again in the ancient desolate tower. I hope that we can reach heights that no one before us can reach. At that time, we will go to the 5-nation youth competition and make those arrogant geniuses of the great Jin nation lower their heads." Xiao Chen smiled gently and did not say anything more. The gathering came to an end. Originally, it was just a gathering for the members to test each other out. Unexpectedly, it turned out like this. When everyone looked at Xiao Chen, their earlier shock had turned into awe and veneration. Although the battle between Xiao Chen and Zhou Mo had not officially started, it was already clear who was stronger. Now, Xiao Chen had completely suppressed Zhou Mo, becoming the strongest of the younger generation of the 4 nations. Among the young geniuses who were ranked above him, only the top geniuses of Dajin were left. The gap between him and the others had completely widened. After the crowd left, Xia Xian looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Xiao Chen, now that you have offended the evil moon pavilion, although the Heavenly Extermination Union is protecting you, it is hard to avoid them playing tricks. How about you stay at the 1,000-sword pavilion's branch before the arena battles begin?" Xia Xian invited him again. Xiao Chen was too embarrassed to reject her again. Furthermore, Xia Xian's words made sense. It would be easy for the other party to play tricks. Although Xiao Chen was not afraid of such things, it would still be troublesome. So, he agreed to Xia Xian's invitation. As the two of them headed for the 1,000-sword pavilion's branch, a middle-aged man with a black scar on his face stood at the top of a tree outside the courtyard. A middle-aged man with a black scar on his face stood on the top of a tree and stared at Xiao Chen expressionlessly. If Xiao Chen noticed this person, he would discover that this person was the dark church remnant that stole the martial sage's corpse. It is indeed the blue dragon chi. I used it a few times in the wrestling ring and a few more times today. I can go and verify it with the vice church master. It is indeed the blue dragon chi. I used it a few times in the wrestling ring and a few more times today. I can go and verify it with the vice church master. On a nameless island outside Desolate City, a black stone coffin lay in the center of a secret room. A robust corpse lay in the coffin. The coffin was filled with a viscous red liquid that bubbled continuously. Strands of red energy slowly poured into the corpse. The corpse looked like it was alive. Its skin glistened as it soaked in the liquid. It did not look like a corpse at all. When Xiao Chen saw the corpse's appearance, he discovered that it was the martial sage's corpse that the scarred man had stolen from Qianren Island. A few cultivators wearing black robes embroidered with red clouds stood around the coffin. They watched the corpse in the coffin anxiously, occasionally adding some materials into the coffin. Even closer to the wall was a black-robed old man with a gloomy aura. He looked excitedly at the corpse in the coffin, his expression filled with anticipation. As he stood there, he looked like a dark shadow hiding in the room. The originally dim secret room seemed to turn even darker because of him. How is it? How long will it take before this corpse can be completely refined into a demonic corpse? The black-robed old man's hoarse voice resounded in the secret room. A cultivator stopped what he was doing and said respectfully to the old man, reporting to Vice Church Master Ding, "It will take another half a year before it can be completely refined. We are incompetent. It has taken too long. Otherwise, we could have taken it out in the battle with the Blood Wolf Gang." No one knew if the Dark Church's church master was dead or alive. Normally, only the 3 vice church masters appeared before the members of the Dark Church. Aside from this old man, the other two vice church masters spent most of their time wandering around and did not care about the dark church's affairs. Hence, this old man could be considered the true church master of the dark church. Old Man Ding smiled and said, "It is not long at all. It is only half a year. This is a rare physical body martial sage that appears once in 1,000 years. As for the Blood Wolf gang, there is no need for you to care about them. They are just some small fries." Don't. There was knocking on the door of the secret room. Then the stone door opened. A member of the dark church surrounded by black chi arrived before Church Master Ding and whispered a few words to him. After Old Man Ding heard this, his face lit up in joy again. He waved his hand, dismissing this person. Then he said to the 4 people refining the martial sage's corpse, "Stay in this secret room for half a year and do not leave. When the matter is done, I will reward you." The 4 nodded quickly. Then, the old man left the secret room and arrived at a large hall. The scarred man had been waiting in the hall for a long time already. When he saw the old man, he quickly bowed and said, "Wu Yang greets Church Master." A smile appeared on Church Master Ding's wrinkled face. He said, "There is no need to be so polite. What good news do you have for me?" Wu Yang nodded and said, "The brat who snatched away the martial sage's burial items on Qianren Island is indeed the inheritor of the blue dragon martial spirit." When Church Master Ding heard this, his expression changed slightly. He entered deep thought. Before the church master went into closed-door cultivation, he said that the inheritor of the blue dragon martial spirit would definitely appear. It looked like this was true. Chapter 470. The sect leader had said that he would give this person a little test. If he couldn't pass the test, he would be a piece of trash and could be killed directly. Sect leader Ding sized up Wu Yang for a while and came up with an idea. He said, "Wu Yang, the minor fiend essence pill that I gave you not long ago is pretty effective, right? You advanced to half-step martial monarch in just half a month." The fiend essence pill was a high-ranked medicinal pill unique to the Dark Church. It was extremely effective for cultivators with demonic beast martial spirits. It could help them break through bottlenecks in a short time. In the eyes of the Nether Church's cultivators, they were extremely attractive. Under normal circumstances, the Nether Church's cultivators would not be able to defeat the Nether Church. Apart from the 9 great elders, the others had to make great contributions in order to receive such a reward. After Wu Yang brought back the corpse of a martial sage, Church Master Ding bestowed him with 3 minor fiend essence pills, which immediately increased his strength and allowed him to break through to half-step martial monarch. Wu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He knew that something good was coming. Suppressing his joy, he said, "Many thanks to sect leader for nurturing me. The effect of the small fiend essence pill is indeed very good." Sect leader Ding gently smiled and said, "Then I'll leave this matter to you. Find an opportunity to kill this person. After you're done, I'll give you a major demon essence core." Greater demon essence core. The scar on Wu Yang's face couldn't help but twitch. The grand demon essence pill was something that even the 9 great elders could only obtain once a year. If he could obtain it, he would have a 70% chance of becoming a martial emperor. "Thank you, sect leader. I, Wu Yang, will not disappoint you." As Church Master Ding watched Wu Yang leave, he muttered to himself, "This fellow just advanced to half-step martial monarch not long ago. He is the most suitable candidate to test him. If he could pass the test, he would be of some value. If he couldn't, the sect master wouldn't feel the pinch even if he died." If Wu Yang knew that he was just a chess piece, who knew if he would still be so excited? In a quiet guest room at the Thousand Sword Pavilion's branch, Xianxia worked on breaking through to peak consummation of the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. 4 days had passed since the gathering, and they hadn't encountered any trouble in the Thousand Sword Pavilion. This allowed Xianxia to focus all his attention on cultivation. He now had a new understanding of his own strength. Under half-step martial monarchs, Xianxia was probably truly unrivaled. Unless a half-step martial monarch appeared, it would be difficult for anyone to deal any substantial damage to him. As long as the geniuses of the Great Gene Nation were not half-step martial monarchs, Xianxia was confident of fighting them. After his fight with Xie Ziwen, Xiao Chen was filled with anticipation for the top geniuses of the great Jin nation. Xie Ziwen was only ranked 12th. He was already so strong. Despite being injured both internally and externally, he could still resist Wu Kuei moves heaven several times. If Xiao Chen was at his peak, he might have been able to catch the Wu Kuei moves the heavens. The possibility was very high. If one thought about it carefully, Xie Ziwen's defeat had more to do with his mentality. From the very beginning, he had not taken Xiao Chen seriously and had only used 70% of his strength. After that, his dance of thousand flames was broken by Xiao Chen in an overbearing manner. If they were to fight again, it might not be so easy for Xiao Chen to win. Boom, boom, boom. Just at this moment, the remaining 4 acupoints on Xiao Chen's left arm exploded. The dragon qi in the 12 acupoints quickly flowed out. The dragon qi merged and formed a lifelike blue dragon with overwhelming spiritual energy. Finally, the blue dragon imprinted itself on Xiao Chen's arm and turned into a blue dragon tattoo. The strength in his left arm suddenly increased explosively. Xiao Chen clenched his fist tightly and the blood in his veins started to throb intensely. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and smiled gently, peak great perfection of the 4th layer. I wonder what layer Bai Lishi is at now. Do I have a chance of catching up to him? That fellow's physical body cultivation was monstrous. In a short 2 months, he had already broken through the 4th layer. Now, another 2 months had passed. Xiao Chen would not find it strange that Bai Lishi had broken through to the 5th layer. The cultivation of the physical body had a higher requirement for talent than the cultivation of essence. Xiao Chen got up and pushed open the door. He went to the courtyard and started practicing the Dragon Claw Fist. He had already completed the Berserk Dragon Fist. There was still one more day. Xiao Chen decided to focus on stabilizing the Berserk Dragon Fist. He could only practice burning the heavens, breaking the armor, and seizing the heart after he entered the ancient desolate tower. Fist! Xiao Chen shouted and circulated his vital qi. He activated the blue dragon tattoo on his right arm and executed the Berserk Dragon Fist. An azure dragon head quickly appeared on his fist. When Xiao Chen punched, the air rippled like water. The dragon head slowly split in half, forming ripples. Claw! Xiao Chen withdrew his right fist. The dragon head did not scatter, looking majestic. He took half a step forward and formed a claw with his left hand, clawing at the air. An azure dragon claw immediately appeared. As the 5 claws moved, they left 5 deep marks in the air. It was like space was torn apart. Just at this moment, just as Xiao Chen was about to scatter his energy, the dragon head on his right hand and the dragon claw on his left seemed to fuse together. The head and tail connected, and a complete dragon image appeared behind Xiao Chen. It let out a loud roar, and a strong wind blew in the courtyard, causing the grass to bend. Dragon might spread out uncontrollably from Xiao Chen. In an instant, it was like a dragon descending from all directions. With a thought, Xiao Chen held his palms together. The blue dragon behind him immediately turned into a beam of dragon qi and soared into the sky. In an instant, it broke through the boundless clouds and entered the vast world outside. The leader of the 1,000-sword pavilion branch suddenly opened his eyes in a pavilion. When he saw the dragon qi soar into the sky, a strange look flashed in his eyes. As he looked at the distant dragon qi in the sky, doubt flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He had never heard of the Dragon Claw Fist having such might, able to summon out a complete dragon image. If that was the case, it had something to do with his blue dragon martial spirit. The 2 blue dragon tattoos on Xiao Chen's arms started to move. Before the dragon might scattered, Xiao Chen executed the Dragon Claw Fist from start to finish. However, the previous situation of the dragon descending into the world did not happen again. Feeling suspicious, Xiao Chen continued to explore. The ancient holy beast, the Azure Dragon martial spirit, had too many secrets. He had a premonition that if he could use this move as he pleased, he would be able to use it as he pleased. He had a feeling that if he could execute this move as he pleased, its might would not be much weaker than Wu Kuei moves the heavens. It would become Xiao Chen's new trump card. Time slowly went by. Xiao Chen tirelessly practiced the Dragon Claw Fist in the courtyard. Fist winds flickered, kicking up the fallen leaves in the courtyard. At some point in time, a flood dragon made of fallen leaves appeared in the courtyard. As Xiaochen advanced and retreated, it swam freely in the air. As Xiaochen brandished his claws, the flood dragon made of fallen leaves looked very unsightly. There was only a vague silhouette. However, there was an aura coming from the flood dragon's body. It contained a faint might that spread throughout the courtyard. Footsteps entered Xiaochen's ears. With a thought, Xiaochen stopped his cultivation technique. The soaring flood dragon immediately scattered. The flood dragon turned into countless fallen leaves drifting in the courtyard, dancing in the cool breeze. Ah, senior sister, I knew it. Xiaochen must be practicing. Xiao Rou's melodious laughter resounded outside the courtyard. Xiaxian and Xiao Rou slowly walked in. As the fallen leaves drifted down, Xiaxian could clearly feel a strong wind slowly dissipating. When she looked at Xiaochen, she could not help but feel that he was unfathomable. Xiaochen casually waved his hands twice, and a strong wind blew the leaves on their heads to the side, splitting them in the middle. "You are here," Xiaochen said with a smile as he withdrew his hands and stood upright. Xiaxian sized up Xiaochen and smiled helplessly. "After not seeing you for a few days, your strength has increased significantly. Compared to half a month ago, you are probably a completely different person." Xiaochen nodded and did not deny it. He said seriously, "It is still not enough. With the current situation, the era of geniuses has just sprouted. The path of a cultivator will be even more difficult than before. If you do not advance, you will fall behind. Even if you do not move, you will be left far behind by others." Xiao Rou curled her lips and said, "You are really boring. Every time you speak, you are always so serious, like a block of wood." Xiaochen shook his head and smiled faintly. He preferred peace and quiet, not liveliness. This was something that would never change. He looked at Xiaxian and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Xiaxian said, "The two of us are looking for you because we want to take a look around Desolate City. There is nothing urgent. However, before my martial uncle left, he suddenly said that he wanted to meet you. However, it should not be anything major." Xiaochen was surprised. The martial uncle that Xiaxian spoke of was called Luochen. He had met him once before. Luochen was the leader of this branch. He was in charge of the 1,000 Sword Pavilion's matters here. He was a martial monarch. As for how strong he was, Xiaochen did not know. In any case, he was very strong and could easily kill the current Xiaochen. Xiaochen nodded and said, "In that case, wait for me. I am also very curious about this desolate city. It would be good to take a look around." With the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer at peak consummation, Xiaochen could relax for a while. It would be a good idea to take a look around Desolate City. Go quickly and come back quickly. Don't make us wait too long. Otherwise, we will not bring you along, Xiao Rou threatened with a smile. Xiaochen smiled gently and headed for the main building of the branch. After he went up to the pavilion and reported the matter, the guards of the pavilion immediately led Xiaochen up to the top floor. The pavilion was 100 meters tall and had a total of 15 floors. When Xiaochen reached the top floor, he could see the surrounding scenery. When Xiaxian's martial uncle saw Xiaochen, he quickly stood up to welcome him. "You are here. Have a seat. This is the freshly brewed rank 4 spirit tea. Try it." Xiaxian's martial uncle smiled warmly. The tea leaves of the spirit tea were brewed using a special method. They were only sold in Desolate City. After rank 3 spirit tea was sold in limited quantities and was very difficult to obtain. The martial uncle used it to entertain Xiaochen. This was enough to show his sincerity. Xiaochen sat down and brought the teacup to his lips. He looked at the steaming tea and gently blew on it. He said, "Senior is too polite. Why are you looking for this junior?" Luochen smiled faintly and said, "Little friend, since you are straightforward, I will not beat around the bush. May I ask if little friend's martial spirit is the ancient holy beast, the blue dragon?" When Xiaochen heard this, he was stunned. He placed the teacup that was already at his lips back on the table. He looked at Luochen and said, "Senior, why do you ask?" Luochen smiled and said, "Little friend, there is no need to be nervous. I do not have any malicious intentions. It is just that I saw an azure dragon chi soaring into the sky earlier and had some doubts. Chapter 471. The blue dragon martial spirit has not appeared for 1,000 years. It is incomparably mysterious. This old man just happened to know a little about it. If little friend is willing to tell me the truth, this old man will tell you everything he knows. Xiaochen shook his head and smiled. Senior is overthinking. The so-called dragon chi is just my cultivation technique being special. I do not have a blue dragon martial spirit. If you do not believe me, you can come and check. Luochen looked at Xiaochen's indifferent expression. His heart could not help but waver. Could it be that he really does not have a blue dragon martial spirit? Xiaochen stood up and said, "If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first." This mountain was not cold yet. As Luochen watched Xiaochen leave, he entered into deep thought. He did not have any malicious intentions. If the blue dragon martial spirit really appeared, it would affect the many powers of the continent. The 1,000-sword pavilion would inevitably be dragged into it. If he could form a relationship with Xiaochen in advance, the 1,000-sword pavilion would be much more at ease when faced with such a change. From the looks of it now, perhaps he was overthinking. How many secrets does the blue dragon martial spirit have? Xiaochen left the pavilion and looked at the sky. His eyes were filled with confusion. As time goes by, this secret will be exposed sooner or later. Never mind, I will deal with it when it comes. The most important thing is to raise my strength. Xiaochen took a deep breath and stopped thinking about this problem. Then he left with Xiao Rou, who had been waiting for him for a long time. The scenery of Desolate City was very unique. Xiaochen followed behind the two girls and looked at the world of mortals. He put down the burden in his heart and did not think about anything else. His body and mind relaxed significantly. Under Xiao Rou's instigation, he agreed to pay for the two of them. The two of them immediately walked around the streets in high spirits. They spent money like flowing water. Anything that interested them, they immediately bought it. How much is this hairpin? 300 inferior grade spirit stones. That is so cheap. Senior sister, let's take one each. This floral dress is very exquisite. How much is it? 500 inferior grade spirit stones. That is so cheap. Give me 2 of each color and size. All sorts of noises came out of Xiao Rou's mouth. At some point in time, the smile on Xiaochen's face started to stiffen. Sorry, my stomach hurts a little. You guys go ahead, I'll go back first. If this went on, no matter how many spirit stones he had, he wouldn't be able to spend them. Xiaochen pretended to be in pain, found an excuse, and hurriedly slipped away. When Xiaoxian saw this, she could not help but giggle. She thought of Xiaochen, who remained unfazed despite facing outstanding talents from all over the world, as if he wasn't afraid of anything. He was actually scared by Ruru to the point that he pretended to have a stomachache and fled. Xiao asked doubtfully, "Hey, why do you have a stomachache?" "I still have a few things that I haven't bought." If Xiaochen hadn't left, he would have vomited blood in anger after hearing this. Early the next morning, when the morning sun set, Xia Xiyan and Xiaochen went out together again, rushing to the Tianwu Plaza in the city. When they arrived at the plaza, many cultivators had already gathered there. However, because they were not participants, they could not enter. They all looked around curiously. Xia Xian stopped and sighed softly, "What will come will come. Let's meet again at the ancient desolate tower." There were 20 spots. Xia Xian did not dare guarantee that she would obtain them. Thus, she said this to boost her morale. Xiaochen nodded and said, "See you at the ancient desolate tower." Xiaochen is here. Even Xie Ziwen is not a match for him. If we run into him, it will be difficult. Just admit defeat. What else can they do? They clearly know that they are going to lose, but they still want to continue fighting. They probably won't be able to participate in the next round. This ancient desolate tower has 20 spots. In my opinion, there are only 19. This Xiaochen is definitely one of them. Seeing Xiaochen arrive, the cultivators who had already arrived before the Tianwu Emperor's statue all sighed. To them, it was a tragedy for them to have someone like Xiaochen. They could only pray to the gods that they would not draw him when they drew lots. Xiaochen did not bother with them. After he wished Xia Xian good luck, He blended into the crowd and waited quietly for Shi Hailong and the others to arrive. Not long after, a group of cultivators with the Heavenly Extermination Union's emblem on them flew over and landed on the platform. The one leading them was Shi Hailong, whom Xiaochen had seen before. Shi Hailong swept his gaze across the 200-odd cultivators. Then, he said to the person beside him, "Go and do a head count. If there are fewer people, wait another 15 minutes. If there are more, we will start immediately." That person received the order and went to do a head count. After he was done, he flew back to the platform and said, 276 people are all here. Shi Hailong nodded and said, "Good. Let's start the first round of drawing lots." 4 black wooden boxes had already been prepared on the platform. There were holes in the boxes that only allowed one arm to fit through. Under the guidance of the Heavenly Extermination Union, Xiaochen followed the crowd and drew out a red wooden token from one of the boxes. The number 18 was written in black on the wooden token. After the lots were drawn, Shi Hailong said in a deep voice, "Numbers 1 to 18 will enter the arena first. Those who drew the red token will enter the arena first. Then, hang out your number. Those who drew the blue token will find the same number and start the match." The rules were simple and clear. The opponent could be chosen randomly. Xiaochen approved of the rules. There would be 30 matches in 2 days. Under such rules, it would be able to test a person's strength to the greatest extent. Xiaochen happened to be number 18. After Shi Hailong spoke, he immediately found an arena and leaped onto it. Then he hung his token on a pillar. After a while, a great Chu Nation cultivator with an extremely unsightly expression slowly walked up to Xiaochen's arena. "My luck is really bad. I got this jinx in the first match," that person muttered in a soft voice. As he looked at Xiaochen, he could not muster any fighting spirit in his heart. The two of them took their stances and bowed to each other. Then they prepared to fight. The two's auras clashed in the air. When the great Chu Nation cultivator saw the calm expression on Xiaochen's face, he thought of all the rumors about Xiaochen. Also, when he personally saw Xiaochen fight Sui Mo and Xie Ziwen, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was not a match for Xiaochen. Just as Xiaochen was about to make his move, the cultivator sighed helplessly and said, "Stop fighting, I admit defeat." There were more than 200 contestants here who had passed the first round of selection. They were all outstanding talents from various places. Naturally, they had their own pride. If they said that they would admit defeat before the fight started, it would be hard to avoid a nod in their hearts. First of all, it would not be easy for them to get over it. However, when facing such a strong person like Xiaochen, the cultivator did not have much confidence in continuing to fight. It would only hurt his essence and increase his exhaustion. This would be very disadvantageous for the next match. After weighing the pros and cons, the cultivator could only helplessly admit defeat. After all, the slot to the ancient desolate tower was the most important. The cultivator could not allow himself to be at a disadvantage in the next match just because of his pride. Xiaochen shook his head helplessly and walked off the arena. He did not agree with the other party's decision to give up. If it were Xiaochen, no matter how strong his opponent was, he would have to give it a try before he would know. Cowering before a fight would greatly affect the sharpness in a cultivator's heart. If this continued for a long time, that sharpness would completely disappear. Even if his cultivation improved in the future, his combat prowess would not increase by much. Cultivators were not afraid of failure. What they were afraid of was losing their sharpness, losing that pride in their heart. After the first round of drawing lots ended, the second round of drawing lots started. However, Xiaochen was disappointed. His second opponent chose to give up again. This continued all the way until the fifth match started. Only then did Xiaochen officially meet with an opponent. His opponent was none other than the Myriad Fiend Palace's Jiang Zimo. Jiang Zimo looked at Xiaochen in the arena and smiled. "How helpless. I still ended up meeting you. Let's stop here. There is no need to hurt our friendship." Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "That is exactly what I was thinking. Make your move." Jiang Zimo nodded and said, "Sorry for the offense." Jiang Zimo pushed off the ground and sent out an intense palm wind at Xiaochen. Xiao Chen knew the uniqueness of Jiang Zimo's martial technique. From the moment he started, he would use his full power. If Xiao Chen held back too much, once he was at a disadvantage, it would be hard for him to turn the situation around. So he immediately drew his lunar shadow saber. Bang! The dense palm winds clashed with the unending saber chi, producing a loud sound. Horrifying shockwaves spread out in all directions in the arena. Jiang Zimo sent out 3 palm strikes, using his full power. He broke Xiao Chen's saber light and was about to press forward. When a cultivator used their fist or palm against a cultivator who used a weapon, they would be at an innate disadvantage. This was the principle of the longer one was, the stronger one was. However, once the opponent got close, the weapon would lose its effect and the situation would turn around. Naturally, Xiao Chen understood this principle. As he moved, he brandished his saber continuously. He executed all sorts of martial techniques to prevent his opponent from getting close. The two of them moved quickly on the arena. They both executed their exquisite movement techniques. Soon, they exchanged dozens of moves. Both of them advanced and retreated. The two of them were very cautious. The battle slowly entered a stalemate. Only Jiang Zimo dares to not admit defeat against Xiao Chen. Just thinking about it makes me feel sullen. I have been in this world